Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki of Sparta. She's back there. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization. So please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of soup chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. We have Streamlabs pulled up here. So some quick maths for y'all. If you soup chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. Guys, we have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. And Nick, if you're able to pull that one up, there's an example of a membership right there from Cadigan. Hey, thank you, man. Member for 13 months. Wow, this guy's an OG. And then we have Orange Runner there. Thank you for the gifted 5 subs on Twitch. Really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for your patronage. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show. DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us there. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. There it is. I've been posting clips and stuff. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Really the pressing issue of our time. It's just tragedy. 10,000 of these labiaplasties a year in the United States. It's brutal. It's brutality. Okay. If you can't catch the full shows, we have Eclipse channel. Link is in the description for that. Trying to get to 1 million subscribers on our Eclipse channel. How far? What do we got? We're 936. So we're about, 60,000, almost a little more over 60,000 away. So get us to 1 million, guys, so we can get another little plaque like this. Thank you, guys. Go subscribe. We also have Discord. Discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. And put us on the other side, please. Thank you. This is a members-only Discord. You can gain access via our Patreon, patreon.com/whatever. That's our wall of whatever, where we post all our interesting things that we find. We got a little love this weekend. We had Elon Musk reply to a tweet that had our video in it. I'll have Nick pull that up in a sec. And then Trace Cyrus, who you might remember from a decade ago, maybe over a decade ago, his band Metro Station, his song Shake It. We might get him on the show. We'll see. But he did a little Instagram story for us. That was very nice. Super based. He went viral a few months ago talking about OF girls and whatnot. Gonna try to get him on the show. Actually, you know what? Before we'll have Nick pull up the tweet from Elon. Oh my God, sorry. Elon. The first few.
I don't think you can be sexist towards men, and I don't think you can be racist towards white people.
How have you run?
Yeah. So all right, somebody shared that. It got 8 million views. Then Elon Musk, responded. Their literal origin of the word slave and we get into she talks about slaves in that video. So yeah, that was a cool little moment. He's coming on the show on Tuesday. Just kidding. Anyways, disclaimer: the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. By the way, via Discord, since I brought it up, we have Andrew Wilson joining us. Oh no, it's okay, Nick. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, so where you're from, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name's JoJo. Location right now is San Diego. I'm a full-time student getting my master's in international affairs, and then I Twitch stream on the channel Curbafine on the side.
You said you're from San Diego?
Well, that's where
you currently live.
Yeah.
Did you go to UCSD or San Diego State?
Yes.
Okay. Well, you said you're in college and you live in San Diego, so I'm just by process of elimination.
It's
You know.
preschool, so
Okay, maybe.
might as well help me,
that
I
might be.
guess.
Okay, and so did you say age?
25.
25. Are you getting your master's?
Yeah.
Master's in what did you say?
International affairs.
Okay. What about you?
My name is Esme. I'm 28. I live in the Inland Empire. I work in human resources and side job doing music festival reviews.
And you do fire breathing.
And I do fire breathing, burlesque.
Did you bring
and
anything
stuff.
with you?
I mean, if you want to
What
get
do we
set
need?
on
Do we
fire.
need liquor and a lighter? Is that how it works?
No, I mean, unless you want to catch that beard on fire.
I'll pass. But okay, that's very cool. How long have you been doing the fire breathing?
Fire breathing, I want to say coming up on 3 years, but fire performing or manipulating for quite some time.
Have you ever burnt yourself?
Oh yeah, many times. Yeah.
Is there any
My eyelashes.
eyelashes?
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Hi, my name's
Like, do you do that at like raves?
Ooh.
Oh,
Can we adjust? We need to do some audio adjustment.
Yeah.
Is there anything you can do, Andrew, on your end to?
I'll take a look, but I'm getting an echo. I'm not sure why.
That's probably the mic, right?
You might. Are you watching the stream, Andrew?
No, nope. Yeah, the echo's gone. It sounds like it just comes up when
okay.
I chime in.
So you hear yourself speaking.
Yeah, yep, but only for a second. So
Are you streaming?
It's good now.
Are you streaming or?
I am. Yeah.
Okay. You might. There's probably maybe somebody in your chat might be able to help you. There's probably some setting on Discord that you might have switched on that can address your echo that you're hearing of yourself.
I don't hear it anymore.
I think we have to reduce Andrew's volume in Discord. So Nick, do you know how to? You should see a volume button for you to play with. Go ahead.
All right, my name's Malia. I'm 27 years old. I currently live in Los Angeles, but I'm from Carpinteria, so nice and close.
Oh, okay.
I work full-time at an OnlyFans/social media agency, and then I'm also a Twitch streamer as well.
Wait, you work at the agency?
Yes, I don't do
So you don't
OnlyFans.
do OF?
No.
What do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah.
Well, we have a few models, and you might like set them up with collaborations, track their content, promo stuff.
Okay. And you kind of help market them, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's not just their OnlyFans. It might be Instagram and stuff like that.
Okay, but you don't do any OF stuff.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
Hello, I'm Malik_04. I'm a full-time Twitch streamer, a part-time clown, and I'm 24 years old from the Appalachian Mountains, but I'm temporarily out here in LA.
Go ahead.
I'm Michaela. I'm a hairstylist and salon manager. I'm 27 and I'm from Atlanta, Georgia.
Hi, I'm Bella. I'm from Las Vegas. I'm 21 and I'm currently a receptionist for a beverage distribution center.
Welcome.
My name is Celeste. I'm 26. I'm from Huntington Beach and I work in management.
My name is Madison. I'm 19. I'm originally from San Diego, but I currently reside in Santa Barbara. I go to school. I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College studying business and communication, and I work on the Whatever podcast.
And then we have our dear friend, Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, one of the fastest growing debate channels on the internet. I appreciate Brian having me on, appreciate the Whatever audience for coming out tonight, and I appreciate the girls for showing up.
Nick, were you able to lower his volume?
Except Malik. Everybody else.
Fuck you
all
too,
good.
Andrew.
Wait, let's do a little troubleshooting on this, Nick. Can you just lower his volume significantly? Yeah. And Andrew, can you recite the Gettysburg Address for us while we're doing some...
7 years ago.
Boost it, Nick.
As we looked at this great nation before stuff happened and also things.
I think that's good. I think that should be
Okay.
good. And I do want to bring it to the chat. I want to ask the chat. Sorry, guys. It's when we do these call-ins, there's some additional technical considerations. To the viewers, does his audio sounds good? 1 in the chat if the audio sounds good there. 2 in the chat if it needs some adjustment. 1 in the chat sounds good. 2 in the chat if we need a little bit of adjustment. I'm seeing a bunch of 1s, so I think it's good. Nick, if you can keep an eye on the chat throughout the stream, just see if there's any audience feedback, if he's too, if it's too loud, he's too low. So we'll just we'll see how it is throughout the course of the stream. So going around the table once more, what is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you, go ahead.
Currently single, haven't been in a relationship for around 2 years. And my longest relationship is 4 years.
So was your last relationship the 4-year relationship?
It's my only relationship. Yes.
Only relationship. You've been single for 2 years. Why did he dump you?
I broke up with him, but it's because of distance and just how busy we got.
Was it always long distance?
It was always long distance.
Always?
Yeah.
It started, did it start long
I
distance?
visited a friend in college, and that's how I met him. Met him, and then
What was the distance?
I lived at the time in Washington State, and he lived in Sacramento.
It's pretty far.
It is,
right?
yeah.
What's the drive?
Well, I flew.
Oh, you'd fly. Okay. Okay. Why did you break up with him? Just the distance?
And then I started at UCSD, and then we became like just way too busy.
Okay. Good times.
Cool.
What about you?
I'm divorced. Been separated since 2018, 2019. But
Which
we were
one?
together since
Which year?
2018, 2019. But I don't know. There's so
You
much
don't
stuff that
remember?
has happened
Oh, okay.
since then.
Were you actually? So you were separated when? When were you got the divorce?
Officially divorced 2021.
Okay. Wow. So you initiated the divorce in 2018.
No, we were actually separated and moved away. Kind of just forgot about the whole thing. That sounds mean to say.
Okay.
But I guess the legal processes for divorces are pretty expensive, so we just waited.
Okay, so you were you got the actual divorce in 2021, you said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you any dating?
It's tough. Dating after being married in today's day and age is really weird.
Wait, so okay, you're 28. How long were you married?
I was married in 2015.
2015.
Yeah.
And how long were you together with him before you were married?
Since I was 18.
So you were, okay, wait.
So I think it would have been from the age of 18 till the age of 25.
So you guys met in 2014?
We met in the end of 2013, but we didn't really get together till
So that's
a little
kind
bit
of one of
after.
the things a lot, like, because dating apps really kind of sprung around. I think it was Tinder kind of came into, I think, 2012.
Mm-hmm.
And then, but so you've kind of missed the dating app apocalypse.
Yeah, I think so.
Have you, since your separation, have you?
You're good. I've tried to, but like I said, the dating scene is really weird. Hookup culture is like a huge thing, and I'm not really about it. I feel like I get way too attached, and that's just like not my style. And then on top of that, people they can't keep conversation at least on dating apps, and it's just like somebody replies and then like the conversation dies off within a day or two, and then people don't reply. They're like, oh, sorry, I haven't been on for like 2 months. Hi there again. So I'm just like, I'm over you.
Okay, Convo. That's actually an interesting thing that we can talk about. Convo dies down later, but okay, so any dating at all since the separation?
Serious dating, no.
Unserious dating?
I guess like going on dates.
Have you had a rebound? Has there been a rebound?
Yes.
Multiple rebounds?
No.
1 rebound?
2.
2 rebounds?
Yeah. So
you had a rebound
okay, so this
to
is
the
the thing.
rebound.
No, so this is the thing. So I started dating this person when I was 18, right? And so during my early 20s, I was together with this one person. And so afterwards, coming out of a separation, while one, being young, trying to find myself and like figure out who I am as an individual, but really moving. So I was in California, moved to Arizona. And so I didn't know anybody. And all I knew was that person. And so my being was really a reflection of this one person that I was dating. And so coming out of that, I was like, well, I've never like participated in this hookup culture thing. And my friends were like, the best way to get over someone is to get under someone. So I was like, all right, let's try it. And then I tried it and I was like, yeah, that's not really for me. I felt like I got attached, and then they were just like, you wake up in the morning and they're either like gone or you're done and with whatever it is that you're doing, and then they're like, all right, I got stuff to do, like get out. And so that doesn't make me feel very good. So I just like decide not to partake in said scene.
Wait, so
would you say that you were trying to find yourself?
No.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I
You weren't
wouldn't.
trying to find yourself?
I don't think that I was trying to find myself. I think it's been a lot easier to find myself now in like, 25 to 28. Now it's just, I'm more like, all right, I know what I want. I know what I don't want. I know what I don't want to participate in. And hopefully that opinion keeps forever changing because we're forever evolving.
Gotcha.
Okay. So you did a little bit of the hookup culture thing, but didn't really work out.
No.
Okay. What about you? We'll come back to some of this stuff. What about you?
I'm single. I have been single for about 2.5 years, and my longest relationship was like 3.5.
3.5. All right. What about you?
Yeah, I'm also single. My only relationship was for 2 years, and I've been single for 3 years.
I'm currently in a 2.5-year relationship, and it's been my longest consistent one.
Longest consistent one. What's your longest on and off again relationship?
I think equivalent to like on for like a year, off for like 6 months, and back on. So this is the longest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Collectively.
What about you?
I am currently in a relationship, and my longest relationship was about 4.5 years.
How long have you been in this current relationship?
Since October, so a few months, but we've been seeing each other since March of last year.
Since
So almost a year seeing each other, but officially dating since October.
So you were like a situationship prior to getting the official title?
Yeah, because we were long distance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you still long distance?
No, we live together now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Huh. Were you dating other guys during that talking stage?
No, whenever I'm talking to somebody, I'm only talking to that one person. So
Okay.
it was just me and him.
What about you?
I'm in a relationship, and my longest relationship was on and off for about 4 years.
How long have you currently been in a relationship?
October as well.
So like 5 months?
Yeah.
Okay. Maddie, what about you?
I'm in a relationship. My current one is my longest. It's 1.5 years, like tomorrow, actually.
Andrew, what about you?
Yeah, I'm happily married, and I have been for a long, long time.
All right, he's married. Cool. Good times.
How many years? How many years?
Over a decade.
All right, cool. So, let's see. There's a couple things I wanted to touch on. Single for both of you for 2 years. You're for 3 years. When you say single, what does that mean? Because I mean, come on, you guys, you're all attractive girls, right? So there's some guys in the picture. Come on. No guys in the picture. 0 guys in the picture.
Been on one date in the past 2 years.
Wait, hold on.
Same.
Do we have no OnlyFans? None of you do OnlyFans?
Not a single
Holy
one.
shit, boys. Wow. Oh, wow. That's a
I think
W.
I'm the
Breath
worst.
of fresh air.
You did it.
You're kind of
No, I'm not on there.
Well, you don't have OF, but you work for an agency. But that you could be the plumber. You could be the janitor. That doesn't mean
I really still can't remember.
Um,
Not one OnlyFans girl, not one.
I know, it's crazy, right?
I mean,
This-
I think we had one recently.
Is this the first, Brian?
No, we've had fair amount of episodes without OnlyFans girls, but that's a W for the whatever podcast. Okay.
That's a conversation we were having, but I'm like, I have an OF, but it's not that kind of OF.
That's
Wait,
such a
what?
weird statement.
It's like, okay, so when people talk about OnlyFans girls, you think about like girls that do adult content, but like, so I have Patreon OF, but it's not for adult content. It's for like.
You mean you have a Patreon? And
She's on the site.
I'm on the site. I just don't do adult content.
oh man, disaster! We can no longer claim that this is a no OF panel.
I was like, I don't want to say
Wait,
cut.
so you have an OF, but you post
They're like photo
fire breathing
sets.
videos? What do you?
No, not fire breathing
you don't post
videos.
anything.
They're video and photo sets.
You've made money on OnlyFans?
Yes.
But it's not like sexual in nature.
No.
Okay. All right, she's not an OnlyFans girl.
Yeah.
She's not an OF girl. Did you have something? Or?
I was gonna say I've made money on OnlyFans too.
Oh,
Just not
my
from my own
God.
content.
I did. I used to cam when I was 18.
Oh, okay. Now the
Yeah.
truth comes out. All right.
So no, it's like. So
Damn it, I had faith in society for a second.
I steered
Yeah, we had faith
away
in
long
society.
from that, like long time ago.
You used to
but
do webcamming.
correct.
So like
yeah.
full blown, just like camera up the hoo-ha.
Oh
basically.
boy, no.
Just looking right down Main Street.
No,
That's what
definitely
camming
not.
is. It's just like
So no, there's
spread eagle.
there's
fucking-
different ranges of like camming, right? There's some girls that will go all out, but then there's like topless and stuff like that.
What's
So-
even the point? Like, I just don't even see
Money?
it. No, like why would a guy watch? Oh, that's like Twitch streaming.
I guess kind of.
Basically, you're like a Twitch.
this.
It's like
This
it's like
is a
Twitch before
streamer.
Twitch existed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right. But okay,
But,
so
but
you
were
guys
you
are
nude at all? Like
topless, yeah.
It's not Twitch streaming. Let's you get straight. Calm down.
That's it. Just
No crazy like.
you never. It was only from here up.
I mean, you were nude, but you were like camera down there with
Oh, so you were
whatever.
full-
Yeah.
The truth is
Full-
coming out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Her
Well,
tits
okay.
have been online. That's
Yes.
So y'all are single. Okay, but when's the last time you went on a date with a guy?
I've only been on one date. That's not my boyfriend in my life.
Okay, so I think we need to define date though, because a girl will like.
I've never had a private dinner or any of that. Hung out privately with a guy and like.
Because
all
for
my life,
example,
other than, like,
for
my-
example, a girl will like go over to a guy's house. They'll have dinner at his house. They'll fuck. She's not going to call that a date.
That's weird.
So you
Is
guys- how many
this the
hookups
first
you
time
said?
they're meeting?
Yeah, it could be the first time they're meeting.
That's just a
Why would
hookup.
you go over to someone's house the first time
right,
you're
but
meeting
like
them?
you'll. That's like going beyond a date in my view. But you won't consider it a date. So like, oh, when's the last? You're not really dating, but you're fucking other men.
Yeah,
Type thing.
I don't think that's a date.
So
Nope, none of that.
nothing. You've been on. Was this before your relationship?
No, it was after.
So in your 2 years of being single,
Yes.
are you bi?
No.
Why are you a recluse and a hermit?
That's crazy.
Is it facts though? Is it true?
Somewhat,
true?
yes.
Okay. And you live in San Diego. I mean, that's a pretty populous area. So
Yeah.
a lot of hot surfer dudes. San Diego. What's the deal?
I just think like because it's kind of right now pointless to me just because I'm so busy that I don't feel like I it's a terrible excuse and everyone's going to say that, but I just don't think I can give the kind of attention and like the emotional attachment and all that to a relationship that I'm like, what's the point of attempting?
What's the point of what?
Of attempting or like going on dates and things if I can't
Do you want kids one day?
one day.
You want to have a life partner, get married?
Yeah, but okay, but at this point
That's the
of
point.
my life,
That would be the point.
I think she has time.
Emotionally available.
No, I mean, it's.
Are you doing the I'm focusing on my career thing?
well, I'm again full-time student, so like I would like to graduate and be at a point
can do
where I know you could do both at
Oh,
once.
no,
Okay,
I
but
was
like,
never-
but like, I'm not even sure I'm gonna continue residing in San Diego, right? So like, if I enter, I don't want another long-distance relationship.
Gotcha. Well, I was just curious, how much longer do you have of school?
I graduate June.
Oh, so not very much longer.
Yep.
You think you're gonna try to settle down after that, or are you gonna be pretty career oriented, do you think?
I think I'm going to start going on dates after June. That's the goal.
Okay.
Wait, Andrew, can we have you? You're a little off center. Am I red? I look fucking red in this.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Chat, one in the chat. Do I look red? I think our camera settings are all scuffed.
You just got some sun.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I was I got a little sunburn today.
He was surfing.
I just got some sunburn. Perfect, Andrew. Okay, so what about you? You've been single for 2 years.
I've been single for 2 years. I've
what's going
been
on?
celibate for a year and a half. Not for any particular reason.
A year and a half?
Yeah, just don't do much. I've been on like one date. I don't know. I don't get outside a lot.
You don't get
Recluse as well.
Sun?
we like play games and stream. We don't date often.
Who's we?
We're friends. Sorry.
Oh, did you guys live together?
Yeah.
Okay. So you don't. That's you guys full-time streamers?
No.
Well, no, but then I work from home, so, and I'm not.
Are you guys on dating apps?
No.
I'm on them. I'm not very good at them.
Which ones are you on?
All of them.
Tinder, Bumble.
Oh, not Tinder. Tinder's
Hinge?
quite.
Bumble and Hinge?
Yeah.
Farmers Only?
Yeah.
Christian Mingle?
All of them.
Of course.
Every single one.
So how often do you check your dating apps?
Every day.
Every day?
Yeah. I just.
So I mean, you're an attractive girl. I'm sure you get a lot of matches.
I do.
And are guys asking you on dates?
Yeah.
And you're saying no?
Yeah. Well, dating is like weird in LA. It's not an enjoyable experience, to be honest. I've gone like, I don't know. It never goes anywhere. I don't know. I don't want to go on pointless dates, really.
It
I'd
never
way
goes
rather just
anywhere?
hang out. Well, no, it hasn't.
Oh, you'd rather
Look
just
at me
hang
now.
out. What do you mean you'd rather just hang out?
I'd rather, like, I could go on a date, or I could just sit at home.
Oh, okay. I
know
thought
what I
you meant
mean?
like hang out with a guy.
I'm
versus-
open to
Okay.
going on dates. Nothing's happened.
Nothing's happened. How much time a day do you spend on a dating app? 20 minutes, 30 minutes?
Oh, yeah, just one night, like 10 minutes maybe.
Okay.
Killing time.
Okay. So why are you just curving all these dudes on dating apps? Like, why be on the date?
Whoa.
Like, because you said you've been celibate for a year and a half. In that year, have you been on dating apps for that entire time period?
No.
When did you download the dating apps?
I was banned for quite some time.
For
And
what?
I just got a new phone, so I got unbanned.
That's a red flag, but why?
No, it wasn't. They didn't believe that it was me because I don't reply.
You got banned for not replying
For
on,
not being me. There was a fake person, but it was me. I just don't check it very.
like what? So imitation?
It happens to girls all the time where like
Yeah.
they're like, this is a fake profile, but it was me. I just.
Oh, but you got unbanned in any case.
Yes.
Was it which app was that you got banned on?
I've been banned on every single one. Like Tinder, I can't get on at all.
You're trolling on the apps probably.
Maybe I don't know.
You're probably
I don't
like
think
sending
I am.
like no, you're probably sending like kind of facetious messages.
No.
Just getting reported.
Probably getting
That's what I
reported
was
by the
thinking. Like,
dudes.
you're not replying to any guys, so they're
They're like,
reporting.
That's what I
Report,
think
yeah.
that
Report.
what happens. Like I match and then I kind of forget about the app for a little bit and.
Okay. So how long have you been not banned on the dating apps?
I've been active on them for maybe the past 4 months.
Past 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay. Not one prospect in 4 months.
Oh no, the one date I went on was in December, so
Oh, okay.
it was.
It was one date.
Yeah, it didn't go anywhere.
No second date? Why wasn't there a second date?
He never reached back out to me.
Did you reach back out to him?
Yeah.
You did? So, okay, you went on the date. How did that conversation go afterwards?
It was.
One sec.
Sal Brian Carvar donated $100. As always, Maddie is the only 10 at the table. I would Frankie's D just to taste that sweet pea. No homo, of course. Brian, when is Sophia coming back? She was a breast of fresh air.
Breast.
Maddie, do you want to respond first?
No.
Okay. I don't know we've had a lot of Sophias. They're all a blur to me. Was it Sophie or Sophia? I don't know. You'd have to give me details on who that is. If it is who I think it is, no, she's not coming back on the show. But okay, so how did that convo go?
Well, he was like, oh, it was so nice to hang out, and then he was out of town for a month, and it just kind of fell off. But it was a good date. It was a fine date. I think he got back with his ex-girlfriend, to be honest.
Good times.
Because it was like kind of weird.
Good times.
Yeah.
How many matches do you think you've had on the dating apps?
A good amount.
How many do you think you've had?
Ever in my life?
Let's just say the past 4 months.
Past 4
since
months?
you've been unbanned. Over 1,000
Matches, no.
matches. Okay.
Yeah, no, maybe like 30.
Only 30.
20? Yeah. Well, I don't
What?
like
Okay, so
everyone
you know when
back.
you're swiping, right?
Yeah.
What, like, per 100 men you see on the apps, how many do you swipe yes on?
Normally, because I like Hinge, I normally just go through who's liked me. It's a little bit less time consuming.
Yeah, and you also don't have to face rejection. Yeah.
Well, they don't tell you you've been rejected. I just assume they deleted the account.
Well, if you don't, yeah. So, okay, you just pick amongst the men who have already
usually
sent a like.
Yeah.
So, of the men who like you, how much do you pick them? Say you get 10 matches.
Mm-hmm.
How many?
Depends how's it looking that day.
2 of them, 3 of them?
Yeah, maybe.
How many did you get per day?
Per day?
How many matches do you get per day?
Matches per day? Not a lot.
How many?
Like maybe 2 or
2?
1. I don't know.
Or 1? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say in a week you get 10. How many do you end up matching with by clicking yes?
How many do I match with? That's what I'm saying, like 1. I only match with 1.
No. But so how many? Sorry. So how many send you likes per day?
A decent amount, probably. Depends on the day.
How many?
On average.
On average?
Yeah, that's what I meant. Not how many you like match up with. How many like you?
Well, Bumble, I have no idea, but usually on Hinge, I'll wake up with like 20 or 30.
Okay,
likes.
so of the 20 to 30 that you receive per day, how many do you choose to match with? Well, I think you said it was 1.
Like 1, yeah.
So 1 out of
usually.
30 guys are suitable for you to never go on a date with.
No. It's not. It's not that they're not suitable. I think I just have like a really particular type, and the type of guy I like doesn't really like me.
That's interesting. What is your type?
Like nerdy guys.
You like nerdy guys. I'm sure
love
there's
nerdy guys.
There's plenty of nerdy guys on Hinge.
No, I don't know. They show me really like surfer hot guys, which is great. I like looking at them. But
What is a nerdy guy? What does that mean? Like he's an engineer, or are you
that would be
talking like
great.
an anime waifu, like that type of shit?
An engineer would be awesome. Also, an anime nerd would be awesome too.
Okay,
yeah.
so just broad nerd.
Yeah, just someone.
They can fit into the various
Usually like gamer type vibes, but
gamer type vibes.
Yeah.
You guys are on Twitch. How are you not finding? I'm sure there's like gamer dudes.
I think maybe I'm the problem. Yeah.
You think? Oh, okay.
I don't think there's like a lack of
There's self-awareness.
options.
So the guys you like don't like you. So nerdy guys don't like you. Why do you think that is?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't know?
Well, I don't. It's not that.
Are you a nerdy girl? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, it's okay. Am I a nerdy girl? I think so. I think I'm not really like self-aware if somebody likes me, and so maybe there's people that show interest.
Mm-hmm.
Like, also, this is just a thing in my head, but my first 2 boyfriends were from dating apps, and like that didn't work out. So I'm kind of like would prefer to meet someone in person.
Okay.
It's just like
So how are you
going to
meet a nerd
in person? That's very true.
That's
TwitchCon
the-
or something.
Conventions. That's the
yeah, I
problem
gotta hit up
there.
the cons, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. So your type is nerdy.
Yeah.
Nerdy
usually.
guy. Do you have? Is there a celebrity that you can think of that fits the archetype of what you consider like a nerdy
Like
guy
a
that you would be
celebrity?
attracted to?
Yeah, I would say like
Like, are there nerdy
like
celebrities?
XQC, like that kind of like
XQC.
Discord, like.
Oh, okay, Nick,
Yeah.
pull up his Instagram. Pull up his Instagram.
Oh God. No.
Nick, pull up his Instagram.
Wait, this is public.
Actually, here, I'm gonna send him. I've messaged with him on Twitter. I'm gonna take a video with you, and I'm gonna put in
Gonna
a.
hook you
Little
up.
matchmaker
Yeah.
here.
Yeah, just pull up his
What is a dating
Instagram. We're gonna have the
podcast, right?
girls. We're gonna go around the girl. I want and we definitely want Andrew Wilson's input here on would you date XQC, starting with her, if you just whenever you can pull it up.
I mean, I know what he looks like. I could say.
Well, just for the stream, they might not know. Hold on.
Well, he looks handsome.
Those are good pictures.
You're gonna have to make it
see that
smaller.
far.
Put us on the other side.
Yeah.
All right, so this is execute. No, I mean the camera. All right, so actually probably make the thing bigger. Yeah, that's fine. All right, guys, this is Felix. He's male. Scroll down.
He's a male.
He's male.
He is man.
He's a good guy. He's Canadian. Speaks French. He's got a cat. And
Takes a lot of selfies.
He's a streamer. He's got it.
all around good dude. Okay, there he is. Are you interested in him?
He's pretty hyperactive, and I kind of like that. So yeah, probably.
You like
I like-
men with ADHD?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think it's a nice. It keeps it exciting. Your brain's always trying to
Okay.
follow their train of thought.
Okay, so
And
you
it's-
want the chaos, basically.
Yes.
You're attracted to the chaos. Okay, what about you?
Sure. It looked like there was a picture, like the third picture on the top of his profile looked like they were playing soccer or something. Soccer, cats, and dyed hair. He can match my hair, so yeah.
Okay, well,
Yes, but he's a little too clouded. That might be kind of a nightmare. Sorry,
Why?
I'm seeming very dissable.
why?
Look at his ex-girlfriend now. I don't want to end up like that.
What kind of content do you make on Twitch?
Wait, hold on. Just before we do that, let's get everyone's reaction to the.
Yeah, I like XQC's energy. I think he's a very hyper person. I'm also a very hyper person. I also think it's funny how he chews his own toenails, often live. I think it's quirky. I think it's funny. Most people think that's gross. I think it's cute, but
What makes it cute? Wait, how?
it's just random as fuck. And I'm a very random person. And yes, that's kind of nasty. And if
There's
we
a
were
lot of
together, I would not.
bacteria
I would not.
So just continue going around the table. I need to get up really quick, and then I'll have Andrew jump in with his if you had any questions or anything.
That's the first time I've ever seen him. So based on looks, I would, but I'd probably give him a haircut. Just a little bit.
Yeah, I feel like that's the first time I've seen him too, and I'm gonna say flat answer no.
Yeah, that's a no for me as well.
High standards. He's a multi-millionaire.
I don't think I would say yes.
Just throwing that
either.
out there.
I mean, it's really hard to judge people just off of looks because, like you were saying, I feel like you could like the image of a nerdy guy, but also nerdy guys I think you said like maybe they don't like you or something.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you look like you could be someone that's like super extroverted and like outgoing and
Yeah.
talkative, but like when you meet you in person, like you're pretty chill and mellow.
Yeah, definitely.
So that's
Do
probably.
you think that they think you're out of their league?
I hope not.
Are nerdy guys really on dating apps like that though?
Yes.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I'm sure there are. I also think it's kind of hard like to do the communication back and forth with like two people that are quite like shy, especially
Yeah.
like because somebody has to put in the effort, and usually it just kind of like somebody mentioned earlier dwindles down. Like it just kind of goes nowhere. It's like very much my experience.
Yeah, I agree.
I also feel
What
like
kind of content do you make on Twitch?
Just hot tub streaming, riding, blow up animals. I'm just kidding. No, I'm kidding. I'm sorry. I just do just chatting.
Mic licking. Do you do mic licking ASMR thing?
Yeah, it's mouth taps, all that. Yeah.
Eating your toenails?
Yeah. Whatever the people want to see, really.
She
No,
sells
it's
them
just
in little
chatting.
tubs.
I'm a really casual streamer. I stream like twice a week, maybe. A few hours just talking.
Do you play video games, any of that stuff?
I used to play video games a lot, but I got really annoyed with everyone wanting to like join the game. Like everyone's like, "Can I join?" I'm like, "No, dude, I want to play without you."
You're gonna bring me down.
Gotcha. Well, the reason I'm curious is if you were, let's say, trying to grow your following over on Twitch, you would say that you were into nerdy guys who were gamers, especially if you were doing gaming content, right?
Yes.
I think Twitch
I
viewers.
I was just curious.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that would make sense. I also think it would just, you like people who like the same things that you like, typically. But I also do have a pretty wide range. Like, I'm not strictly, if someone's a gamer, going to be like, wait, you don't game, freak. Don't talk to me.
Would you say that you're maybe interested in somebody who's more introverted than someone who's like super outgoing?
Can you pull your mic
No.
to the edge?
Me?
No. Yeah. Thank you.
I don't know. I think it just depends on the person.
Are you a homebody or no?
Oh yeah.
So would you be okay with dating someone who's not a homebody? Like
That
someone
would
who would take you out?
Probably be for the best, honestly.
Oh.
Get me outside.
Well, yeah, as long as you're open to it. Why not?
I don't think that I would have like a hard time dating. I think I've just kind of been like dismissive of it. I haven't like put too much effort into it. But
like
I
you
definitely
said, like, why waste your time?
Yeah, it wouldn't necessarily be a waste either. I just feel like just haven't done it. I don't know. It's like
I'd
if I
also,
met someone, I'd do
yeah,
it.
agree that LA is probably not the
The best place
the
to
best
date
dating
people.
spot to pick people from. But
Yeah, the
Yeah.
few dates I've been on have been like pretty nightmare. So I've just I'm good.
I want to
Tell
hear
us
about
more.
them.
Yeah. No,
Why are
just
they
like
nightmares?
talking to a wall. It seems sometimes.
Really?
They just like want to talk about every celebrity that they've ever met and how much
Oh,
money
God.
they make and.
Yeah. I was actually going to ask a question. Do you feel like maybe it's just based off of like location that maybe you're not finding the people that maybe you are better suited for, or do you think it's more so just the way online dating is right now?
Potentially. I also think like I could definitely be more active on it. Like I
Yeah.
could put more effort into it. It's me, right? Like I'm the problem.
There you go. All right. Actually, going around the table on this, are your parents still together?
Yes, for like 30 years now or something.
Oops. Go ahead.
Yes, for a really long time.
No, they were never together.
No.
Yes, for a long time.
Yeah, for 30 years, I think.
No.
My mom is deceased, but yes, they were together.
Okay.
And yes, mine were also together. And are still together.
Andrew, are you able to scoot your chair a little bit? We want to try to center you again, if you can.
Yeah.
Sorry, my OCD's fucking kicking in.
That better? That better, Brian?
Perfect. Thank you. Cool. Okay, so let's see. Oh, here's where we're gonna start, right? So some of you have maybe seen the show before. Maybe you've seen a clip of Andrew. Maybe you've seen a clip of Madison and you disagree with something. So we want to start off with, does anybody here disagree with anything I've said, Andrew has said, Madison has said, I've said, Nick has said, whatever it may be? That you've seen a clip or you've seen about the show?
I got a few.
All right.
Take out your notebook.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm trying to think of the ones I actually said in messaging.
Mm-hmm.
One of them being, I'm very curious why you keep your body count a secret, but then you kind of pester sometimes, not all the time, other people to share that information.
I don't think I pester.
Sometimes.
Pester has a very specific definition.
Yeah.
I'll usually, so for example, I might say, someone might hesitate to want to reveal the actual body count, and I might, for example, say, how about a range? And then I might, for example, if they refuse a range, I might say, well, is it over or under X number? Less than 10, more than 10? And if they do not want to even answer that, I'll typically relent and relent in the pestering, as you might say. And that's the extent of it, typically.
I've seen them say like single digits and you're like, okay, so 9.
Oh, I do this. I got,
Multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
I play that all the time.
I feel like that alone though makes the girls want to reveal it more because they're like, no, it's not that high. It's not a 9. It's 3.
Oh, I don't think, maybe, it's possible. Wait, Nick, did you lower the total audio? No. What's the audio for, no. Just the audio. What's the level at? What is the level at? Oh, it's a 90. Oh, that's weird. I don't know, my Stream Deck's low. Anyways, that's it.
Well, so I'm curious
That
why
I don't
you
reveal, I don't reveal my body count?
I mean, I have a lot, but yeah, that's one.
Okay, well. Oh, saved.
Andrew donated $100. I love the
Wait,
podcast.
here, we got
It's
it.
very
You gotta hide
interesting
him.
to hear the
Okay.
perspectives of different people from different parts of the country. Andrew is a Chad because I'm a Chad, and Brian, you're an amazing host. LY to
I'm okay.
Matt.
I'm all right. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it.
The League of Andrews continues to win.
There it is, the League of Andrews. Wait, Nick, scroll up in the sources on OBS.
Hey, what's
Here,
a
just
Chad?
hit the arrow next to the overlay folder so it just hides all that. It'll make it easier. So, to answer your question, well, I think body count matters. So I'm not going to reveal it for that reason.
I was going to say also, I think you direct that towards girls who would come on the come on the show and say that body count doesn't matter.
Yeah, I typically that question tends to be asked in response to women saying that they think body count doesn't matter, social construct doesn't matter. But then they have quite a bit of hesitation when it comes to revealing their own body count, which to me would indicate that they actually do think it matters.
Well, it's more like because you are going to reveal it to your partner, right? You're going to reveal the body count at some point. So it's already going to be out there. If you're like trying to hide that number because potentially you're scared that your significant other is going to judge you, but then you're going to reveal it when.
Are you talking about me or people in general?
I'm just talking about you in general. Because if you're trying to talk to a girl and date her, you're going to probably reveal that information.
Sure.
So it's already out there.
She's going to tell everyone.
Well, no, like I'm saying it's already out there as in like, might as well reveal. You're not trying to talk to any of your audience or the girls who come on like that, right?
What do you mean? I'm not.
She's implying if you're trying to date any of your
he's not trying.
people.
That's a bit of a stretch if that's the implication.
No. I'm saying like.
Do you think that the only people who are aware of this conversation are the people that are sitting at this table right now?
Well, that's why I said your audience.
But it's just. Right, but I'm out there in the ether. I'm out there in the public. So any statements that I make on this podcast are accessible to a great many people, whether they're potential romantic partners, business partners, whatever it may be.
But you're going to tell a girl either way.
If she asked me, sure.
So you're saying that somebody's going to leak his body count?
Well, it doesn't matter is my point, because she's going to find out either way.
Oh.
Like
for future partners.
Yeah.
It's better to disclose to a partner than a bunch of
than 500,000.
Yeah, it's plus I need to have an air of mystery about me, the viewers can't think,
just
that
ask Reddit.
certain things about me, so.
What is whatever podcast body count?
Ask AI.
I've never revealed it. Is that it? Is that the what else?
One.
What else you got? What else you got for us? You said you disagreed about everything.
I didn't say everything. Let's calm down.
Let me look.
I said most things.
Okay, you disagreed about most things. Let me just see. Wait, hold on. Okay, yeah, you mentioned that, the body count thing. You said that you disagree with the women only dating up comment.
Yeah.
Okay, what do you mean?
Well, I don't think women only date up. I think it's plain and simple.
Well, hypergamy is just the rule in general. Like I don't recall the exact number, but women, for example, overwhelmingly, I think it's like 93% of women date men who earn more than them.
Yeah, but you are generalizing. I just don't think it's true, though.
You don't think
but
it's true? Hypergamy is the rule.
It's a general statement, right? So when you're talking about hypergamy, you're not saying all. Nothing exists inside of a monolith. There's always going to be exceptions to every rule. It's the exception that proves the rule in this case. So, like if I were to ask you, if all things were equal, let's assume for a second you had two perfect clones. One man, you like the personality, in other words, and it was perfect clone, but one of the clones had millions of dollars and lots of really nice shit, and the other one didn't. Wouldn't you pick the one that had the really nice shit and the $1 million?
But then that goes on another level of like what mental they're at. Like, are they also like not go-getters?
All things are equal. They're the exact same. The only distinction
then how
is that one has a lot more shit than the other.
Alex donated $100. Body count doesn't necessarily matter overall. Women just need to understand that if you sacrifice your own body, you don't qualify for a higher caliber man. High status, tall, handsome, leader.
Tall is crazy. That's
Tall is crazy.
Oh, there's short kings out there. That's rough.
Like that
How tall are
doesn't
you?
happen in Pretty Woman.
5'8".
Yeah.
5'8". Do you have a height preference at all?
No.
No? You date a guy shorter than you?
I did. My ex.
You did?
My one ex.
Okay, there you have it.
But
did you guys want to continue with your?
Yeah, if you don't mind. So I guess the point is just to say that if the option is available, if you have two men who are roughly equal in your eyes as far as personality and things like this go, they're both pursuing you, but one has an amount of resources which is far superior to the other, wouldn't you generally go with the one that has a lot more in the way of resources?
Of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's basically all the descriptor of hypergamy is that men don't differ particularly too much between man to man, other than perhaps in looks, height differentials, things like this. But if you have them and they're close enough and one has a lot more resources than another, generally speaking, women seem to go for the one that has more resources. That's the point.
I don't know. It's because you said men are generally like similar, right? That's kind of a crazy statement.
Why?
Because that's not true. Like, depending on where you are in life, and it's just your surroundings and who you meet. Like, I'm not going and seeking these really wealthy men or looking for these wealthy men. It's just who's around me, right? So like, if
No,
it's
but we're not saying that you are, though. The point isn't to say that you're actively seeking or gold digging. There's plenty of women who don't actively seek and gold dig. The point is just to show that if the options are available, even if a man could maybe perhaps be, I don't know, slightly better on the personality, but just slightly less better looking and have more money than the alternative, we're just saying that the chances that the woman will go for the alternative becomes much higher.
Well, then,
doesn't that stand to reason?
Well, there's vice versa. If it's the same woman, the same thing with a man. Like,
No,
a man would...
It doesn't seem to necessarily be the same case for men. So men seem to not seek women out specifically for resources, or vice versa. Whereas vice versa, that does seem to be the case, is what I mean.
Well, let's pretend that it's old money. Let's say, like, I know there's a lot of problems with certain like men where they're like, oh, I don't want a working woman. Let's pretend it's old money and she inherited that, and it's two of the exact same, and one has tons of money and the other doesn't. You would also date the woman with tons of money?
You mean if all things were equal,
All
they were
things
the
are
exact
equal,
same
yes.
woman?
Yes.
Yeah, sure. And I think every man would say that that's true.
Yeah.
But the point here is, the reason we start with all things equal is just to break down, okay, you and I are in agreement that if there's resources which are added, it does add value, right? The distinction here for hypergamy is just to say that women seem to seek that value out a lot more than men do. That's the point. Just generally. It's not always the case, but it's just generally the case.
But do you
so
also...
we start even. I agree with you. For men and women, that would matter to a degree. I just think it matters a lot more to women. And this is what we see in the data and the trends.
But do you think that that's trending downwards as like newer generations?
No. It seems not to be trending downwards. As materialism trends upwards, it seems that we have more of this problem, not less of this problem. So, I mean, absent materialism, if men have lots of resources and you can net a man who has lots of resources, wouldn't that be your preference? Whereas for men, if you ask them that question, they say, some say yes, but most say not really. It's not really the thing that they're after is resources. Mostly after things like beauty, the ability to become a good mother, things like this. They're not really after your resources.
So you're saying Gen Z, Gen Alpha are answering that?
Answering what?
They're saying that they are still seeking out women who are good mothers and beautiful. That's still Gen Z, Gen Alpha.
Yeah, well, Gen Z is actually trends more conservative in the smaller percentile. So yeah, they do tend to answer that way. Interestingly enough, as millennials get older and their priorities change, it's the same thing. Men seem to answer that way then as well.
May I add something? So I agree with the initial statement that women typically look for men that kind of
resources.
Yeah, exactly. So, but I think where you're coming from is that, like, if you were to typically ask any woman in this generation, they're not going to say that outright. Yeah. Plus, in the dating world, there's not really typically a lot of suitors that bring that to the table as far as resources go.
Yeah, that's why we have such a lopsided issue, which is that as women are able to make more and more and more money, especially in resident fields like the medical field, things like this, men as the provider of resources, this has actually taken the market and flipped it on its head. So now there's actually a lot less men who are desirable from the biological trend of women. So they're still looking for men who make higher resources, but right now, women make a lot. in the way of the marketplace when it comes to money, home ownership. There's actually more homeowners who are single, and there will be more homeowners who are married in just 10 years who are women. So over men, which is crazy. So all that hypergamy is looking at is saying, listen, one of the big problems in the dating market is as women's resources drastically increase, you start to see that the lopsided way that they pick men has moved to a smaller and smaller percentage. That's the point.
So wouldn't that kind of contradict itself? That women, since it flipped its side on its head, now that...
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Seems simple. Men will not leave hot poor women to date ugly rich women. Women will leave an attractive poor man to date ugly rich men 100%. Brian, next time you need a remote in, put me in, coach.
Hey, Grid 1, good to see you in the chat, man. Thank you for your TTS. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, Grid 1 is awesome. Anyway, what's the contradiction you see?
So that women, like that you just said, the market kind of flipped itself on its head. So women are, creating their own resources. So now, wouldn't that mean that women are not seeking men for resources anymore?
No, they still. What's interesting about this trend is it makes my point, not yours, which is that as the market flips itself on the head and women are able to increase their resources, they seem to be vying for a smaller pool of men who have more resources than they have, whereas men are not following that trend.
Agreed. I think women just naturally want the best, so they're just going to select the best dating options. Even if they are making a lot of money, they're still going to want men who make more money than them. So no matter what, they're just going to select the man who has the most resources.
Add something to that too. I feel like a major trend too is you have a lot of I would say more of like a subpart, especially on social media, Instagram, TikTok, those types of things, where you have really strong women and they'll talk a lot of game about, I want a partner to match my lifestyle. And so you'll see a lot of the women that are, part of that top percentile of, wealthy women or educated women, whatever you would like to put it as, kind of living that life with those types of men versus like, okay, well, I found this guy in my little hometown, even though I'm super wealthy and he's just a good guy, but I'm going to give it a chance, even though I'm kind of picking him up. I feel like you see the offset side of that more often than not.
Right, they're not dating down is what you're saying.
Yeah,
they're
exactly.
Not dating down. That's the whole point, and that's kind of the push for what is talked about when we're talking about hypergamy, saying women aren't dating down, the trends don't show that they're dating down. One of the big reasons that they say that they get divorced is because they no longer feel equally yoked. They don't date down, generally.
And
it's not always the case, right? You're right. Nothing exists in a monolith. You can always point to exceptions, but the exceptions are what make that rule true.
The statistics on divorce is like 73% of divorces are initiated because of cheating.
What?
No.
Yeah, but it's a huge percentage.
That's incorrect. It's due to irreconcilable differences. Cheating is number 3 on the list.
Well, that is one of the differences.
I don't understand what your point is.
Yeah, how is cheating involved?
They don't want to put it on paper.
Because, the original thing was you objected to this idea that women tend to date up.
Well, I was interjecting the point because the statistics were like over 70% or it's because of cheating. That's what it...
No.
Let's assume it is, though. Let's assume it is. How is it relevant at all?
Because of his initial point about what he just said about divorce.
But the original conversation was about women having a tendency to date up. Let's just...
I see. I think I know what she's saying. Let me make sure I can get this, just be as maximum charitable as I can be. You're saying that you think that there's an alternative reason why divorces could be happening other than men and women being equally yoked. That's what you're saying.
That he brought up the point of divorce, so I read divorce statistics recently because of the show. It comes up a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but just so you understand, even if it were true that, let's say, the number one reason that divorces were happening is because men cheat. That's not true, by the way. But even if it was, that still wouldn't change the fact that women tend to not date down, and that in the case of divorce, even if I were to yield that to you, all other trends would still show that women tend not to date down.
I think you made made a good point about women getting more and more resources for themselves as they have more opportunities, and I think that's why newer generations would probably show eventually that there is more dating down, because like you said, if we're all in a pool that keeps trying to date up, like, I'm just confused how that would work as a society.
Well, let
We're
me
all just
explain
keep
how
going
it
up
works,
and up and
so
up.
that you know. Hang on, I can explain this to you so that you know. This is the big problem. This is why what is called the red pill exists, is because of this central keynote problem that you put in front of us right now, which is what happens when there's only a small amount of men who have enough resources to basically be above women in this respect. Well, what happens is all of the women start competing for that small amount of men. And if they can't get one by about age 30 or 34, they tend to settle down at that point. And if they settle down at that point, they can't have nearly as many children, and generally speaking, they have lived a promiscuous lifestyle. Not always, I'm just saying, again, we're talking in generalities, and that's what happens. That's why you have such a cultural societal trend that is so messed up right now. The actual existence of what is considered the red pill on the dating market is exactly a response to this question that you currently asked.
Can I, kind of to piggyback on that too, I feel like there was a segment on an episode a while ago where the conversation kind of came up where it was about girls dating the hot guy or getting with him or fucking him or whatever, and he doesn't really have to do anything, but the nice guy comes along and say he's just kind of average, whatever, she'll settle, I guess you could say, because that...
Jayakin donated $100. With women dating up, here's an example. 50 Shades of Grey is only romantic because the guy's a billionaire.
Yeah.
If he was living in a trailer, it'd be a Criminal Minds episode.
Agreed.
Well put, Jay. Well put.
I mean, he's not lying. There was a movie years ago with Demi Moore called Indecent Proposal. Anybody ever seen Indecent Proposal?
No.
Well, there's
Inside
also,
of the
like,
inside of the movie, a rich billionaire approaches a married couple who wants to sleep with the wife, and so offers $1 million to sleep with the wife. What, of course, made the movie interesting is because, again, that was exploring this problem of will the woman trade up, and in the movie she did. In the movie she did trade up. So yeah, there's a little bit of wisdom to that super chat, to be honest with you.
You had something really quick, and then I'm going to chime in. Go ahead.
Yeah, so what I was saying is it kind of relates to this almost because you have a lot of girls who will get with a really, wealthy guy, hot guy, whatever, and obviously if she's not up to his certain type of standard, or maybe she's not yoked with him at that point, most of the time if she gets kind of kicked off or ghosted or whatever, there's always that chance she finds the guy who comes along who will pick her up just enough where she's not scraping by and she'll settle. And I feel like that's kind of like, I would say her version of, well, I was dating up, I'm dating up, and then it's the settling point, which I would say would lead to more like divorce rates because they're not happy. They didn't essentially get what they wanted in the end. So that's kind of from what I've seen from personal experience of seeing those types of situations and the trends.
So wait, to bring it back, your position is essentially, broadly speaking, women are not really interested in dating up? Is that, like, can you restate your position?
It was more that I think that's just not true. Like, I don't think women...
What's not true?
I don't think they date up. Because
in general?
I think newer generations.
Can I add?
Let me ask you a question, if you don't mind. The average age, according to the U.S. Census Bureau, for marriage is approximately 30.5 years old for women in general. Why do you think that is?
Wait, prioritize Discord.
I'm guessing you're going to say because they tried to date up and it didn't work out, right? That's your point?
Well, whether it is or it isn't, I'd like to hear why you think it is that women are getting married at 30 years old when clearly their fertility at that point is going to be drastically reduced in comparison to if they had gotten married when they were in their 20s. Why do you think they're waiting until they're in their 30s?
Well, trends are now showing that's because they're now trying to focus on careers.
Right. So they're trying to focus on resources, right?
Yes.
Okay, so they feel like it takes X amount of time for for them to have some kind of resources and safety net and things like this that they can fall back on, and then they'll focus on getting married. Now, do you think that generally speaking, women are marrying men who make more money than them or less money than them?
Right now, probably more.
Probably more. So if you were to put all of this together, what would you say? What would be your synopsis for why this phenomenon is happening now and it's never happened before in history?
What you're saying this has never happened before in history? That women dating up?
No. It's never happened before in history where women are waiting until they're in their 30s on average to get
Well,
married.
it's because they're getting more rights now, and they're able to.
Well, they've
work.
had rights. They've had rights, for 70 years, and even then, the trend still showed women were getting married when they were younger. Men, on average, get married when they're younger too. So the question becomes really here: why is it that women are waiting till they're in their 30s to get married? Well, do you want to know what the responses from these surveys are for why they say that they're waiting until they're in their 30s to get married? What do you think that they are, if you had to guess?
Because they're waiting for the right person.
Well, they also say they're waiting to find somebody who's equally yoked with them and has financial stability. And when they get married, they're getting married to men generally who have more resources than they have. So that's not always the case, right? But they tend to settle when they're in their 30s. And in their 20s, they're looking for these, I don't know what you would call them, the Omega Chat or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They seem to be looking for that. And this is just what the data shows over and over again. So I would actually like to hear why you think what the alternative to this is in your mind. What is the alternative explanation?
To dating up? What's the alternative?
No, to why women are waiting until so late in life.
Yeah, it's because, like we were talking about, there's more possibilities for women. Like, we can go look at like Asian fertility rates and things like that. The birth rates going down as they are able to work more and more because they want to have a full career.
Right. So there's more options for them until they get into their 30s, and then the options begin to narrow. And so what do? What do they do when those options begin to narrow in their 30s?
If they settle, don't you think that's dating below them? If they're
settling can be, yeah, but even then, they tend to at least settle with somebody who makes on par the amount of money they make or more than they make. So again, you say that it's because the options, right? They have so many more options when they're younger. We totally agree. They have tons more options when they're younger. They're looking through all of those options, but when the options begin to narrow, that seems to be when they settle, right?
If I could jump in here too, why do you think women don't date up? You even just said that women settle for someone who makes equivalent or below.
My point about the settling was, in his mentality, not dating up is settling, right? So a lot of times if they can't date up.
What about your mentality?
If I'm dating someone who makes less than me?
If you're dating a broke guy, would you consider that settling?
No. Not necessarily at all.
Okay, so do you think women in general, though, would...
Wait, tilt your mic down.
Do you think women in
There you go.
Do you think women in general, if they dated men who could not financially provide for them, would consider that settling, as opposed to the ideal of dating someone who financially could take care of them, which would be women dating upwards?
And that's why I think it's more of a generational debate. I think younger generations start thinking, no, it's not settling, but if we get into...
So you don't think modern women want to date men who can financially...
The average age of marriage is increasing. It's not decreasing.
Nick, boost the
audio.
It's like,
I don't understand. I'm trying to figure out where it is that you're coming from here. Because I think I get the worldview. I think I understand. We start with the monolith. You dismiss the monolith. That's fair, right? We're talking in generalities here. But you yourself, aren't you on essentially the same path, right? You're going to wait until you're educated and you have, something to fall back on, possibly a good nest egg. You're not in any rush. Is it inconceivable to you that you yourself will end up being one of these women who probably gets married later in life at 29, 30, 31?
No, I completely see myself getting married way later than...
Right, so you're following the exact same trend
a little bit.
that most of them are. You're exploring the options. Now, if Mr. Right comes in before then, and he's, a football player with millions of dollars, and wants to marry you, that might change drastically your outlook,
A little more.
No, because it's not necessarily on him, it's on me. Am I prepared for that?
That's what I'm asking you. If Mr. Right came in tomorrow,
millions of dollars? No,
he was
'cause-
Rico Suave and he had millions of dollars swept you off your feet, wouldn't you drastically reevaluate your situation?
Not at all. Why would I depend on
No?
someone with millions of dollars? What if he leaves me? Like, there's like,
And what happens if he leaves you and he has millions of dollars and you're married to him? What happens?
oh, there's definitely a prenup. Most people are somewhat smart about that, I would say.
A lot of these millionaires, surprisingly, don't get prenups. They don't get them. The women convince them not to get them, and they don't get them. So if a guy wasn't going to get a prenup with you, had millions of dollars, he's Rico Suave, he sweeps you off your feet right this second, what the hell would you ever have to work again for or rely on anything for? Wouldn't you go for it, or would you still wait until your education was done?
I would 100% wait. Like, I've dedicated so many years to my education. That would be such like a loss.
Do you value different resources? Is that why you said no to if you dated a broke guy that wouldn't be dating down?
Yeah, I mean, value them as a human more than their resources. Like, if they're just a good person.
Sure, but in like do you plan on having kids?
Yeah.
So in your grand scheme of your life, do you, I guess, put finances at the bottom, even though finances do go into a lot of having kids, getting a house, having a comfy lifestyle?
Well, I've always planned on working, so like it's not really a concern to me if they're the stay-at-home dad. That's never like,
okay,
that's not a concern for me at all.
That's why I asked. Oh,
7 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 donated $100.
Oh wow, that's
my
a
sprinkler goes like this.
Oh, that was actually really good.
Comes back like this.
Good. Here, wait. Let me. Thank you, sprinkler guy. Okay. Let me have a little back and forth with you here for a little bit. So, you mentioned one that you've been really focused on your education. Do you think that? Do you think that men will find you more attractive because of your educational achievement?
Maybe. Depends
Maybe.
what man.
Okay. Okay. I mean, I was just going to make the point that generally speaking, I would say men are not, like, your career success or your ambition or your educational achievement, it's not going to make you more attractive.
I think
to
smart men might.
No, not really. Suppose it depends on your definition of smart, but I don't think men, that's really a big part of the calculus when it comes to what men find attractive in a partner.
I have a question. So in that case, what would you say men do find attractive when looking for a partner when it comes to a woman's status as far as her
They
finances
don't.
and
They don't
career
care
at
anything
all?
about status.
Yeah.
Like
Status
even
is
if,
irrelevant.
like no work, still lives with her parents in her 20s.
That's preferable.
Yeah, that's preferable.
Those are, yes, if she lives with her parents, it's probably more likely that she's not
well-adjusted,
going out on the weekends doing hoe shit on the weekends.
I mean, in general, are men more willing to take care of somebody else other than women? I don't think that women would generally, I would say that you're more like an exception, right? Women are more like inclined to say, no, I don't want to take care of this person. I want to like take care of myself. But men in general are more willing to say, you know what, you don't have a job, let me take care of you.
They want to
I
provide.
think
Yeah,
men are way
100%.
Yeah,
less
and
judgmental about that than a woman.
when
would be.
when men start to make a lot of money, they think, oh great, I can provide for my wife, I can provide for my family, I can provide for my kids. What I've seen a lot with women is when they start making a lot of money, they think, I don't need a man.
Yeah.
It's two very different perspectives.
I 100% agree.
Well, and
with that.
let me follow up with this too.
Wait, Nick, can you boost it a little bit?
As of right now, have you yourself financially supported any men?
Like, no, I'm 25 years old.
Well, I mean, but you've dated men.
I mean,
in that 25
yes,
years.
he had to borrow money a lot. Yes.
You had to borrow money a
No,
lot?
he did.
To what?
He did.
Yeah.
To do what? To
do
fly
what?
you out?
No, just to live.
To live?
To live
To
life.
live?
And you're okay
Wait,
with that?
so hold on.
So, I think
Here, I've got a question for you. So, okay. There's a female attorney who's 30.
Okay.
Actually, let's do 35. 35-year-old female attorney, 35-year-old male attorney.
Okay.
Which one do you think is more willing to date an attractive 25-year-old who works at a Starbucks?
Oh gosh.
The man or the woman?
You know the answer, Kirby.
I know the
You
answer. Yes, a man. Yeah, I do think.
Why? Why?
I don't want to say why. I feel like
Well, hey, why? Why?
Wouldn't that
I think
be-
I'm generalizing by saying these statements. I think I'm
These
completely
are general
generalizing.
statements. He's just asking more likely. That is a general statement.
Well,
So
yes.
who's more likely? You say it's more likely it's going to be the man. Why?
I think men more often think with their penises. I'm gonna be
How I don't see how that's thinking with
to
a penis.
want to be with a young pretty woman.
No, it's
I wouldn't
it's
want to be
not
having
dating
a
about being
conversation.
pretty.
We're having your position is that women actually don't date up.
Nickelodeon donated $100. What'd be the difference in your life between dating and not dating someone over the next 5 years? If it works, you're happy, if not, still lonely. I did the same thing, BC health issues, and regret it.
Wow, Nickelodeon. What'd be the difference in your life between dating and not dating someone over the next 5 years? Is this for the whole panel or just for her?
If it works, you're happy.
I don't really get the question.
I don't either.
Possibly like her
I
not
think he's
dating
saying
now
if it-
versus her dating after she gets her degree and
Yeah, Nickelodeon saying
why
that
wait?
she regrets waiting. She regrets waiting
Waiting.
Oh, okay.
over this 5-year course. That's all.
I mean, I had a boyfriend for some of it.
Well, no, it's not specifically. So Nickelodeon's saying, I've been in the situation where I waited, and I wish I hadn't waited over the 5 years. And so she's asking you specifically, do you think that it's better to wait or not wait? And what do you think the repercussions in your life will be as an entailment of that? That's what the question is.
Didn't they also talk about their own mental health if you don't date and you're in like a mentally?
They said health in
there's
general.
they were-
so-
yeah.
Yeah.
But there's health issues now. So, I mean, I would say that there's nothing wrong with you waiting, right? You have your own priority set right now. That opinion might change later on, and then there's always going to be.
Nick,
there's-
can you pull up the chart? Continue. Go ahead.
There's always going to be like repercussions for taking those actions. Although you're not interested in dating right now and you're focusing on in your career where there's nothing wrong with it, you'll be able to have, you'll be able to financially support yourself and somebody else if you so choose to, but the range of men that might be available to you is going
It's going to be
to
significantly
it's gonna be
smaller with every year that goes
Wait,
by.
Nick, can you
essentially.
pull up the chart?
But I mean,
Nick,
if you feel
Nick.
like the reward afterwards, which would be like what you guys might consider a high valued man who makes a good living, is good to you and treats you well, if that's a good enough reward and it's like worth the wait, then there's nothing bad with it. You just have to keep in mind that there's going to be repercussions to waiting.
I don't think there's repercussions. People get divorced all the time. Like the divorce rate's like 50%. It's like,
But you can choose to not get divorced and stay in a relationship and fight for it.
well, no, I'm saying at me. I'm not
Yeah.
saying like I'm getting married and then get divorced. I'm saying like
Right. In general.
What?
The dating pool it's funny, right? It's
Yeah.
Infographics folder.
No, I think I understand what was the donator Nick. Nickelodeon. Because I personally, I'm going on my 4th year of being single. Not really going on dates, talking to guys because I want to focus on my career and just working on myself as a person. I also was going through health issues and just wanted to put dating completely on the back burner. And now I'm 24 years old, and I don't necessarily regret that, but I am at a point where I'm thinking it wouldn't have been a bad idea to start looking around or maybe dating around when I was a little younger, because I do want to have children and settle down at some point. And already being 24, I've only got like 3-ish more years to find someone if I want to start having children and get married young still. So I understand what they're saying about regretting staying single for so long, but I don't have regrets. I'm happy.
Do you have the chart? Okay, so I don't know if this is what you're kind of referencing. We've brought this chart up before, hypergamy. Whom men would happily partner with, you have on the left, and then on the right, whom women would happily partner up with. So men are pretty content and very willing to partner up with women who are their equivalents, but typically what you have happening is women are chasing after like the top percentage of men.
You want me to? Okay, sorry. To add to this, I was just.
Do you agree? You disagree with this chart? You think this is actually no? The one on the left is actually would be representative of both men and women.
This graphic is crazy.
Let me.
So men choosing women.
So hold on.
women choosing
Let's
men.
use an example from your dear friend over here, who you live with. She's currently on a dating app, and she says she gets 30 likes a day, but she only likes one of them.
Sometimes.
Per day. So what percentage is that? 3%?
I can also.
She only finds 3% of the men who like her. So she's not like sending likes out. She's picking. This is on Hinge. She's picking from the men who've already shown a demonstrated interest in her. So if she was so inclined, all of those guys she could probably like fuck that night if she wanted to.
Ooh. And I can even say from personal experience, like being on Tinder prior to my relationship, I had about 3,000 likes or so in that range.
Whoa.
Well, it's Vegas, so it's a little different. You got me beat, girl. But like even then, like I can honestly and openly say, like I definitely was very choosy. Like I didn't go after a guy who, like I would read bios. I wasn't like going based off of looks, but I would definitely like see, like, okay, is this guy even really worth my time, especially where I was at, because I was a student, I was getting my education, I was taking care of my parents, working, doing the whole shebang at a younger age, and I was like, okay, I'm looking for somebody within my age range, even older. Is this worth my time? Like, is this person worth my time? And I, was, again, doing that 3% thing, where I may be picking, like, out of 100 that day.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. IDGAF about my wife's education, none, or career. She's a hyper smart mother, crazy about our kids, my belly and my baby gravy. In turn, I'm motivated to make her happy through my labor/protection.
Yo, I'm so glad.
And this doesn't surprise me at all, right? So the super chatter here is saying he doesn't give a shit about any of that, and why would he? She's providing the best possible function for him that he could imagine, which is that when he comes home, his kids are clean, they're fed, they're well taken care of. That's what he cares about. I don't blame him. Like, that's, what else could she ever want? You know what I mean? That's what a great life. And that's what that chatter there is saying. So
Sorry, I don't want to cut him
Go
off.
ahead.
Do you think the disconnect is that you seem like the provider type? Like you seem like you want to be the provider in in your future relationship?
What do you mean the disconnect?
Like, I guess or maybe not disconnect, but like the back and forth, it seems like we're talking about generalization, like you and Andrew, but you seem like you want to provide for your partner, and the general opinion is like, oh, a woman is looking for a provider when she gets pregnant, 9 months, someone needs to financially provide for her. So if you go with, or if you date down or date a broke guy, how is he going to provide for you for that, for when you're pregnant if you do want kids?
Like, do you see yourself as a provider in a relationship?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Is that your preference? Do you want to be the provider in a relationship?
Like the breadwinner, like, because you said the stay-at-home dad thing, which is completely valid, but I guess how would, in your mind, I'm just curious of how you think it would work in the future when you are pregnant at home, and you, like, would you save up all that money and only you, or would he go to work for those 9 months?
Well, there's maternity leave where you still get paid.
So in general, you're still okay with being the provider?
Oh, I'm just a little confused by the 9-month comment, because you're working.
Well,
and
I know. Like 9 month, or like when you want to stay home for your kids. I mean, in the field that you want to go to, like, are you guaranteed maternity leave for all that time? You know what I mean?
I'm not 100% on this, but I'm pretty sure that there is regulations in most of the employment field with maternity leave.
Aside from the regulations.
That completely and totally depends. And sometimes it's not paid maternity leave. So maybe they'll give you the time off, but that doesn't mean that you're getting a paycheck while you have the time off.
Yeah.
So no, it completely depends on what your employer and you have agreed to beforehand. So, diving into this, it would be, instead of kind of pivoting over to what about maternity leave, though, you may not qualify for paid maternity leave. So
You make a lot of money.
kind of diving back into her question, I'd like to know what the answer to it is.
Well, I would hope that I am somewhat responsible in a period of my life where I have enough saved then.
But why is it all on you? Because again, I understand your point of like, if you want to be the breadwinner, that's fine. You don't have to fall into the generalization. But I guess me personally, I'm more of like it's probably not the right word, but equalist of like, hey, we're both going to work equally to do this or save up or whatever. So I guess in your, like, don't mind if he's a stay-at-home dad, how would that work? I'm just curious.
Well, I was saying I wouldn't mind if they worked either. Like I don't know who my potential partner in the future is going to be, so I can't dictate like what I would necessarily. I'm not choosing for. I'm only looking for stay-at-home dads, or I'm only looking for someone who makes this amount of money. But like in that reality, I don't think it's. I think it's becoming more and more common, and for a stay-at-home dad, like in the 9 months, like. He can help around the house. He can help more with the baby. Like I can do remote work. Like
Hold on, wait. Okay, I got a question here. Okay, so going around the table on this, who should pay on the first date? Starting with you.
I don't really care. I feel like I usually owe them if they. I mean, I've only been on one date. Who am I kidding? So like.
Did he pay? Did he pay on that date?
Yeah, but then I paid for other things because I don't like owing people money, and if I'm not pursuing a relationship, I feel like weird about having other people pay for me.
Okay. What were the other things you paid for?
Like I cooked.
You paid for food that you cooked for him? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, ingredients.
So okay, the reason I asked the question is because you said stay-at-home dads are what becoming like. You'd be cool with that?
Or she said they're becoming like more common, I think.
Yeah. Normalized.
More normalized.
Trendy.
Yeah.
So as a guy, let's say I hop on a dating app right now and I go on the dating app with the same expectation that a lot of women have, that the women's expectations, generally speaking, not all the time, is the guy should pay for the first date.
Okay.
Now, in what world can I ever hop on a dating app where my expectation is she's going to pay for the first date? The best I can maybe get is to split. There's never a world where I can ever go on a date with a girl and anticipate or expect or feel entitled to her paying for the first date.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of people have.
Would that be a losing strategy for me to expect to go on a first date and expect the girl to pay? She pays for me and herself.
I think you should go in with the mindset, at least I'm paying 50-50.
Is that how you think women go in to dates, generally speaking?
I'm expecting I could pay the full bill.
It's probably split, but it's probably like split between like 50-50 or the guy's going to pay, but it's almost never I'm going to pay for the date.
I don't know what to expect. What if their card gets declined?
This is so ridiculous. Look, let's dive into this. Let's make this super easy, because essentially you're just pretending you have no standards and nobody believes you. Literally nobody believes that this is true at all.
I didn't
So
say
let me
I
ask
didn't
you
have
this.
standards. Let's calm down here.
Well, then you have to stop pretending that you don't, because you seem to always want to point towards an exception or an outlier, right? So Brian asked simply, he's saying, do you think it's a good strategy to go on a dating app with the expectation that the woman's going to pay for you, or that it's even going to be a 50-50 split? Does that even seem like a reasonable strategy for the average guy to go into a dating app considering? Does that even seem reasonable to you, honestly?
I don't think that's reasonable for the woman or the man to expect that.
Yeah, okay, but who do you think? Why would it not be reasonable for the woman to expect that?
To expect that the man's going to just completely pay for a date?
Yeah, since they always do. Like, why would that be unreasonable for a woman to expect that, considering that they always do that?
That's a lot of trust in other humans.
Can I jump in
What do
here?
you mean? What do you mean trust?
Well,
I'd just be like, hey, pick me up at 6 and you're paying. That it's not even complex, is it?
But a card can get
convention,
declined. That was my point. Like, things can happen.
But-
there are
Yeah,
other
okay, so
factors.
you bring your oops, this guy's a bum wallet with you, right? But that aside, for the most part, it seems like how is it possible that you won't concede that it's a viable strategy for a woman to go in to dating with the expectation a man will pay for everything, but it's really not a viable strategy for a man? That doesn't seem ridiculous to you?
That I'm saying that I just don't trust humans in general is my point. Like, I don't think anyone should expect.
Yeah, but it's not about you and your preferences or your trust. It's asking you a question about how the interpersonal dynamics between men and women. And the question remains, is it a more viable strategy for women to have the expectation that men will pay for dates? Or is it more viable that the expectation men should have is that women will pay for dates? Honestly.
In general.
Sure.
Just agree, bro.
I think that they're trying to like make you feel like how can you word it, like, because you were saying that women don't date up, right? Or that your belief is that women don't date up, and that it all sounds like they're trying to tell you no, they do date up, they only date up
Because they do.
In general they do, and I think that you have your own personal belief, but there's like a generalized concept of like women and men going on dates and men paying for the first date in general.
Just a social convention or social
Yeah.
whatever.
So like if
assumption.
someone's on a dating app and you're like, if I'm a man and I'm hitting on this woman and then we decide to go on a date, technically like 80% of the time, I'm just throwing a random number out there, 80% of the time, the man is going to be expected to pay for the date. So that's more of like a generalized.
But do you think if the woman offers to like, oh, I can take, like, let's go on a date or go to a date,
For
do you
me,
think they'll pay then?
If I ask somebody to go on a date, I'm paying.
Yeah.
Grid 1 Motorsports
I have
donated
something
$100.
after this.
I realize it is asking a lot, but can we get the Dollar Tree stripper back somewhere close to reality? We all know she has never actually paid for a date and dates men based on Theo wallet. Be better.
Dollar Tree stripper.
Thank you, Grid 1 Motorsports. Appreciate it. Who's the Dollar Tree stripper?
I'm gonna guess me, but
that
I've
you?
only been on one date, so like, what is he gonna?
You're not Dollar Tree. You're higher than that.
Wait, so
Yeah,
okay.
so then he was right though. He's not
Actually, I paid-
not about the Dollar Tree, not about the Dollar Tree thing. But he was right when he said that you've never paid for a date in your life.
No, I have actually with my ex-boyfriend. We went on lots of dates.
What? Wait, no. You said that you've only ever been on one date. That's your words. One date.
Outside of
Count
my
them.
ex.
That's one. Now, you can't say, and also I went on these other dates outside of this one date, because that wouldn't make any sense. So you went on one date, and on the one date, you didn't pay. So Grid 1 said, you've never paid for a date in your life? He's right.
Outside of my
Right.
ex, yes. Correct.
So
Got
you've been
me.
on more than one date then?
I've been only on a random date with a random person once, right?
And
I
you
was
did- and
already
did you
dating
pay
my
for it?
boyfriend when we went on
Right.
dates.
And you didn't pay for that date, right?
The one date, no, I didn't.
Right. So then,
I offered.
Ipso facto, the logic here is all of the dates that you consider dates that you've ever been on, you've never paid for any of them.
Yep, 100%.
100% success rate.
Oh, 100%. The one success rate.
I have
Just saying the chatter was right. That's all.
Yeah, of course.
I have a
I'm also a dollar
scenario
store
here.
stripper.
I have a scenario here. So, okay, your position is that generally speaking, women really aren't dating up. Is that correct?
It's the general statement.
That's your position. Okay. So let's do a scenario. So you have a high status individual.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of an actual celebrity example I could give. Let's say you have
Elon
Musk.
Yeah, you were talking about him today.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of like who's a dude that a lot of women like.
Leonardo
Brad Pitt.
DiCaprio.
Johnny Depp.
Oh, Jacob Elordi. Don't people like
Oh, there you go.
Let's just say like a famous musician, famous actor, whatever. He's in a bar.
Drake.
Okay, we can use Drake.
Yeah.
Fuck it, we'll use Drake.
He's got that snake.
Drake is okay. Drake's in a bar. Drake's in a bar,
Okay.
and there's a bunch of women in the bar, and there's like 21-year-old, really attractive nobody women in the bar, and then there's like a 33-year-old average woman who's very successful, and maybe she's got a bit of status herself. Maybe she's also, a singer or something, and she's had a couple hits herself. Who do you think that he's going to go after?
To sleep with.
Anything.
Dating, sleeping with any of it?
Having a relationship.
Well, I think relationship-wise, it depends, because you see his past relationships if you want to pull up actual him.
Okay.
And he's dated
Doesn't
both.
he date like
He dates-
IG model?
He dates singers.
Yeah, usually IG.
But
models.
men generally only care if a woman is attractive and has good motherly qualities, whereas
Wait,
women.
sorry. Go ahead. I'll
Whereas
continue.
women typically want to be taken care of by their man, which is why they date uppies. They want that security, and they want the financial responsibility that if they do have kids or if they're 9 months pregnant, they're not going to have to worry about that, and they have security both financially and just overall, and that's why women typically date up. And I think you are an outlier, but to say generally women think like you, I think is completely wrong.
Well, I was saying in younger generations it could be different. I don't think.
No, it's worse in the younger generations.
I feel like
it's worse.
I feel like it's more trendy to date up,
Well,
especially on everything else.
You're not dating intentionally right now, right?
Yeah.
Because you're focusing on your career. What I think is that a lot of modern women are moving that way because they're either gonna date up or not date at all. Because they want to focus on whatever they're doing, get their bag or whatever.
Okay, so I made an error in presenting this scenario. So the scenario is not this. The scenario is actually from the perspective of the perhaps interested individual. So let's say you have I'm trying to think here. Let's say you have a 25-year-old guy, and he has a choice of going after the really hot 21-year-old girl in the bar, who's got no following on Instagram, but she's really attractive, or there's a 33-year-old, I don't know, who's fucking Rihanna. Okay. Rihanna, sure. Okay.
He's going for Rihanna. Who
No,
wouldn't?
he's not. He's not.
Crazy. What?
No, there's not going to be a bunch of dudes like wanting to get at Rihanna if there's like more physically attractive women in that environment. However, if you place women in that same environment and there's just like a 21-year-old attractive guy versus a 33-year-old average looking woman who's rich and has a bunch of status, they're not going to all like, oh yeah, I really want to like sleep with her and date her. No, they're going to gravitate towards the younger, attractive women.
Aren't you also
who have
like,
no status?
But then that's more of the actual idea of like fame and like the fake image of fame and.
Right, dating up, status, and that status can be.
So status is dating up,
status
even if they're
doesn't need to be fame, right? You can have. There's other ways that men can achieve status. Maybe they have status in their work or something like this.
Yeah.
Maybe they just have tons of cash, but not be what you would consider traditionally famous. So that's all that's being stated. Is a follow-up question here too. I'd like to ask you. You do plan on at some point getting married, I'm guessing, or no?
Yep.
Okay. Are you planning then, since you have this career, on having your children be babysat by babysitters, or do you plan on staying home and taking care of your kids?
My family can help.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, that's just dumping them with somebody else, right? Are you planning on staying home with them or not?
No.
You're not planning on staying home with your kids?
No, I think working a 9 to 5 and then coming home after.
And do you think that it's optimal for kids that they don't have a stay-at-home mom, or that they do have a stay-at-home mom?
Optimal, I think either could work.
I didn't ask if either could work. I asked which one you think is
Tony
optimal.
donated $100. Esme makes my sprinkler go TS.
It sounded better before.
Yeah, which thing do you think is more optimal for the children?
Optimal for the children? Well, optimal is both parents stay at home.
Who's paying the bills?
That's not.
That's the most optimal, though. Like, I don't get that question. Like,
In a realistic scenario.
That's not. So instead of giving a dishonest answer, give an honest answer. One parent is going to have to work. There's no way around that, generally, right? But two parents don't have to work, again, generally. In that situation, do you think that it's optimal if one parent does not have to work to choose to work when they could stay at home with their kids?
Do I think it's optimal that this is such a loaded question, because you're saying if you
Why
had
is
to
it
choose
loaded?
one, if you had to, like,
There's always going to be one.
you're
Not loaded.
if you do you love your mom or dad more?
It's not who you
Choose.
Pick
That-
an
now that's-
answer.
but, like-
now hang on. When we dive into this, so I'll answer your question first, okay? Love my dad more.
That's
Does
crazy.
that make you feel better? Now,
that's crazy.
To you, can you actually answer my question?
I don't think it's optimal. No,
You think you don't think which thing is optimal?
I do not think a mom staying at home is optimal.
Really?
So what is optimal?
I think see, that's the thing. I think optimal is depending on
strangers
each
raising your kids.
situation.
You think that strangers raising your children is optimal?
Why are we assuming that both my parents worked growing up? I don't care what you say if you're like, oh, makes
Was that
sense now.
optimal?
There's after school programs. There's things, and then you go home. You see your parents a perfect amount of time. You see them all
What
the
makes
time
it
on
a
weekends.
perfect amount of time? What would be your frame of reference to make the determination that was a perfect amount of time? Wouldn't it have been better if your mom had stayed home with you?
Not necessarily. I love to see where my mom is in life. I love to see her success.
No, for you, not for her, for you.
Yeah, for me, it's a great role model. I like looking up to my mom. So I think, yes, it was optimal for me.
So you can't actually say right now, right this second, in front of everybody, that you actually believe that it's not optimal to have a mom stay at home with her children. I just want that reaffirmed.
That's why I said it's a loaded question. I think it's determining.
It's not loaded.
It depends on the household. But the reason I'm saying it's not optimal, if you give me the choice of two, yes or no, I'm saying no.
Okay, well then let's get hyper specific, because otherwise you'll make the bold claim that it's loaded. You have two parents in the household. One makes enough money where the other one doesn't have to work, but they won't be able to do all their vacations and fun time and stuff like this, but the mom can stay home with the kids, should she?
And I'm going to give a direct example. My parents, my dad was well off, where my mom did not have to work, but she chose to. And I...
What?
So, question.
Wait, you're
And that was optimal?
That was optimal, yes.
your dad.
And so if you were to take all of the research, it's because you like research, that's been done on this topic, showing whether or not the outcomes for children who are in a home where they have a present parent, which outcomes are better for children?
But what do you mean present parent? Because she was very present. It's just you had to...
No, who stay at home with the children. I'm sorry. Stay at home with the children versus babysitters and outsourcing childcare. The mom stays home. Which outcomes for the children generally are better, with or without the stay-at-home
You're acting
mom?
like they're sleeping in the office. They're...
Which ones are generally better for the children? Which ones?
Having a parent figure around or not having a parent figure around.
No, that's not my question. Out of these two, these two summarizations, one, you have a mom who stays at home, two, you do not. That's it. Those two things. There can't be both, right? Just one or the other. The outcomes for the children in those situations do better under which model?
The mom staying home.
Right, the mom staying home. So, wouldn't that then, if you thought that you wanted the best outcomes for children, lead your logic into the belief that if the mom can stay home, she should?
Not necessarily, because in my, like I said, in my case,
in general.
You say there has been like stats of that when a child or children have their mother figure specifically present, especially in the first years of life. And I get it, like you're saying 9 to 5, come home. Okay, great. But like, I'm talking like around the clock for those first couple of years, or I don't know what the exact statistic was, but they have way less like mental issues, and just in general, they are better off when they grow up to have that. I forget what it's called, but like when a mother gives birth to their child, that bond or whatever, like that touch to touch, that mental bond that keeps going through their first 1 year, 2 years, whatever, and to not have that, or to have that be lesser, could negatively impact them. So I'm saying, I think he's saying statistically, I think it's optimal for the woman to be home, or the mother.
Okay, so hold on. So can you tell us a little bit of details, and then we're going to move on. We lingered way too long. So your dad was well off.
Nickelodeon donated $100. Apparently Dad was only communicating with the nanny, which is why JoJo doesn't know how to communicate with men. You still think Mom was a good role model?
That's hard.
Do you want to respond to it?
I don't know how to talk to people. I agree.
Okay.
It's wholeheartedly.
All right,
I do have a question for her.
Hold on. We have another one coming in. Hold on.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $100. Men are proven better at child rearing, but they are also better providers, so the best case is the mom stays home and does what the dad says. When it comes to the children, the patriarchy is here for you.
Based.
I just love Grid 1 Motorsports, by the way.
Yeah.
Got to be my favorite chatter to this point.
Oh, he's super based. Super based. Wait, okay, so my question for you is, you said your dad was well off. What are we talking here?
What do you mean?
When you say well off, like, it sounds like your mom didn't have to work.
Mm-hmm.
But she chose to anyway?
Yeah.
Did you have to pay for, or did they have to pay for childcare so that she could go to work?
Yeah, we had babysitters, after school programs.
Even though she didn't have to work?
Mm-hmm.
How much was she making? Do you know?
Oh, she's a lawyer.
She's a lawyer? Your dad, I assume, is...
He's well off. I'll just say that.
Is he a business owner? Or?
Business, corporate stuff.
He earned more than your mom?
Yeah.
Well, hold on. You have an example in your own life of a woman dating up.
But he wasn't up. He wasn't up when they met.
Huh?
He wasn't up when they met. He was like...
She married him, right?
They were high school sweethearts. But he was like a high school dropout, pretty much. So what do you say then? They got married and he was like a high school dropout.
Okay.
Oh. So she married down in
maybe
this
she saw the potential.
That's crazy.
She saw the potential. In any case, the man she ended up with and married to was so well off that he could have an attorney. Oh, stay at home. You don't need to go make 6 figures. But she chose to anyways.
Yeah, she chose to.
Is it a 7-figure a year type of dude?
I feel like I shouldn't release that information.
Wait, I have a question. Are you, politically, how do you consider yourself?
No, what do you think I am?
I don't know. I'm trying to see if you're like a socialist.
I would say that you're a social progressive, as much of a social progressive as you can get, even if you don't think you are. That's what I would say.
What are you politically?
I'm more to the left, yes.
Are you socialist?
I would say I'm more of a capitalist.
More of a capitalist.
Yeah, she's a social progressive. So she's a social leftist. Basically, these are called status quo progressives. So, yeah, I love capitalism and some patriotism's good, this and that, but everything else is through a left-wing frame. So that's a social progressive, essentially.
Okay. It's interesting. What kind of law does she practice, or?
Right now it's like more contract law.
Contract law?
Yeah.
Is law really, like, I don't know. I mean, if your she could have not worked. Is that correct?
Yes.
But she chose to work?
Yes.
It's never too much money.
I think she's viewing it like, I think her standpoint,
okay.
Your standpoint's more, I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but based on like the points that you're making, I think you're viewing it as the potential breadwinner in a relationship, right?
Well, then
But
wait, are you? I really want to move on, but
Yeah.
are you arriving at a point here soon?
Yeah. So, so like, what I'm saying is like, okay, you say that you would want to like stay not an at-home mom, but like you have to keep in mind that even though you are a breadwinner in a relationship, if you decide to date someone who does not make the same amount of money, if not more, and like let's say you have the baby and you're like, oh sweet baby, I want to stay with you at home now, who's gonna be making the money?
Next.
So you're saying opinions change?
Well,
So yeah, his
Yeah.
career path could change too. He could maybe start wanting to make money.
Could,
Yeah,
but
but
doesn't
other
mean
things
it
can
will.
happen outside for the question you asked me. What about that? What about the fact that other things could also happen that you didn't detail in your hypothetical? What about those
Well,
things?
it's a
though?
hypothetical, so
They're
that
like-
means there's a lot of
just so you
outside
know, just so you know,
factors.
it's one of
Okay,
those
I think
dishonest
she's just the
exchanges.
outlier.
Yeah.
Getting an answer out of you is like pulling teeth. It's
Sure,
a nightmare.
it
It's a
is.
ghoulish nightmare. to get just a
I'm an
straight
absolute
answer.
nightmare. I agree with that.
That's why she has been on
Wait,
one
you've been
date.
single? I was gonna say you've been single for 2 years. All right.
It's all
Wait,
making sense now.
One quick
the
question.
worst
We're checking in with the chat here. Chat. Is Andrew's audio good? We lowered it a little bit, but is it too low? Is it too low, or is the audio... One in the chat if Andrew's audio is good. Two in the chat if it's too low. One in the chat if audio is good. Two in the chat if it's too low. Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Yeah. Guys, go to Twitch. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. There it is. There's our activity feed over on Twitch. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one, guys. And also our Clips channel. Guys, go to our Clips channel. Get us to 1 million subscribers. We're trying to get another plaque just like this, the 1 million subscriber plaque. There's our Clips channel, whatever clips, whatever second. So go subscribe, guys. Okay. Here, moving on. We do need to do a couple chats, actually. So here, Maddie, let me have you read this one.
Are you okay with somebody who is weak-willed as well as broke? Providing is more than just financial support. Are you willing to be the one who holds it all together in a mental capacity as well? I think this is geared towards you.
I think it's directed towards you.
Back at it.
Quick answer.
Quick answer is I don't think the broke comment is necessarily with all aspirations. I think you can be doing a lot of other hobbies. Like I said, I need someone hyperactive. So.
Okay. We have this, Maddie.
Jojo, you're super cute and have a great personality. Would you be interested in a law school student who's moving back to SD in May? I'm 30, built like a tank, and have a 6-figure job lined up. However, I do have a young daughter.
Aw.
Sure.
Sure, that's it.
Well, what I don't
be
know
ready
anything
in
about him.
June.
He has a great personality. It says.
Does
So you're
he,
dating
I mean,
Hit
does
her
he
up
need
on
to
her
tell you-
DMs.
He's a
Yeah.
tank. You
Do
must
you have any
go.
questions for him? You want to ask him? Ask Screwdriver.
Yeah. What's your relationship like with the mother of the daughter?
Does he
baby
need a
mama.
photo? Should he put a photo on his profile instead of the S?
Yeah, maybe.
So you can see what he looks like.
Yeah.
Okay.
He has a great personality, though.
Height doesn't matter though.
No.
Screwdriver, just let us know your height just to check. And then,
See how much it matters.
She
we're not
demonstrate-
reading that. I don't know if that was long enough duration. You can show it a little longer, Nick. Okay, here, moving on. So going back to the original question, anybody disagree with anything besides her? Anybody else?
Oh yeah, we're going way
Does
back.
anybody disagree with
Because the other one was
anything?
like pay on the first date.
Oh yeah,
Yes.
we didn't finish the pay on the first date.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we'll come back there later.
That's the OG question.
What was the original question?
Does anybody disagree with anything
Oh.
that you've heard about from
Oh,
the
yeah.
podcast? Anything?
Oh man, there's been so many podcasts. Not that I can think off the top of my head right now.
No.
No. I guess there was one episode that you guys did of, it was like a girl who, I think it was like she said they were like pay pigs or something, and then she would just get paid to ask for money for them, and then you said a statement of life on easy mode, and I was just curious if you still have that perspective towards like exotic dancers and stuff like that.
Oh, actually, I see in your
Yes.
notes here. So you wrote the life on easy mode topic pertaining to. Wait, this is directed at me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I agree. You said that I agree that it is easy to just go on Tinder and get a sugar daddy, but I'm curious on your stance on OnlyFans and exotic dancers. Do you still consider that easy mode? So I mean, I've made two statements on this. I've said that a lot of women have life on easy mode, and I've also said that women have dating on easy mode. So I can certainly start on the dating on easy mode. Did you object to that one too?
No,
Dating on easy mode.
I agree with the
You
dating.
agree that women have dating on easy mode?
I believe so.
Does anybody disagree with that?
No.
I bet she does, but she got up to the bathroom. So you guys have dating on easy mode. You concede.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just going to let me bulldoze over you? You're just going to concede that women have dating on easy mode?
Well, even
not
with
bulldozing
It
if it's
depends on the
facts.
person.
No, sometimes I feel like people will just like,
you know, Brian, I will disagree. I will disagree. Okay.
no, but don't let me bulldoze you.
You've got
into
clown
disagreeing.
makeup on. Dating is not an easy mode for you, girl.
I do think that it depends on the person that you're talking to.
What do you mean it depends? Any woman, any woman can be a slut. Let's start there.
Yeah.
Any woman can be a slut.
Yes.
Not every guy. I tend to frame it like not every guy can be a stud, but let's just say not every guy can be a slut.
Of course.
Very few men can be a slut, in fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can at least get to the point of, well, meeting the person, having sex with them. That's getting a lot further along in the dating process than a lot of men can even get.
If you consider that to be important in the dating aspect.
Well, it's like your foot in the door.
But
at
like,
least.
okay, so if you don't partake in hookup culture, for example, for
But
me
you have the
personally,
capacity to, is the difference.
I feel like everyone has the capacity to.
No, no, no.
Do women have a more potential to do so? Yes.
No, but here's my position. So the vast majority of men don't even have the capacity to participate in hookup culture.
But that's
I don't
only
agree with that.
because they are picky. If they
No, 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 no.
absolutely wanted to be
That's
sluts,
not-
there are women, you call them bottom of the barrel, whatever, that they could be hooking up with. They just choose not to.
But for the
I
sake
feel
of
like it's
argument, if
actually
women
opposite.
date up, they're not going for those men.
Yeah.
But
feel
I
like
would
it's
argue that
opposite.
women who are, say, average looking can be sluts, and they could exclusively choose men that are more attractive than they are.
yes, I agree. I agree with that.
So you're saying, so again, I mean,
I'm saying-
even if I were to concede that, well, men can be sluts so long as they date like 3, 4, 5 points below them in looks, and even then I would argue, still, not really, but
Yeah.
Yeah,
women still have the capacity to like procure sex from men who are way more attractive than they are.
I agree with that completely. I think women have it on easy mode when it comes to hookups
Yeah.
or maybe likes on a dating app or right swipes, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
But as far as actually finding a long-term relationship, I think it's equally hard for men
Disagree.
and women.
Totally disagree.
Why?
No, because I think a lot of men just want to hook up with women and they're not interested in long-term commitment.
Okay, let me ask you guys a question. Do you guys currently have any guys in the friend zone? Do you have any guys in the friend
Yes.
zone? Would he be prepared to be in a relationship with you?
Well, most of my friend zone guys are in relationships.
What?
But
Like, what about when
I
you
friend
put
zoned them
them?
prior to the relationship.
Yeah, but okay, so
And they're now in relationships.
could at the
Yeah,
time.
but Malik, he's asking if there's any men you know of who have a romantic interest in you that you do not reciprocate who are your friends.
Yes.
Okay, so most men don't just have a handful or even dozens of men in the pocket that, Becky, I could be in a relationship with. Most men never have women in the pocket like that, whereas most women will have at least one dude who they could get into a relationship with at any given time.
Because usually
Yes.
those women have moved on too. Like if they're in your back pocket, usually when you come back to them, they've probably moved on.
Yeah.
Well, I think the reason for that is men typically, to the argument of men and women can't be friends, I think women are more than capable of being friends with men with no romantic interest, but I don't think men are really capable of being friends with women that they don't find attractive or see a benefit in the friendship in the future. So that's why a lot of men will have a lot of women friends, and maybe sometimes they do end up in the friend zone, but women generally will be friends with multiple people regardless of if they see romantic potential.
I agree.
Okay. And
And that's why men don't have a back pocket of friend-zoned women, because they're not even going to be talking to a woman in the first place if they don't see a romantic
well, also
potential.
women don't really pursue men to the
I
same
disagree.
degree. To the same degree.
I
You
disagree.
You think women
You
hitting
don't
on men?
disagree,
you
Malik,
think-
that
it's ridiculous.
that men are the ones out there pursuing the women for the most part. Come on.
Do you
Do you
genuinely
really disagree?
Do you think that?
didn't
Hold on,
say-
no. Do you think that women are approaching men and DMing men at the same frequency that men?
no.
Okay. Checkmate.
That's not
Yeah,
a
so that was
That's a
just
checkmate.
ridiculous, Malik. Ridiculous on his
Checkmate.
face. What are you
Women,
doing?
you said women
Go put
do
the
not
other half of the
pursue
clown
men.
makeup
Women
on in
do
the
pursue
bathroom.
women do pursue men, not at the rate that men pursue women, though.
Tilt your mic down a little bit. Right, but okay.
Are they pursuing them for like sexual advances or like for relationships?
Both men and women pursue each other. Men just pursue women at a significantly higher rate.
Well, I'm talking about that initial initiative.
Any guy that I've talked with, wherever it's led to, I've been the one to initiate it.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're the exception, and you know that.
Yeah,
Like
okay,
you
sure,
know,
maybe.
you know
But
that.
I think
you're in the
generally-
Twitch. Okay, you're in the Twitch space. I know you're in the Twitch space. You know how this shit works.
Oh, wait,
you
sorry.
know that men are the
Donated
pursuers. You know
$100.
that.
One sec.
I
one
wouldn't
sec.
be able to keep my stable of side chicks if it wasn't for women like this co-signing the lies that I tell them. You are helping us high net worth men pump and dump these girls on birth control.
Rip.
Well,
Damn.
Roasted. Okay. Andrew, you were making a point about Twitch
Yeah,
chat.
yeah. I was saying, like Malik knows. She knows for sure that it's men are overwhelmingly pursuing these women. I mean,
Yes.
she's in all these Discord spaces. She talks. She knows. Like you know, this is true. That's the case.
I did not say it wasn't. He said that
Okay.
women do not pursue men. And
Generally speaking.
Generally.
Of course, there are women who will shoot
And
their
I mean,
shot.
in fact,
I
would
mean,
put it-
generally
I would put it
implies that there's a
way low. Like that
there's like a
particular
very
instance
small
is way
percentage.
lower.
Huh?
Generally implies that there's a very like only the outlier women pursue men.
Yeah, it's super low.
It's super.
Yeah.
low.
I mean,
It's super.
I
okay.
don't see that nowadays.
Here's an example. Here's an example. If let's say, for 100 nights in a row, I go to a bar and I just sit at the bar alone, there might be a really good chance that I never get approached by a woman for those 100 nights. 100 nights. Okay. A woman, okay, maybe I should frame it like who's more likely, but a woman goes to a bar, sits alone. Who do you think is more likely to get approached?
I'm gonna say that that depends entirely on
That's the most
attraction.
retarded take I've ever
It
heard.
doesn't depend on anything.
I get the pass.
If you hold on. If you
It
have an
depends.
attractive guy, if you have an
It
attractive
depends.
guy go to a bar, that guy is way more likely to get approached by women
than an average woman. Really, I would argue even a 10 out of 10 dude is not going to get approached as much as like a averagely attractive woman.
Brian, I don't know why we're arguing. We both agreed that men are way more likely to approach women. I'm just saying women also approach men.
It's super rare.
I'll say maybe 15%.
Really? Okay, going around the table. Have you guys ever approached a man in public?
Yes.
Yes.
No.
Oh my God, these
Oh, these agreeable women.
But like honestly, nowadays, who's gonna be
Okay,
meeting people
let me
in
ask you a
person?
different question.
Everyone meets each other on the internet.
Checkmate.
Let me ask a different question.
I have.
Have you been approached more by men than you have approached men
Yes.
throughout
Yes.
your entire life?
Yes.
But
Checkmate.
No, it's not
Checkmate.
checkmate because we already agreed on that.
I think
Here, Malik, you're going to pretend to be a man and you're going to pick up our good friend Madison here. Go ahead. You're in a Trader Joe's. Go ahead.
Trader Joe's.
No, this is quick. You got to be quick. You just saw her. This has got to be quick.
Immediately
go.
the clown makeup too.
Yeah, go.
Hi, can I ask your name? I really like your dress.
Thanks. My
Why
name's
is he wearing a
Madison.
dress?
Nice to meet you, Madison. My name's Malik.
Nice to meet you.
Are you from the area?
Yeah, I go to school here.
Oh, that's cool. What you studying?
Business.
That's cool. Do you enjoy the program?
It's not my favorite. I'm thinking of leaving.
Think of leaving. Do you know what you would do if you left?
No,
Do you like to have fun in the area and go out a lot?
I don't really like to go out.
I don't either. Do you play video
What the
games?
fuck is going on? Right now?
Wait, hold on. Keep going.
Okay, that was not bad. That was good.
Keep going. You going to close?
No, I don't like to play
You going to
video
close?
games. No.
What do you like to do for fun then if you don't like going out?
I just like to sit at home and watch movies.
Would you want to watch a movie with me sometime?
The Earl Optimized donated $100. Brian, kick JoJo off the show. She does not have the intellectual capability to answer Andrew's clear questions. Walking red flag. Put some clown paint on her too and send her to the streets.
Wait, so JoJo, you have to put that on for the next 5 minutes, okay?
I'm getting PTSD from JoJo's Circus. Have you heard of that?
JoJo's Circus
I'm
is
getting
crazy.
PTSD right now.
There you go. I think next time I send somebody to the corner in timeout, they have to wear that. That hat.
Your head's too big. Stop! Don't talk about it.
I think you have to adjust. You got to adjust the little thing in the back.
It's not.
Wait, continue on with the role play. Go ahead.
Wait.
She asked if I wanted to watch a movie with her, and I said no. But it's also just hard to
That was like short. I
make a
wouldn't.
conversation when you're not actually attracted to the person. Because if I really was attracted to you, it would go elsewhere.
So if I was a hot guy and we had that same exact conversation, I said the same stuff, how would it ended up?
Probably in yes, but that's what.
What if she's an
So
average?
what's your point?
What if she's an average girl though, and it's not a hot guy? It's also an average guy approaching her.
Okay.
50-50.
She'd probably still say. She'd probably say no.
People
She'd probably
generally
say
don't
no.
approach people that they're not attracted to.
Woman
The whole
date
point
up.
of approaching someone is you're attracted to them.
No, but if
And
you're an
they-
average dude, you're gonna shoot your shot with average-looking chicks.
Yeah.
Sometimes
Well,
a
yeah,
lot
you'll-
of
I mean,
a
that's
lot
gonna
of
be-
guys
Starting chicks will still say no.
a lot of guys are intimidated by women that are on their level or more attractive. So a lot of guys talk to women below them.
And they still get rejected by women
They
who are
do,
by the
arguably
average.
less attractive
because
than
women
them.
get approached significantly more, as we've both agreed on. So women are often annoyed by getting
Dating
approached
on
by
easy
10
mode, checkmate.
I said it is. We didn't
Yeah.
disagree.
Oh, okay, cool.
Good talk.
Good talk.
The guy doesn't
moving on.
even have to be hot though. Women just feel that validation no matter what, and like hold that
Exactly.
to their name.
Wait, so okay. And then there was life on easy mode.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, so we've had women who come on the show who will just not even meet up with a dude, and dudes will just send them thousands of dollars.
So that I disagree with. It was more of like, I guess, OnlyFans in a sense, or exotic dancers or strippers.
It's definitely life
I
on
think
easy mode.
if I may, I think she's asking the difference where you've said OF or being an online whore is easy mode. Do you consider exotic dancing easy mode? Because there's a lot of physical strength and a lot more work that goes into that than just posting selfies of yourself naked online.
Well, I think it's, I mean, the amount, if you can procure, for example, a sugar daddy from the strip club, and that sugar daddy is in turn paying for your bills and your groceries without any sort of romantic or sexual reciprocation, I would argue that that's life on easy mode. But I mean, it's harder to scale. Like when you're on OF, you can scale the amount of money you can make, whereas in a strip club, it's kind of limited a little bit. Maddie, can you read this one really quick?
Only action I get in bars is gay guys shoving their thumb up my
What?
beep. Sometimes that's the highlight of my week. At least I was hot enough for a guy. Would that make your week, ladies?
Fuck no.
Up my butt.
Make
Wait,
my
what?
year.
I don't think he was actually shoving the thumb up the.
Okay. Thank you, Nickelodeon. Appreciate
I also
it.
think though, like back to our other conversation, if it wasn't easy doing that, do you think a lot of girls would do that job?
I agree that I think it's easy to obtain, but maybe not maintain. Because, like, I mean, going into like that field or that environment, wouldn't you say that you kind of alienate yourself from almost everyone else? I feel like a lot of other people wouldn't really agree with your career choice or how you spend your time, because obviously that's your job. So would it be that? Like, not as in it's easy, or I'm sorry, not that it's harder than someone going to school and getting a job, but wouldn't you say that's hard too?
And I kind of want to say something about your point, because like, you know, being in a city like Vegas, and I do know, I would say, quite a few people that work in especially exotic dancing industry. There's a lot of guys that do come in, like you said, that are kind of that sugar daddy material that'll try to be like, oh, I'll give you such and such amount of money and I'll take you out of the club, yada yada, whatever. And I've noticed a lot of those girls don't necessarily have it easy, because a lot of the times they kind of get coyed into becoming some sort of sugar baby, whatever, but it's never enough for what they're looking for, like to actually get out of the club. So based off of like friends that I know from what they make in the club, there's sugar daddies that'll go in there and say, oh, I'll give you this amount of money and I'll make these promises, but they're really not keeping up with that. So the amount of money they're making in the club it makes more than what some dude would come in the club and offer.
But can I ask you something, since you have friends who've worked in that environment? I know quite a few people who have worked as security in those places, or have managed them, or various people I've talked to from all over the country, and they claim that most of these strip clubs are rife with prostitution. That probably most of the strippers engage in various forms of prostitution and get paid extremely handsomely for that.
Yeah.
Wouldn't you agree that that's true?
It is to a certain extent. So in the city and Clark County and Las Vegas in general, it's actually illegal. Prostitution is illegal. But if you
that's because it's regulated, right?
Yeah. So, but you can go to Nye County, which is only about a 40-minute drive, which is Pahrump, essentially. And it's legal. But they kind of separate those. So you do have, like, Bunny Ranch, for example, is in Pahrump. That's a brothel. It's not necessarily exotic dancing. It's go ahead.
The Earl Optimized donated $100. Women have dating on easy mode. Let's be real here, though. Women control access to sex, but men control access to relationships and marriage. Only simps marry 304s. The rest are cat ladies.
Can I say something? I think that it's easy mode because you have the choice to do that. If you have a man who's like doesn't know what to do for money, he can't just go on OnlyFans and make a lot of money. It's a choice that you made that men don't have that choice. That's why it's easy mode. Is it hard? Yeah, but it's your choice.
Well, even removing OnlyFans and stripping from the thing, we've had even just normal college girls come on the show and they're like, oh yeah, I'm getting offers to, like, dudes will just DM them, oh, I'm getting offers to be flown out. They're sending feet pics for $300.
Yeah.
They can go on Seeking and find some sort of arrangement there. So whereas that, there's no corresponding, like, basically just getting almost free money from women. There's no corresponding thing for men. Like, have any of you, maybe certainly you didn't accept it, have any of you received offers from men to money for pictures, even non-nude pictures? Show me your feet, do some stupid activity, fucking degrade me. Look, these dudes are, I don't know why these men do it, and if you're watching, the fuck are you guys doing? What the fuck?
Did you say received money, received offers? Offers.
Either.
Both. I receive offers almost on a daily basis. I've never received money from
I've never received anything from a woman.
No.
And I'm out there in the public for a decade.
Even just Twitch
no women
donations.
are like, oh, Brian, can you call me a 304? Send a voice memo. I'll give you $100. They ain't doing it.
You know, I believe it actually when Andrew and I first met.
I blame men, though. I blame the men for this.
One point I debated was that no matter how old you are, no matter how attractive you are, as a woman, you always have the backup plan of finding a man who's going to be able to take care of you and never working a day in your life. But as a man, you do not have that option unless in very rare scenarios you meet a sugar mama who's going to take care of you. But 99% of the time, any woman can find a man to fully sustain them if they choose not to work.
Question going around the table. Have you received an offer to be like a sugar baby or to be paid, just a guy to send you money to, I don't know, not... Yeah, let's just do
Come
sugar.
to Dubai.
Sugar baby. Have you had like a sugar daddy, sugar baby offer?
I haven't. I've had the offers, yes. Lots.
How many do you think?
In like just
total, your whole life?
Oh my gosh.
Over 100?
Yeah, probably.
Yes.
Over, yeah?
I mean,
over 100?
In general, yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
Over 100?
Yeah.
Over 1,000?
Over 100.
Probably.
Like two. Like
2? Okay, that's still, you know.
Yeah, like a handful.
Handful?
Yeah.
Same thing, handful.
Into the mic if you can.
Same thing, handful.
Madison?
A lot now, but even even when I was in like high school, like I would still get offers like that. So it's like,
Yikes. Yeah, I would say that I've had zero offers, and most men, most men ain't getting.
I agree.
And not even one.
I hope
their whole life.
And if it is men offering that, it's usually gay men offering to take care of men. It's almost never the woman. It's still a man offering the money.
Yeah.
Exactly. I will say though, I feel like it also is dependent on like location, like the situation, because I know a couple of guys who have been approached by older wealthy women in my area, and they're like, hey, I think you're really, just a cute little stud. Why don't you let me take you out and we'll figure something out? And it's usually not never equated to what
sure, but again, this is the exception proving the rule.
Yeah.
Right? So you're pointing to the exception, and the reason that it's an exception is because there is a rule.
Yeah.
So the exception proves the rule here.
I don't and I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Like,
Yeah.
I've heard of it happening. I believe you that there's guys, but it's so rare. And I would also argue that the women that are doing that probably aren't going to be nearly as generous. They almost might even do it begrudgingly. Like, there's probably something back there where it's like not at the sort of willing level that men are going to be doing it as. And like, it's different. It's gotta be different somehow.
And you may disagree with me, but from what I've seen in the very few instances where I know younger men who have gone to, who are sugar babies to sugar mamas, is usually older women, MILFs, whatever you want to call them, who have a lot of money, are single, kind of desperate, so they're like, I'll just offer to pay a hot guy because I'm never going to get that any other way.
To a certain extent, I mean, from like the people that I know that have been in those scenarios, it's usually some hotter divorced MILF, I'll say, and she's just kind of like it's that get back. So yeah, I will say there's always that like hidden agenda in the background, so I do agree with you on that. But it's usually that hotter MILF that's like, you know what, screw my ex-husband, I'm gonna go grab me a stud and I'm just gonna walk around with my little arm candy and I'll pay his bills for the next however long. But
they usually don't last. It's like a temporary thing in most cases as well, from what I've seen.
Yeah, I've had a couple that have lasted. Like there was a guy I knew from high school that ended up getting with, as crazy as it sounds, somebody's in our school's mom. But it lasted for a good while from what we all saw, and we all
lasted, past tense.
Yes, the only reason it ended was because what we had heard was she was just getting put in a rut because of getting laid off because of COVID. So that was like why it ended. But
let's we have something that we're going to react to here that's maybe a little bit related to Andrew and your back and forth on our last show. Nick, can you pull up the I think the first thing is the news article. There's two of them.
Ooh.
All right, so we have Jane Fonda. You're going to have to move us to the... Jane Fonda claims she's only interested in young lovers because she doesn't like old skin. 85-year-old also revealed she is... Okay, that doesn't... Next. And then this is from the New York Post. Why ashamed Jane Fonda, 85, would only date a 20-year-old lover. Now, we have the clip. Nick, if you can pull up the next one. And then full screen. All right. Oh, wait, Nick, there's something up there in the corner. X out of that. Okay, go ahead.
You have to click block sometimes.
That's fine.
I'm ashamed to say this, but if I were to take a lover, he'd have to be 20. Really? Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
no, then, wait, hold on. No.
She's ashamed to say it.
Start from the beginning. Video tab, please.
Excuse me.
I'm ashamed to say this, but if I were to take a lover, he'd have to be 20. Really? Oh, yeah.
Now, why specifically 20?
Because I don't like old skin. I don't.
I'm right there with you. I'm doing everything I can to keep it fresh, but yeah, old skin.
That's it. So, going around the table on this, she, a 85-year-old woman, she says she's only down to date 20-year-olds. Adult men, right? Any objection? Do you guys object? Any objections?
That's crazy. I think
your reaction.
I think that's
objections?
weird that she seeks that out. That she's like, that's the.
Go ahead.
Yeah, that's the only like men that she finds acceptable. Like she doesn't like old skin. 20 isn't like that's way young. Like there's a lot of ages you can get.
I think it's kind of weird, but in my brain it doesn't seem as wrong. But then I think about it and I put her if it was like a man saying it, I'd be like way more taken aback. I don't know why.
You said it doesn't seem as wrong as what?
As like, for example, since she's a woman, she's saying it, and she's saying that she'd only take like a 20-year-old because of their youthful skin or whatever. In my brain, I don't know why, in my brain, it's like, okay, work it or whatever. But then in my brain, put a man saying that, and it was just like, ew. I don't know why there's that.
So it's not as bad as if it was a man saying.
I think it is equally as bad. Okay. But in my brain, I don't know why I don't like.
Well, when you intellectualize it, perhaps you can like think about it, and then it's as bad. But your initial like knee-jerk reaction is not as bad as if it was
Correct.
the reverse.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's you go girl, right? You go girl, right?
Yeah.
What about you?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think that it's totally okay to have preferences. It's not really something that I could see myself being into, but it's legal and it's a preference.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I want to start by referencing my previous debate with Andrew. According to his logic, there's
can
nothing
put 'em
wrong
on.
with that. That's fine. It's legal. Let them be happy. Do whatever makes them happy. But I personally, the only reason a 20-year-old would get with an 85-year-old, regardless of which gender is older or not, is for money. Like, they get married, they're gonna die, get their inheritance, whatever.
Maybe.
But I personally think it's weird as fuck if an 85-year-old, woman or man, only wants to date 20-year-olds because of tight skin. And I mean, yes, I find that extremely icky. Morally, I guess there's nothing wrong with it if it's legal, but I do not think in any scenario, any person, what is that, more than 4 times someone's age should be wanting to have sexual relations with someone.
I think your math checks out there. That's good. All right, we'll come back to that. What about you?
I kind of agree with Esme of like, it would definitely be a lot. I feel like I would cringe if it was a guy saying it with a younger girl, but it's still weird. It's a 60-year, like, all for dating up, which no matter what the gender, but it's definitely a weird gap.
If you don't think about it, it's like, yes.
I think it's kind of like up to preference, which I'm sure, you know, a few of you have said, but personally I feel like it's just robbing the cradle, and I think it's kind of gross and icky. Like, it just,
The ick.
I hate that word so fucking much.
It seems like just nasty. There's no reason to it. And yeah, it's legal, but what's the point? You're kind of just taking away from somebody's life for your own personal gain, your own personal, you know, lust. So that's my opinion on that.
Okay. What about you?
I think that the age difference, like the age gap, is pretty extreme. Do you want me to repeat myself?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty extreme. That's like your grandparents' age when you're 20, if not even my grandparents.
She belongs.
Oh, sorry.
No.
Okay. Accidental click. What about you?
I don't oppose to age gap relationships. So.
Wait,
I preferably would not myself, but I have no opposition to anyone who prefers to be in an age gap relationship.
Can I press you on that a little bit?
Sure.
So you're 19 years old.
Yes.
So if there were 85-year-old men saying they only wanted to have sexual relations with people in your age group, how would you view those men? Would you view them
exactly
as weird,
how
or
I viewed this 85-year-old woman only wanting a 20-year-old man?
It's just preference. What if a woman
Yeah.
is
So
like,
you-
I only want to date a provider? That's preference.
I
It's a
just didn't know.
preference.
like I said, I don't think it makes a difference if it's a man or woman. Honestly, past 70, your brain is like that of a younger person anyway.
Oh, so it's like a full circle kind of like.
No. I didn't say it. It's still weird as
Horseshoe,
fuck to
maybe.
date someone a quarter your age.
Because I think previously I don't know if you were
Happy
making
I
this
turned
argument
you out on this
of
topic,
like,
Malik.
I don't know if
Now
you were
you have
making this
completely
argument, but
180.
you were saying something along the lines of, well, the prefrontal cortex is not fully developed until you're 25. But like, couldn't you then make the argument, well, does it equal out?
It depreciates after 70.
Does it equal out if they have Alzheimer's? Like, if they're dating somebody with Alzheimer's, is it now a little more like equal playing field? You know,
You know what?
Crazy.
I'm gonna say sure. Sure. To
Okay, so it's like no go between like 30 to like 70, but after 70, there's probably enough mental decline where it's like, it's probably fair. It's
Honestly,
fair.
you're gonna call me dumb for this, but I think the 20-year-olds would actually be in the wrong for trying to take advantage
I
of
was
the
actually
older
about to
people.
say that's a thing.
Yeah,
you'll
I
have these
think-
young women who will like go after these people who are like incompetent, basically, and they'll actually try
her
to like.
last day.
It's actually, I
Yeah.
think, a crime. It's like elder abuse.
Yeah.
And they'll try to like siphon money.
So
basically.
So crazy.
So I'll say, and I'm just throwing random numbers out, okay? But I'll say between 40 and 69, if you're looking for younger women, you're a bit weird, but if you're 70 plus and you're hooking up with younger women,
Good
like
for
you're
you.
senile, the younger women or younger men are the ones in the wrong because they're taking advantage of older women.
Can I make a
They
point?
could be.
Of course,
No,
go ahead.
Thank you. Your point is also really silly to be like, oh, the prefrontal cortex isn't developed till 25. It also starts going back at 40, so they're equal. They're equal.
Oh.
But I use that in addition to life experience. I said that I think maybe the minimum age of consent should be raised after certain age gaps. Like, I don't think someone fresh out of high school who's 18, who has no life experience whatsoever, whose brain is not fully developed, should be in a relationship with 40, 50-year-olds.
Wait,
Yeah, so let me ask a question, if you don't mind. For all the women on the panel, if you don't mind raising your hands for this question, how many of you can say with confidence that this scenario gives you the ick? Just raise your hands if it gives you the ick. Okay, we got basically everybody. It doesn't give you the ick?
I mean,
Over there?
that's your whole thing.
Yeah, I thought that was
It does, but it's not that bad. It's
Okay.
It would be so much worse.
No,
if
with
she
Jane,
was,
with Hanoi Jane here and a 20-year-old, does it give you the ick?
I'll say sure.
That was all of you who raised your hands, basically, right? Okay,
I
there
didn't
we
raise
go.
my
All of you
hand.
raised your hands.
no, I
Now
didn't
raise
raise
your
my
hands
hand.
We
if
have
you
to
haven't-
look at,
Okay,
like-
not
I'll
you.
take the hat,
Okay,
by the way.
doesn't give you the ick.
But we also have to look at what the situation was. It wasn't about dating, it was about lovers. So
Hang on. I've got a second question, right? For all of you who did raise your hands, right? Even though it gives you the ick, do any of you have a moral objection to it? Raise your hand if you have that.
My ick was not about the
Wait,
age
you
gap.
have a moral objection
No.
to it? No, not you. I'm sorry, gal in the black shirt. You have a moral objection?
I do. I just feel like it's like, because in this scenario, it's not about dating. It's about it's about lust. It's about sex. So it's not. I just feel like, in that sense, you're, like I said, you're robbing the cradle. You're
Yeah,
it's preference.
How do you know it's about lust, though, if they get married and they fall in love?
But she's not talking about marriage. She's talking about a lover.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, in that case, I'll concede that moral argument, right?
Yeah.
If you just get a lover, but I would concede that regardless of the age.
And
differential.
I'll agree with you in the sense
So
of
then, in the sense of just age itself, do you have any moral argument against it at
in
all?
that sense, no. Well, my sister's dated, or she's 32 and she's married to a 69-year-old. So yeah, so
okay.
but
no
see,
moral objection.
Yeah, so in that case, I have no moral objection to that because they're married and they have a baby together and they're happy and they're in love. But in the sense of it's coming for just sex, just lust, I do have moral objection to that.
Yeah, I do too. I'll concede to that point. Any of the rest of you who raised your hands, do you have a single moral objection to this? An
Okay.
actual moral objection?
I don't know if this is moral, and I'm not saying her specifically, but like I said, the only case where I would see it wrong is if the person is senile and cannot capably make mental decisions for themselves, and younger people are taking advantage, especially knowing they have money.
Yeah, but that makes no sense because
okay,
if it was a
that's fine.
20-year-old dating
Grid
a
one
25-year-old,
There's a dono, Andrew.
donated
25-year-old had mental capacity to be the
$100. My
same.
wife is 11 years younger than I am. We started dating when she was 23. I strongly urge young men don't marry until 30 plus and established, and to date in the mid-late 20s range for success and happy life.
Good for you, Grid.
Yeah.
I agree
So anyway,
with that.
back to that, Malik. It would be the same regardless of the age gap in that situation. Anybody dating anybody else who was senile,
Andrew?
you would have a moral objection with, right?
Andrew, I do not give a fuck how old someone is if they're having sex. I'm against casual sex and hookup culture in general, so I don't give a fuck how old they are as long as they're legal age. Our argument last time, which we're piggybacking off of, was the fact that older men specifically only want to marry and be in relationships with women fresh out of high
Did you
school.
ever figure
But we
out
don't
a
need to
moral
get into
argument
that
to that
again.
yet, or
What
did
was
you ever
that?
figure out a moral argument for that, or no? Are we still not there?
We can move on from that. We can move on from that.
Okay, fair enough.
No, I did, but I don't want to. I know last time we argued about that for almost 2 hours, so I don't want to reopen that can
all
of worms.
right, fair enough.
Wait, do you have that same position in this scenario? Like
No,
the
because
older
this
woman...
is about casual sex. I said, if anything, the 85-year-old's the victim.
Okay.
But
I think this.
I don't think
Sorry,
it matters.
I thought you
It's
said
casual
said
sex.
this one was less icky for some reason.
It is because they're senile. And they're just looking for sex because they're about to die within the next I don't know how many years, and that's really fucked up to say, but it's true.
Wait,
like
the
they're
lady in the
living
video?
out, they're living not her specifically,
Oh,
but
okay.
85-year-olds are living out the last years in their life. If their last wishes before they die are to hook up with younger people, let them live their life.
And what if the 40-year-old doesn't know when he's gonna die and he wants to have sex with a 20-year-old?
Then he can do it.
Okay, so
I just said I don't think 40-year-olds should obsess for specifically women fresh out of high school. That was my argument last time.
Come on, Malik, you wouldn't give the poor guy a single Hail Mary, you know, or like, it's the end of his life. It's what he wants more than anything else. You wouldn't just
Look,
cut him a
there's
little
plenty
bit
of
of
whores
slack?
who would. I'm not one of them, though.
No, you wouldn't give him any slack at all?
Fuck no.
No?
I would date up to 10 years older than me, but I'm also almost 25. Like, I'm not a child fresh out of high school.
Mm-hmm. No, I get it. I mean, I agree with you broadly that
We agree on a lot, Andrew. You just like arguing with
promiscuous
me.
sex is bad. I'm just saying, you know, at 85 years old, if a dude who has tons of cash is like, oh, I want to do, you can at least understand it, right? If Hanoi Jane can say it.
I'll hand him off to someone I know. I'll meet someone. I'll wingman for him, okay? If an 85-year-old man his dying wish is to have sex with a younger woman, I will wingman for him, but that will never be me.
Well, no, I didn't say you had to do it. What the hell, Malik? I didn't say you specifically had to do it. I was just
said,
saying,
would you
like,
not give
you can
him-
at least understand
you said,
why the
would you
guy
not-
might want to at 85, right?
Yes, I did. I just brought up that point. You're just rephrasing my point and trying to use it against me.
Yeah, so concede it since it's your point.
Okay, sure.
I want to know what everyone's age range is, like how far they would date up.
That's a good question.
We'll start with you.
It just depends on what, like, everyone's gonna hate this answer.
just give a straight answer. We'll know the person.
Probably,
Jesus.
yeah.
Depends on what's in here.
What's the youngest? What's the oldest?
It's on the heart.
I guess the oldest would probably be like 40s.
Wow.
But what about
So,
what's in
like-
their heart?
20-ish years older than you?
Yeah.
15 to 20. Would you date younger?
Yeah.
How much younger?
Like 21, probably is the youngest.
Would you date someone your mom's age?
See, that's why I said like 40s range.
So they have to be younger than your mom and they're good.
I think I think anyone of that age would freak my parents out if they were around their age, like if I dated them. So
Okay.
I say 7 years
7 years
Yeah.
up and down?
up. No, not down. I don't think I would
Only
be.
up.
I don't think I'd be willing to date somebody younger than me.
Maybe like 22 to 42, whatever.
You wouldn't date down.
No, I'm 27, so 22
Oh,
would be
okay,
younger.
okay.
They just got to be able to like
Sorry, I thought you were
be a
younger.
legal drinking age.
yeah, wouldn't be fun.
Yeah.
So I was born in 99, so my age range is the 90s. So minimum 1 year younger and maximum like 9-10 years older. I guess the most I'd push it is maybe like 12-13 years, but I don't want to date someone who's in their mid-30s or later. So like 32-33 would be the most.
I'd say like within, I wouldn't date younger than me, but probably like up to 10 years older than me.
Yeah, I'd say about 27 to 30 range, and then I don't date younger than me just because I feel like it's too close to 18. Makes me feel creepy. So I'm like 21 and up for sure, and then my cutoff is like I'd say 30.
I think my max would probably be older, like 8 years older, and as far as younger, maybe like max 3 years younger than I.
I don't think I would date younger. I think I like older men because they're
You're
just a little more
19 though.
mature. I mean, yeah, but just like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
like even if I was older, I don't think I would date younger either.
Yeah.
But
It's just because women mature and are ready to settle down at a much younger age than men, especially
Yeah.
with like fertility and stuff. Women want to, by nature, be having children between like 18 and 28.
Yeah.
And men don't usually want to settle down until they're in their 30s and have an established career.
Wait, what?
we were talking about like,
We're talking about age gaps.
know
Men
if I-
generally prefer to settle down when they're older, past 25, when by nature, ideally, women are most fertile when they're younger than 25
I'm super
or around
fertile.
that age.
I do want to say, like, so just on the age gap thing, before you criticize older men for liking younger women, Remember that younger women
I did
like
not.
older men.
I didn't criticize it.
True.
And also what ends up you got like, okay, so 23-year-old man, let's say he can't get a 23-year-old woman, but when he turns 33, maybe he can. So could it also be the case that women start this cycle by rejecting men their own age when they're in their 20s?
Oh, 100%. All of us just
Boom.
said almost the
Boom.
entire panel stated.
Lawyered.
You keep agreeing with me and then saying checkmate. It's not checkmate if we agreed from the beginning.
Well, okay, how about this? Is it weird? Does it give you the ick if a...
I hate that fucking word, but go ahead.
Okay, so I'm 34. Would it give you... Let's make this personal. I'm 34. Would it give you the ick if I was dating a 19-year-old?
I would...
I think that's a yes, but...
I would I would say no. But if you specifically were going into environments that you knew only 18 to 20-year-olds were and specifically looking for someone of that age range, I would find that to be predatory.
Let's say she reached out to me.
I think that's
She
fine.
contacted
And I
me.
said this last time to you, I think it's fine if people naturally meet, if they're both of consensual age and they naturally meet, that's fine. But older men who specifically target, which is a small percentage, but older men who specifically target and prey on younger women, I think that's
I don't know about this whole predatory
Yeah, it's about
thing.
the prey
That's
thing.
pretty loaded, Mallet.
It's very loaded.
It is
It's very loaded. In the same way that you say, well, these high
I had
school
a woman
high
tell
school
me that
teenagers.
a guy with arthritis was a predator because he had arthritis. On this very show, I'm not kidding. She really said that, Mallet. What's a predator here?
A predator is someone who preys on the more innocent, the more naive, the more unintelligent.
What does it mean to
whatever.
prey?
So if he
You
just
can
runs
pull up the
in,
definition. Pull up the definition of prey if you don't know, Brian.
So hang on. If he just runs in to a woman who is more naive and less intelligent and this and that, and they hit it off and they get married,
That's
you
great.
don't give a shit.
Let them live happily ever after.
Right?
Yes, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, okay, so then what would make it predatory exactly?
It doesn't. It's not predatory at all. It's if they naturally meet. But if someone is going into environments, I personally have known people who back when I was in college.
Hang on. Let's back up. It's not predatory for any of the values that you consider that this guy is looking for, which makes him a predator to not be predatory as long as he finds them randomly.
No.
Are you serious, Malik?
Andrew, we both don't differ that much on opinions. You're trying to word this in a way deliberately.
Well, that's because you're deliberately using the word predatory.
Yes,
You got a
okay.
problem with the word predatory.
Let me give
here.
you love
I really
examples.
need this fleshed out.
Andrew, you love examples. Let me give you an example. There
Okay.
is someone who is in your age range, okay? Not targeting you specifically, but one of your friends, right? And he is interested in finding a long-term partner. And when he goes on dating apps, he sets his age range to maximum 20 years old on a dating app, or he goes to college parties or environments where there's only younger girls. Would you not find that behavior odd?
Predatory, though?
Yes, I find that predatory as well.
Oh, yeah. So can we get back to the idea of predatory? Even if I found it
Brian,
odd,
can you pull up the
what would
definition?
What would make it predatory?
My laptop
I want to
stopped
know what it
working,
makes
sorry.
it predatory, Malik.
Checkmate,
That's my problem
then.
here.
Why don't you want to pull up the definition of predatory or prey?
I mean, I can. I don't think it's going to help you much.
I think
but,
they're just hung up on the actual.
Do you want to
like,
just
the
pull
word.
it up? Because I don't think...
Or
that
at
what-
least the
but
context.
you,
Because I
it's
think
interesting
he's
to me.
trying to use a loaded
think we're
word in
You
order to
use
make
the
people
word.
like that out to be. So,
I'm
so
using
listen.
the word correctly.
Would-
It seems that
hang
you
on, hang
both
on,
may
Malik,
not know
Malik.
the definition.
Would you consider men, right, sickos who prowl the streets at night looking for women to SA? They would be predatory, wouldn't they?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's why I have a problem with you using that word for this, because I think you're trying to equate what we think of when we think of the word predatory as dangerous human being who's a predator, who's doing horrible things, to this guy who you can't actually make an argument for why they're doing
I'm not
something
calling them-
wrong. So you use the word predator in order to make them look bad or give a moral implication. That's why I have a
I'm
problem.
not calling them future sex offenders.
That's fitting.
Brian, please pull up the definition of prey.
You use the word though, so shouldn't you know what
I
the
know the definition,
of...
and I know I'm using the
Here,
word
how about-
correctly. But you
I
do
will
not
pull
think...
it up. I will pull it up. Why don't you tell us what the definition is first, and we'll counter check it to what I pull up. So tell us what
If
the
I tell you the definition, then I want you to also tell me the definition before we fact check.
I didn't use the word.
But you are telling me I'm using the word incorrectly when I know I'm using it correctly.
Did I say that?
Okay, relating
Andrew is-
to or denoting an animal
Wait.
or animals preying
Keep that
naturally
one.
on others. 2, seeking to exploit or oppress others. I think that number 2 would be the thing that you would be going for. Seeking to exploit or oppress, right?
Yes.
Okay, great. So,
Sure.
Great.
why would it be oppressive
Malik.
or exploitative to do this between these two people
Yeah, Malik.
who agree to do this who are adults?
Okay.
Yeah, why?
So you are exploiting the fact that they have no knowledge of the real world, and you could easily take advantage of someone who is a lot younger and more naive than yourself. If that is your only age range, you should reflect on yourself. Why don't you want women who are in their 20s?
Hang on. Just the argument. Why is it oppressive or exploitative?
It is. I just explained it. You can keep playing the
Yeah,
song, and
but
I
I don't want you to
know.
ramble. I just want the simple, concise argument from you, Malik. Why is it exploitative or oppressive?
Cue the music.
Cue the music.
I'm sorry you didn't hear the first time I answered, but it is exploitive to specifically target as a dating preference women who you know may be way more naive and have way
Well,
less
hang on,
life experience
maybe.
than you.
Wait, so maybe.
Yes, there's
If
exceptions.
you're using the
There-
word maybe, that means that they also
Who are
may not
probably-
be getting.
who are-
Hang on. That also means that they may not be getting exploited, right?
Yeah, but there's a high probability that
Oh, there's a high
they could get taken
probability of
advantage
the
of
exploitation.
by an older man.
Now, why would a younger woman want to date an older man, Alec?
To exploit their money, usually.
Yeah,
I said it's wrong both
they're
ways.
being
I said it's wrong
hyper-predatory
both
towards these
ways.
older men, Malik. What a bunch of sick women these young
I agree.
women are.
I
going after
agree.
These older men.
I agree.
Hyper-predatory, aren't they?
Like I said, Andrew, we could argue about this for 2 hours.
Maybe we can come back to it. I do want Malik. Please read this one.
Finally, a girl that doesn't wear makeup to the podcast. Fourth girl from the right.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. He's hot, he's rich, he's morally straight, he's perfect. He invites you over. Next to his bed is biometric safe. Inside, an Armalite AR-15 rifle with a fully loaded 30 RD magazine. Your reaction?
You, go ahead.
Sure, that's fine.
You date a guy who owned a AR-15?
If there's a good reason for it, yeah, sure.
Self-defense?
That is a wild gun for self-defense to own.
Wait, why is that?
Why? Yeah.
Why is that?
Why would that be a wild gun for self-defense?
It seems a little extreme compared to like a.
I want to extremely defend myself if I have to.
Well,
with a
no,
gun.
for like just like you could just get a.
If I'm going to
a
defend
pistol
myself
or
with
something,
a gun,
like a
the
handgun,
purpose
like.
of it. Hang on. If I'm going to defend myself with a gun, the purpose of it is to terminate the other person. Correct? That's what I'm defending myself for. Why would I give a shit if I had too much of an advantage? Why would I care about that? Don't I want maximum advantage?
I think there's a potential for more harm on yourself or the people around you.
Why would there be more harm for the people around me?
Because
Can I ask?
AR-15 is like.
Have you ever shot a gun in your life?
No.
Okay, I thought so.
Well, an AR-15 is an assault rifle. That's a.
No, it's not an assault rifle.
Is it
AR stands for
assault?
Armalite. Does not
Oh,
stand
okay.
for
I don't know
assault
anything about
rifle.
guns.
Not only that, but just so you understand, most gun crime in the United States is perpetrated by people who use handguns. Almost nobody is ever killed with a rifle inside of the U.S. More people are killed with hands and feet than they are with rifles, including the AR-15, just so you know.
Okay.
It seems like if you were going to use a gun, that might be the safest one to use for self-defense.
Wait, so would you be more in favor of someone defending their home or defending themselves with a handgun, a pistol, versus a AR-15?
Yeah.
So let me ask you a question. Are you against semi-automatic weapons?
Yeah.
So you're against pistols and handguns then? Because a pistol and handgun, it was a bit of a trick question, but pistols and handguns are semi-automatic weapons.
What are we defending against a
Let's
murder?
be maximum charitable to you. Okay.
I hope so. I don't know
It's
anything.
those guns where every time you pull the trigger, they go bang, right?
Anti-gun people are so clueless. Most states do not even allow the use of 5.55 road for hunting deer.
That's true. It's too small. It's too small of a round. But yeah, when it comes to, you're just talking about those guns where you pull the trigger and it goes bang, right? Every single time. Bang, bang, bang.
Sure.
Those are the ones you're talking about? Yeah, so I mean, that would be a revolver also, just so you know.
I think with all due respect, you just have no gun knowledge, and that just sounds scary, and that's what based your reaction. Would you say that's correct? And I'm not trying to insult you.
My knowledge of an AR-15 is from like video games.
That's what I thought.
In
Okay.
general.
Wait, but AR-15s, Andrew, they're also semi-automatic weapons, right? You pull the trigger once, one bullet comes out.
Well, I mean, yes, generally speaking, that's true, though you can get an automatic version of them if you have the right licensing.
Right.
But yes, they are self-loading firearms, gas-operated self-loaders. So self-loading is semi-automatic. That's what that means. But in this particular case, yes, the AR-15 is about the safest gun in the world you can own. Almost nobody's ever killed with them, ever. So, I mean, more people, again, are killed but with hands and feet than they are with an AR-15.
And handguns, which are much easier to sneak into public than a
handguns.
giant AR.
Handguns are where almost all the crime is, and it's only specifically with demographics which exist in major metropolitan areas. Usually, they're in lower income areas. So that's almost all the gun crime in the United States. Very little of it's actually perpetrated by legal gun owners, to be honest with you.
Going around the table on this, do you remember the prompt?
Yeah, if I saw a AR, what would I say? I'd probably ask when we can go to the range.
Yeah. I know. I would hope whoever I'm dating would have a gun, really.
Yeah, I would also ask to go to the range.
Yeah, they're safe.
I've grown up around them, so yeah.
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
Me neither. I like to feel protected.
This poor girl, the first one. Just,
Be a long drive
all right,
home.
let me pull. It's over. It's over.
I've never shot a gun, and guns make me uncomfortable because I'm just not around them.
I'll
so.
take you, bae.
We could go to the range while I'm
Yeah,
still here.
Maddie, can you read
We'll
this
take
one?
You.
Mate, been dating a long time coming, been a fan since last March. Mind you, I am 5 foot tall and have given up on dating because of the woman on your show. Girls burst into laughter at the thought of men my
Truth
height.
Bomb
even
donated
existing.
$100.
Come back to it.
The R-15 is the civilian version of the M16, which an automatic weapon. They both shoot the same round. Repeal the NFA.
Yeah, so Truth Bomb's awesome. He's right. They should repeal the NFA. It's bullshit, but he's absolutely correct. The AR-15, even though there is still military versions of it, it's basically just a civilian model of an M16A1, which was developed by Eugene Stoner. But anyway, yeah, he's right. Totally right about that.
Thank you, Truth Bomb. So continue on with this one.
Girls burst into laughter at the thought of men my height even existing. Brutal, 31 years old, zero chance in life.
I disagree.
He's five feet tall.
I disagree.
You
I'm
disagree?
only with his message. I will say that the large majority of women is looking to date a man who's tall or taller than them at least. But I think being 5 feet is not a deal breaker. Like, even for me personally, I ideally look for men who are my height or taller if we're talking about completely materialistic stuff. But if I found a man who checked off all my boxes and who would be a good father and take care of me, I don't care about height. And I think there are not a lot of women who would agree with me, but there are women
I agree.
who agree.
The thing is, though, you have to account for there's a certain percentage of women who will say they don't care about height, but even if like there's something in your subconscious that you're still going to be less like knee-jerk attracted to a guy who's shorter than you.
It's funny because the three of us, Kirby, Malia, and I actually had this conversation in the car, and it's not that height matters. It's a lot of times shorter guys are just very insecure and not confident, and they just carry themselves in a very just put offish way. If shorter men had more confidence, I think women would be more attracted to shorter men.
Well, this is kind of a what came first, the chicken or the egg? Well, what if there was just swaths of women that didn't want to date them because they were shorter, so that helped in their development of being insecure about their height?
And I agree, it's because of society that they feel insecure, but just because society puts you into a box doesn't mean you have to hate yourself and be unhappy with your life. If you're short, you just need to accept that, and you can be successful in the business world, you can work on the gym, there are things you can change about yourself, but you're never going to be able to change your height, so you need to just accept it and be confident about it.
I mean, I certainly agree with you that you ought to accept your circumstances and try to make the best of it as you can, but practically speaking, I would tend to agree with him that a guy who is 5 foot tall is going to face certain specific struggles when it comes to dating related to his height.
But he said he's given up, and I'm saying there are
I don't think he should give up.
Who would date. I don't know, my advice to him would just be to accept that you're short, and don't give a fuck. You're gonna get rejected a lot more than someone who's not short, but you just need to keep trying.
Also, he lives in communist Canada, so maybe he could try his hand at maybe Asian countries, Latin America, they're shorter over there.
I mean, there's
passport bro.
There's always that saying.
Passport bro.
There's always a somebody for everybody. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, find yourself a 4'9" queen, dude.
Yeah.
I won't steal her from you, dude.
Well, you said beginning of the show, he's a fan of the show. Go get some status, right?
Wait, is that like an own?
No, it's not at all. With the logic of your show.
What
Get
was
status, because if you think women date up, go get rich.
Go get rich.
Well, yeah, you try to level yourself up in as many ways as you can. It can obviously start with your looks. Get in the gym. Try to make yourself as appealing physically as you can. Get some, try your best to level up.
You can do it.
Get rich.
We believe in
you. Get famous. But let's be realistic too. It's a lot saying, "Oh, just get some status." Do you realize how hard it is to just go get some status? You can't just go to the store and be like, "Excuse me, clerk, I'd like some status today."
All of your status.
Give me some status.
He just needs to come on the Whatever podcast.
This is kind of
there you go.
Most people who try to get some sort of status will probably never end up getting it. It's the same way, just become a super charismatic, charming guy. Most people don't even have the capacity to ever become funny or charming or charismatic. True. Most people are just gonna be normal, average people of average personality. So I don't know how useful that is. You could consider, to the guys who struggle with dating, there's a couple things, right? Actually, I have some notes here. I want to help this guy out here. I got a couple things. Hold on. I wrote this down because I got a couple things here. Okay, hold on. So, first off, you got to. I have a 4-tier approach. Okay, 4-tier approach. You got to min-max yourself, right? So any of you who play World of Warcraft, the concept of minimizing undesirable qualities and maximizing desirable qualities in order to achieve the most powerful character possible in an RPG. In this case, the game of life of dating, you got to get it. Look, having a six-pack is not a requisite for getting success in dating, but it doesn't hurt. No smoking, no drinking, no drugs. You got to eat healthy, minimize stress, exercise. You need a clear mind and a clear body. So, make yourself look good. Then you got to min-max your approach. Okay, you got to, dating apps, in person, club, not bars and clubs, join a club,
D&D club,
a sport club. Fine, you got to min-max how you're sourcing the ladies. You can't just rely on one thing. You got to, can you get social circle going? Can you get the dating apps going? Can you do cold approach? So, cold approach is actually, I think it's on the rise. Okay, then third thing, passport bro. Go to where you'll be appreciated.
Did you hear about the
Asia.
passport bro that just got deleted?
In Latin America?
I think so.
There are definitely downsides to the passport bro thing. Also, if you're that much of a doomer when it comes to dating, find a hobby, find a passion, don't look back. So, if after making a good faith effort to self-improve and you can't find success, you're not going to fully give up, but dating now has to be on the back burner, and you're going to throw yourself headfirst into a hobby or a passion. My own recommendation, and this is geographically restricted a little bit, if you have the resources, I want you to take up surfing. I know this sounds silly, but when you catch that first wave, you will be hooked. I used to cancel dates with girls if the swell was good enough. Chest high, goodbye. Even in waist high, I'm gonna cancel on a chick if I'm jonesing for some juicy waves, you know? So I'll tell you this, gentlemen. I'm telling you, surfing is better than pussy.
Is that why you're still single?
No, actually, I've got some injuries, so I haven't unfortunately been able to surf much anymore. So, but
I'm sorry to
if
hear
you you will always rather, if you get into surfing, guys, you would always rather have a good surf session than get laid. Okay? Like, give me two options, right? Go surf head high, glassy Rincon with no one out, or have sex with the hottest girl in the world. Throwing my wetsuit on and getting some waves.
I think you're an outlier then.
Dude, no. You can ask surfers. Ask surfers, would you rather have sex with the hottest chick of your life or go get barreled all day?
So,
I guarantee you they're like, nah, brah, pussy can wait. I want to get some waves.
Nah. Play the cap sound.
No. I would, let me put it, if I had to choose, okay, between being celibate for a year and like being able to just go surf the best waves, but I can't fuck for a year, give me some fucking waves.
Okay.
Menta waves, here we come.
So you're telling me you have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hook up with Margot Robbie or any A-list top model, whatever.
Versus
you're gonna choose getting barrel rolled by the same waves that
barrel rolled? What the fuck?
Or
fucking pitted, bro.
Terms.
So pitted. Getting fucking pitted, bro.
Okay? By waves all day long that you could do any other day with good waves.
First off, why did you pick Margot Robbie?
She's trending right now. I don't know. There's a lot of attraction. I said any A-list celebrity who's hot.
Yes.
You know?
The hottest, give me the hottest chick. If I can surf, I would rather surf. It doesn't even have to be barreling. Give me head high Rincon to myself for a day. I'm taking Rincon.
Okay.
But give me the best waves.
Do you know what you remind me of? So I used to, on Twitch, be a part of the speedrunning community. You remind me of the speedrunners who would say, I would rather just have good RNG all day long than have sex with a hot girl. Which is a very small majority.
Surfing's on a totally different level.
No, this is like speedrunners. I want good RNG this day. I'd rather that than like fuck a hot chick.
Who in the speed running community ever said that?
I don't want to name people. I have a lot of friends in that.
All right.
To finish my point, gentlemen, if the dating thing isn't working, again, throw yourself headfirst into a passion, a hobby. And if you have the means, my recommendation is surfing. Get yourself to the coast. Save up if you have to. Somewhere you can surf. Get an instructor. Trust me, there's better things than sex and dating. If I had to pick one for the rest of my life, surfing or sex, surfing.
Oh, I mean, I'm celibate.
Surfing.
I'm celibate. I'm not saying sex is everything. I'm just saying that I think you're generalizing that most men would prefer surfing over having sex, and I'm saying you're an outlier.
If they
but I think they should.
If they have a passion for surfing, they will always pick some juicy waves.
I think men should.
I kind of agree with that. Every surfer I know is like so passionate.
I don't think you understand how fucking psycho
I'm not from
surfers
Cali.
are.
I'm from the mountains.
Here's
There's
the
no
thing, right?
beaches
Surfing,
there.
it's not a thing where you can go at any time. Like, it's very, especially in some geographic locations, like here in Santa Barbara, like you'll maybe get 10, 20 good days in a year. Hey, AB Check, thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Thank you. So it's not like, oh, let's go to the tennis court. Like, you can't. That's not how it is with surfing. Like,
Grid
tennis,
1
you can play
Motorsports
anytime.
donated $100. Brian, surfing sounds cool, but racing is an addiction that makes heroin seem like a vague longing for something salty. As much trouble as women are, wait until you want to afford the time and effort.
Look, if there's any, thank you, good one, I appreciate it. Look, if there's any doomers in the chat, just and you're upset about your dating prospects, even if you're a woman, try surfing.
Surf.
But it's more so for dudes. But just get yourself, go to fucking Hawaii, wherever. Go get some good juicy waves, and I fucking guarantee you, you're gonna be like, yeah, there's better things than sex. Just saying.
The ocean is the only thing in the world I hate.
Do you think that's cap?
No,
I'm not even lying.
I don't. I honestly believe you. One of the only things I hate is the ocean. I think it terrifies me. So maybe that's why
Gives
I'm
you
a
the
little
same adrenaline.
opposed.
Yeah.
But no,
I
I think
agree.
any man, your advice is correct. Just find a hobby. Find something you're passionate about. It doesn't have to be surfing. Maybe surfing's great. I don't know.
Let me double down. I'm gonna double down on this. I would rather go surf head high glassy rincon with nobody out than like have sex with like 10 of the hottest women in the world.
Forget about having sex. Neither of us do casual sex anyway. So just find something you're
Just saying.
passionate about. If you're depressed that you don't get laid, you have no life. You are a loser. You need to find a passion.
Oh my God, Flan Life.
How are you gifted?
Flan Life in the chat, he is on fire. Thank you, Flan Life. Appreciate it, man. All right, let me read a couple chats here, and then we'll get on to our next.
Again,
next,
Brian, we agree. You just like to argue with me because you know I'll argue back.
No, I agree with him. I think.
Have you ever gotten some like juicy waves down in San Diego? Like, have you ever surfed what's a good? Blacks. Have you surfed blacks in SD?
I mean, I learned how to surf, but I'm not a huge.
Like La Jolla.
I'm not a huge fan.
You gotten
of
some
surfing.
like juicy waves in La Jolla or what?
I
Did you ever go down to Tijuana and just?
My least favorite thing about surfing is
I
the
like the way
wetsuits.
he says juicy.
The wetsuits are crazy.
Yeah, I don't like wetsuits. Although San Diego has warm water. Like you can surf in the 3-2 year rounds probably.
Well, like taking off the wetsuit is just a whole mission. After you get in the water.
Yeah, wetsuit sucks.
Yeah.
But
it's
I mean,
part of the experience.
Well, you're probably like putting on a shitty rental wetsuit.
Yeah,
like you have to have your own.
Yeah.
You have to have your own. Okay, let's do some chats. We have. Did I read this? Oh, I think I read this one, right?
Yeah.
Maddie, can you read this one?
So when it comes to height, yes, it does matter to a certain degree. I am 5'4" and have accepted that. I did have a situationship with someone that was 5'10", but we do have to put in a bunch of extra work. I don't mind it, but it is harder. What do you mean by extra work? Like in the bed or?
Yeah. I feel like he had to try harder than maybe someone who was taller. That's just how I interpreted it. Like he had to put in more effort into the relationship. I don't know.
That's so
I think that's probably the way he means it. Like he's having to compensate for his. I mean, we often hear like I think women will even admit this. Well, I'll date a guy who's X, but he's gonna have to make up with it in this other way.
Yeah, and I even said that like if you checked all my boxes and you were short, sure that's fine. But if you're short and you don't meet half of my needs.
Well, that's the thing is like the guy who's short has to be like really exceptional compared to the guy who's like 6'3", who a lot of women will just like ignore red flags and will just like tolerate a lot of bullshit. Why did you do that, Maddie? Do you have experience on this one?
No,
or?
my nose was running.
Oh, okay, of course. It was like a slight exhale, like you kind of had that experience, you know?
No.
Oh, okay, all right. Okay,
Stay strong, short kings.
Can you read this one, Maddie?
I devoted my 20s to 30s building an empire. Rarely dated. My girlfriend is 19 years younger. We have excellent conversations and complement each other well. I provide and defend with my AR-15. She supports and comforts. I'm not a predator. P.S. Gun control is sexist.
Wait, how old are you now?
CJ?
You said 19 years younger in your 30s? How old are you now?
No, he
devoted his 20s to 30s to building an empire.
I'm thinking he's maybe
40s.
like late 30s, 40s, yeah, I think.
Okay.
CJ, why don't you specify?
W man.
By the way, guys, just a reminder, if you can, you know, we don't mind the YouTube Super Chats, but if you can do it through Streamlabs, same exact price, just YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So, you know, if you do it through Streamlabs, think about it. All right, thank you, guys. And then we have this one, if you can read that one, Maddie.
Beauty. True alignment is based on the environment. Who is likely to be more attractive? The child who is forced into sports at age 5 or the child who's given a PlayStation at age 5? All of us can be Chads and Stacy's. # we are our environment.
Facts.
Word.
Okay, thank you, Vincent Lawrence. Appreciate it.
Former dealer.
Oh, hold on. We'll come back.
Uncon donated $100. That's bull on the height, Malik, coming from you who always talks about wanting to have date someone with superior genetics. I doubt if someone checked everything else but height you'd try to date them.
Okay, unknown, why didn't you use your real username? That's my first question. Second of all, I have stated ideally I want someone to have good genetics. That's not me only saying I'll date people with superior genetics.
Oh, we got another one.
I'm so glad I'm not dating. Donated $100. Nothing better than sex. I have been the crew member of an M1A1 battle tank. When the 120mm goes off, there is no woman in this world that can make me harder than that metal beast made me.
I don't blame you. That is such a fact, dude. My boyfriend is a vet, and he said the same thing about me.
He was also. He said the same thing about you?
No, well, so he used to work on jets. And
Wait, he called you a tank?
No, wait.
What?
Let me rephrase. So my boyfriend's a vet, and he's used to work on jets, and he said to me, like, you know, if I could give one more thing to hear those again, I'd give you up. And I'm like, okay, that's fair. I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. No, he's nice about it.
Damn.
But he does, like, he
dump you to...
Wait, so
no,
you're saying,
he wouldn't dump me.
Like,
but he'd leave me for a day.
If we remove the levity and the laughing from this, so your boyfriend said he'd rather listen to a jet than date you? Is that the way?
Well, like, if he could be in those jets and, like, be around them. Not rather than date me, but, like, you know what I mean.
Yeah, okay.
One day of sex he would exchange it for one day of sex.
Huh.
Just one day?
Day's not bad.
Well, I guess if he could get a week, he'd probably take it.
Right.
It's not a bad thing.
Oh, did you want to fully respond to Uncown? He was saying about you said
unknown?
You want to date someone with superior.
Because that's how it's spelled.
Oh, was
You said you wanted to date someone with superior genetics?
No.
Have you said that on the
so that
stream?
person clearly has seen my content before, which is why they donate anonymously. I'm not sure why, but I have stated in the past that I want to be with someone who has good genetics.
So
I never said it's a requirement, and I joke about superior genetics all the time because on my Twitch channel I'm often very narcissistic. Like, I often say, like, I am superior as far as, like, genetics, brains, and everything. I don't.
Wait,
Yes, that's delusional. Yes,
Wait,
that's delusional.
You say that about yourself?
Yes, I make these statements.
What do you say? Restate it here on the Whatever podcast.
Okay, to everyone who's watching.
Wait, tilt your mic down.
To everyone who's watching.
You tilted it up.
Yeah.
Well, superior genetics,
I was down before.
Superior brain.
Go ahead.
We're cooked.
Restate it.
Yes, I'm a fucking clown. You're probably laughing at me and thinking I'm stupid as fuck, but in my own head, I love myself. I'm happier about myself than you probably are. I know nothing about your life. I know nothing about you, so by default, I know myself better, and I know I'm happy with myself, and I know I'm not perfect, but I love myself, and I think my genetics are pretty damn good. So ideally, I would want someone with pretty good genetics, but that's besides the fact. I just love myself a lot, and I state that a lot.
What are your superior genetics?
Okay, so
articulate.
This is not like a serious topic. It's more of like satire, but I have dark eyes. If I reproduce with someone, hold on. Not saying it's better or worse, but if I reproduce with someone, if I have children in the future, the chances of my future kid having dark eyes are significantly high because dark eyes are superior genetic to lighter colored eyes. They're more dominant as far as genetics go.
Wait, so you're saying you have superior genetics because you have dark eyes?
Because you have dominant genetics?
Dominant is
but that doesn't make it
superior.
Wait, but you're talking dominant and recessive traits.
This is a joke. This is an ongoing joke on my channel.
Wouldn't the argument be that, like, broadly speaking, across cultures, lighter eyes are deemed more attractive?
To you, maybe.
So basically, wouldn't
Some
you be
people-
wrecking somebody else's genetics?
Yeah.
With your dark eyes, if they have light eyes?
I'm just using that
Like
as an example. I'm Middle Eastern, so my genetics are more dominant. If I was dating someone who's African American or African,
But you said superior.
yes, Because
she loves herself.
Yes, Maddie, do you want to help
I
Brian
don't
out?
agree with you, but I'm just trying to here. I think she's saying that she thinks it's superior because she loves herself. So she's
that's all it is.
But-
It's not
But isn't it, like, broadly speaking, even across different cultures, even in cultures where dark eyes are dominant, don't they elevate people who have light eyes?
That's preference. It's just a preference.
It's not just preference. I think it's
like
just like
Okay.
most people.
Well, that's fine. Again, I know it's
Look, I
delusional.
find dark
I
eyes
know
attractive, but I'm just
if
saying.
I called myself the smartest person in this room right now, I could convince myself, yes, I know it's delusional.
Wait,
and
At least you know it's delusional.
No,
It
I'm
is
very
delusional.
well aware. I'm very well aware. These are opinions, and they are not facts.
Can you do a little dance like that?
No, I don't dance.
All right, let's get through these chats. So we had.
I do the handstand or something for you, but there's
Arthur's Manithan donated $100. Hey Brian, love your content. Girl in the middle is beautiful but probably wouldn't have a shot. I'll take up surfing instead, thanks bro.
What the fuck?
Wait, what?
That might have been the guy who sent in the. Who was the guy? It was one of the YouTube super chats. Yo, Arthas Menethil, thank you, man. That's definitely
Let's talk about Kiki.
World of War. I think he's girl in the middle is beautiful. I think he's shooting.
Yeah, he's shooting a shot at you.
Oh.
Slide
But you're in a relationship.
Oh, yeah.
Cookie Stocko donated
flattered, but sorry.
$100. I think she means superior in the fact that it is dominant. I don't agree with evolution, but it does make sense. BTW Jojo, you're hot and I make 6 figs but quit job. Look for me in DMs.
That's true. That's two people right there.
Yeah.
Boom, two.
You got suitors.
Hey,
Wow.
Kirby.
Just start
Kirby,
setting up
every
those
time
dates.
a guy stated he has 6 figures and is interested in you, you've smiled.
She's checking her DMs the second we leave.
100%.
Do you find that attractive that he's maybe a higher status in life than you? Not trying to bring this combo back, just yes
No,
or no.
I think it's flattering, the messages. I
Okay.
thought I was going to get a lot of hate, and so I think the general compliments are nice. Like, aw.
Madison, can I have you
Not
read this
everyone
one?
hates me, right? That's cool.
I love
Former D dealer, popular high school kid, dated a cheerleader, ex bodybuilder, nephew of Gov Gen, had massive parties. Rest assured, the guest views skewed. Every woman I was into, my size, told me height wasn't a matter. She just wasn't interested. LOL. Damn.
I can say this. I've been on a. I'm 6'1", so most women are not taller than me, but I have dated women who are like my height and taller. I personally don't have an issue with it. Interestingly enough, most of those dates, when it's with a woman who's taller, again, I have absolutely no issue dating a woman who's taller than me. Don't have any issues with my height at all. The success rate, if I were to compare to women who are shorter than me, is markedly lower with women who are taller than me. I know this is anecdotal, but in my own personal experience, as someone who's 6'1", when I've dated women who are my height or taller, it seems to be more so on their part that they take an issue with the height thing. It's anecdotal, but
Can I just address the fact that we're just going to skip over former blank dealer? I don't know if I can say. And maybe that was the reason they didn't want to date you. Just throwing it out there. I don't know.
Oh, perhaps, perchance. We have David. David, we need this to come through as a super chat, por favor. But thank you for your membership.
She has a boyfriend, only dates tankers. Chick has the face of a character from Star Wars. Brian, can you bring someone who actually has a personality? R.I.P. Patrice O'Neill. This clown chick needs to understand when to insert a period in a verbal sentence.
Yeah, who is?
Oh, I yap. Okay, if you have a problem with it, don't listen when I talk.
Actually, we should react to that Patrice video. We haven't done in a while, so we'll react to the Patrice video. Yo, Bro Naissance, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Someone who actually has a personality. I don't know. This
I feel like everyone
is
here
a
does.
good personality table. You know, we got Madison here tonight, so I mean, that was good. You know. Okay, all right. I think we're caught up on our chats. Let's get into some notes here. We got some notes. Let me hide all these really quick. Actually, you know what? Before we do the notes, Stifler is very curious to ask, everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Starting with you, going around the table. Go ahead.
Like a 6.
Okay.
I'd say I'm a solid 6, man.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna go 6.
Oh God, which half do I rate? Do I
Superior genetics,
I'll
girl.
keep my answer from last time. I'll say I'm a 7. I don't know. I think I'm a little above average.
I'd say I'm a 7.
Yeah, 7.
8.
Oh, Nick, you totally missed that. I think, right? Did you miss?
Yeah, Mr. Can you do it again?
Yeah, 7.
8.
8.
6. Or no, 5. Sorry, 5. I'm a 5.
You went down.
You went up.
And then,
then we-
oh, yeah, we got Andrew here.
Yeah, he's back to us.
oh, I'm a fucking 10 for sure.
Really?
Explain why.
There you have it. He is a 10. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. All right, no 10s at the table,
Well,
except for... Oh,
I'm surprised she doesn't say 10 since she said she's
Superior genetics.
yeah.
Those brown eyes.
I was
girl.
low-key expecting that
In
too.
my own eyes, like, I see myself as a 9 because I think I'm pretty great, but there's always room for improvement. But the general public, like, anytime even on my Twitch, a lot of people are like, oh, put a poll, have guys rate you. It's always generally between like a 7 and a 9. I don't think I'm that much above average that the rest of the world perceives myself. So I would say generally I would get rated around 7.
okay. All right. Let's get into some of our notes here. So, wait, who's Bender? Oh, wait, that's you. Okay. So, you said that you dated a heroin addict on and off for 4 years.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the full details there? So, first off, how many times on and off was it?
I couldn't tell you. There were
More
just
than...
more than 5 times on and off. Honestly, it might even be more. What details do you want? How did I get there?
So, of the times that it was off, who ended things?
He did.
Every single time?
Every single time.
You never, not once you ended it.
And it
And-
wasn't ending it. It was a relapse. So
Well-
on and off, it was a period of him just not being there. He just ghosted
How
me.
long were the periods?
It depends. It had depended. I think maybe one of the times was like max 3 months. I
Okay.
would say.
So he would make the relationship off by...
Apollo Shinoda donated $100. Girl in the baby blue is not a 6, definite.
She got up.
As always, only 9 is
I'll tell her
Madison. Great show tonight.
You have anything to say to this, Madison?
Thanks.
All right. So, okay, so... But you said it was an on-again, off-again relationship.
Yeah,
so
because
there would never be like a... Because you said he would end it, but it wasn't really him overtly ending things. He would just be in a...
Yeah, but during those times, it's like I'm not gonna state that I'm in a relationship with you when you completely ghosted me and was on this little like.
Okay, so he would ghost you. Would you... who would reinitiate contact?
He did every time.
Okay. Every time.
Yeah.
So why did the first time it was off again? It was because he relapsed?
Yeah.
When you met him, was he using?
No.
Okay, but did he disclose to you that he was using?
That
He had used in the past?
that he was a heroin addict.
Yeah.
Yes.
When you met him.
Mm-hmm.
And you said you dated him for 4 years?
On and off. Yeah.
Okay. So
Someone called you at 9.
yeah, somebody called you 9.
Thank you.
Wait, so okay, you would... How many... So he relapsed on 4 separate occasions?
I honestly couldn't tell you if it was 4 or more. There were
5? I think maybe
Yeah.
it's 5, 6.
Yeah, just about. It would be a period of him relapsing, being gone on this relapse, hitting rock bottom, and then trying to get clean again, and then revisiting the relationship.
How long had he been clean when you met him?
He told me 2 years, I believe.
2 years.
Yeah.
And was that actually true, or was he shifting the numbers on how long
From
he'd
what
been
I
clean?
know, throughout the whole thing, I believe it was true from 2 years.
Okay. And so you were together with him for how long before he relapsed?
It happened shortly after we started dating. Maybe like a month.
A month in?
A month in.
And so for how long was he incommunicado?
So that first initial relapse wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't off.
No,
You stayed.
it didn't.
You like stayed with him, kind of.
It wasn't.
Did you use also?
Did I use?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. No.
So why did you not break up with him after the? I assume heroin use is a deal breaker for most people, right? So why did you stay with him?
Because, well, being that young, I was naive, and
How young were you
21.
when you first met him?
Yeah, I was 21. And
Wait, you said you've been single for 2 months. 2 months or 2 years? Excuse me. Oh, sorry, I've got my shit
yeah,
mixed
I was
up.
like-
Hold on. No, sorry. You're currently in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay, I see. Sorry, I got mixed up. My bad. Why did you stay with him?
I had no idea what I was getting myself into, given obviously heroin addiction is something that, yes, anybody would run the opposite direction, but I think I just saw more in him at the time than just the addiction. So when he initially came to me and told me, like, face on, that he was relapsing in the beginning, like when we were first together, it wasn't something that was like sneakily done around, and I just got to learn how. I'm sorry. It wasn't something that was super sneakily done. I just got to learn how dark it got. I didn't know what I was getting myself into.
You thought you could help him.
Yeah, and it was a wild ride.
By the end of your relationship, did he get over that, or was he continuing to relapse?
By the end,
so like
towards
basically
the end, the last reason when he reached out the last time, the reason was that he relapsed. And then he reached out to me, and he was getting clean again, and I went to go see him, and then there was just some other stuff that happened, and then that's when it ended for good.
How old was he?
He's 29 now.
Well, no. So when you met him, you were.
He was 24.
And you were how?
21.
21, 24. Okay.
Yeah.
Was there anything like insane that he did to you guys in the relationship? Because I don't know, you said when he was using, you weren't in the relationship with him, or that was when it was off?
There were times that we were together when he was using during like his relapse. There were just times that initially it got so bad where he would just like go on his tangent. He would pick that path. So
he didn't
but
do
yes,
anything super crazy,
there was lots of crazy things that I experienced during that time.
Did you, prior to the first off, did you experience any of those crazy things?
No, not necessarily. It was just a build-up.
Well, I would
of
argue
learning.
finding out your boyfriend doing heroin, that's probably a pretty big thing. But so why would you keep getting back with him?
Because I saw more in him than just addiction. Addiction is not like, it's something that I knew that it had nothing to do with me. So I did want to just be there to support him. And I felt like I had a better understanding of addiction than most people, where it's like people most of the time believe that an addict is always just going to be an addict and like just pick, the drugs. But
he kind of did.
Yeah,
but he kind of did.
Yes. Yeah, he did ultimately.
You said he relapsed 5 times plus?
Yeah, uh-huh. And
Did your parents know about this relationship?
My mom does, yeah. Or my mom did after the fact. I didn't share this.
How early did your parents know that this guy was a heroin addict?
It was till after that I shared it with my mom.
Till after the relationship was done?
Yeah.
So you kept that hidden from your family?
Yes. my mom knew to an extent that there was something going on, but she didn't pry about it.
They didn't, for 4 years this was going on and off, where this guy was taking heroin, and he never told your folks at all?
No.
Wow, okay.
It's something during the time, it was something that I, at the time, and I come to realize this later, that I was not telling my parents to protect his image, basically, to protect, like, yeah, exactly, his image.
His image in their eyes.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, didn't that also protect your image, though?
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, okay.
I was dealing with so much at the time that I didn't want to deal with deal with that, having to bring that stress to my family as well.
Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had hoped and believed him that he would not be a heroin addict anymore and he would give that up to be with you.
No, it wasn't about being with me. But
just in general, you were hoping he would recover and not relapse.
Eventually. Yeah,
so
absolutely. That was the end goal.
Didn't necessarily feel the need to tell that because you were hoping it would be something of the past.
Not necessarily, no. It was just something I didn't want to stress my parents about.
Okay.
Do you still care about this guy?
As far as I hope he's doing well, but I don't have any contact with him, and what he's doing right now is what he's doing. I've tried to be there for him during the time that we were together, but I can't say that. I mean, yes, in a sense, because I do care if he's doing okay, but again, I'm not going to reach out to check on him or anything. I have no idea where he is.
So wait, did you, when it was off, would you be dating other men, or were you just?
There was a couple of times, maybe 2 times that
other guys
we were
in the
off.
picture?
Yeah, that I was, and I made that clear when he ended up coming back. There was a couple times that I tried going on a couple dates. There was one time when we were split for about 5 months, I was dating somebody else, but that just didn't end up working out.
Well, did it not work out because you were hoping that the heroin man would come back into the picture?
No, it ended prior to him even coming back, but we weren't compatible. It just ended.
Do you think it's abnormal to continuously date someone who's addicted to heroin?
No.
Wait,
Well, I think if you're in a relationship and you are truly devoted to the person and you want to pursue something with them and it's very meaningful to you, you're naturally going to want to help them recover.
But she was only dating him for a month, right? You said you found out a month into the relationship
that he relapsed.
Or no, it was a month into you knew earlier on in the relationship that he had issues with drug use, but then a month in he relapsed.
Mm-hmm. A lot of women fall into the trap of I can fix things.
I think a month in that's your exit strategy. A month in.
It was, and yes, I had an exit. He tried to give me an exit plan when he told me that he was relapsing and it was getting bad. He tried to give me an out, and yeah, I think I stayed to try to not fix him, but give him the support that I thought he needed, and it did. I believe
it kind of sounds like fixing him. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you want to put it that way, yeah. But I feel, and from what I saw, the support in the beginning did, and he did end up getting clean. He went to rehab and got clean, and then.
Yeah, but this guy locked up 4 years of your life dating him.
Yep.
It's a long time.
Yep.
I mean,
was he on other drugs, by the way?
When you're a heroin addict, you do everything. There's no.
So he was doing everything and heroin.
I mean, that's your addiction is that specific drug, but you're around everything else. So
what else was this guy doing? Was he doing crystal meth? Right?
That's every other drug. If you consider heroin being the top of the worst drugs, everything else it's in the same. You're around the same thing when you're using. You're on the streets.
So when he'd have a heroin relapse, would he smoke crystal meth and this kind of thing?
No,
even when
it wasn't
on
he
heroin?
was using that as well. But I knew that during his rampages, the other addicts he was around, that was a casual thing to be doing.
Well, I don't know if this is a hot take, but my advice to both men and women, this isn't a gender thing, junkie is not very high on the list of people you should date.
No, it's not. I would not recommend it.
Is that a hot take? I don't know. Maybe a red flag.
little
Maybe a
controversial.
deal breaker. Junkie, relapsing. You know what I mean?
I will say people can definitely like recover and clean up their lives, but during that time, don't think you can save them because you can't.
Well, let me take it a step further.
They have to save themselves.
I would argue, at least, look, here's my perspective on the male side of things. If she has a history of drug use, you should preclude her from consideration when it comes to dating. Just point blank.
Yeah, for me personally, drugs are a deal breaker.
There's plenty
as
of
well.
people that are not drug addicted or don't have a history of drug addiction. Plenty of fish in the sea. Again,
What about stuff like weed, Brian? You don't care about that, do you?
I'm not. Obviously, it's not as hard of a drug as heroin or these other hard drugs, but I actually think that significant marijuana usage is actually a character defect. And I personally, I don't smoke weed. If she did it minimally, it's okay. But if it's significant, if she uses it significantly, I think that's a red flag.
I think there's also a difference between someone who occasionally smokes and a stoner.
Well, I'd prefer someone who just doesn't.
I agree with you on
smoke
this.
at all.
I'm completely
If
opposed
she
to
smokes
drugs.
occasionally, I don't think that's not going to be a deal breaker for me, but I would prefer somebody who doesn't smoke. And I mean, similarly, when it comes to drinking, I don't really drink, so I'd prefer someone who doesn't drink.
Yeah.
So, why, Andrew? Are you a pothead?
No, I do not partake.
He's been lighting up this whole time.
He's a chain smoker.
Yeah. Your vice is tobacco.
Yeah.
Nicotine.
Yep, nicotine.
Nicotine. Okay. Damn, though, that's heavy. That is heavy. You're a champ.
Yeah.
Because that's.
Well, I wanted to follow up with a couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Absolutely.
On this. So, was this guy engaging also in criminal activity, heavy criminal activity during this time?
Yeah, he had gotten
Yeah.
arrested a couple of times.
Did you get involved in any of that criminal activity as
No.
well with him?
No,
Like, did he try to drag you into it?
no. It was, I think that was one of the things that probably not necessarily kept me around for so long, but his separation from, I don't know how to put this. Seeing his struggle on trying to separate his addiction from his normal life, like just seeing someone who had that struggle trying to get clean and couldn't and fell into like the black hole of addiction was something that he kept very separate from, or tried to keep very separate from our relationship. So no, he didn't like try to get me involved in any of that.
Did you ever inadvertently end up having to pay for his habit?
There were times that I later found out that it was, yes, kind of, that unknowingly, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was just curious. 4 years is a long time to be with a heroin addict, right?
Yeah, very long time.
Just, if you're okay with answering, what would he say when you were like trying to help him? What was his answer of like?
I mean, as far as trying to help him, it wasn't really. I don't know how to answer that because there's no direct, like, you know, you have so much more to offer. There's not like those direct kind of answers for somebody. It's just,
I guess, what excuses would he give? Or would he
every
say?
I think
excuse
addicts
possible,
know
like-
in a way that there's going to be nothing that is going to change the way they feel because when you are addicted to a drug, it's not you, it's the drug taking over your body. It is the drug making decisions for you in your life. And it's really hard to go back from that. So they just like know that they're doomed kind of, and it's hard for them to get better because they know that and they
You have to
they don't know how to help themselves because it's right in front of them.
Yeah, and then in their mind, the only thing that helps them is the drug, and that's why it's a constant loop.
Yeah.
So what was like the final straw for you of like the last of him saying, I can get better, I can do this? What was the last?
There wasn't, if I'm being completely honest. I think that I'd never, no matter how many times, like, and that's where when I was saying in the beginning, I think a lot of people see addiction and see like a lost cause, and that's where addicts have such a hard time gaining that support because they lose that trust from the support they got originally so many times. And that situation, and like in that case, our situation got so detrimental where I couldn't be his support anymore. I started becoming like part of the problem because I went like AWOL. Like anytime something would happen, I just went like completely. It was really toxic. So there wasn't really a time. It honestly just ended on terms where it wasn't going to. It was so toxic towards the end that's what was the defining factor that it wasn't going to work. I don't think I ever lost faith in the fact that he could get clean. So
I'm sorry that happened.
Thank you. It's okay.
Yeah, not a lot of people can do that for other people. Not necessarily like be their savior or whatever, but as you say, addicts, they fuck up a lot. You know, they lose a lot of the support that they have, and because of that, I think it makes things a lot worse, a lot faster, because when and if they do come to their senses and an off day, and they're like, all right, maybe I'm messing up, I need help, no one's really there to help them.
An addict won't get ready. They won't get help unless they're ready. So anybody can try to do anything for them, give them all the resources, but it's not going to happen until they're ready. And it's hard to, be the person that's going to be there when they aren't ready.
And you can have like the sympathy for them, like you said. I feel like everyone also looks at addicts like a lost cause, but at the same time, you do have to take into account that they fully did that themselves, and they are driving those people out of their life that want to help them and want to support them, and they truly just don't want to get better until they're ready, like you said.
Would you go through or put yourself through that again?
Am I allowed to cuss?
You better say fuck no. Yeah, you better say fuck no.
Ultimately, my last question on this, as I'm sure Brian wants to move the convo on, but would you say in retrospect that you were as much of an enabler of the behavior as you were somebody ultimately who was assisting and putting a stop to it?
No, I don't think so. I think as I learned with his addiction, and even just his environment, you obviously dating an addict, you learn a lot about addiction, and I don't think that, I mean, maybe at one point because I was so naive about what was happening that I couldn't differentiate what was like going on. If I couldn't tell if at sometimes if he was lying to me, or I couldn't tell that he was relapsing at first. So in those cases, yes, but I think in the sense of trying, like the support that I tried to give him or how I thought I was helping him and I was enabling instead, I don't think I was.
But you're talking about years, 4 years and many relapses. At what point does there become a distinction between enabling behavior and helping behavior?
Do you mean like as in accepting him back every time he relapsed? As like referring to that as enabling?
Yeah. Is it enabling?
I don't know how I would answer that because every time he would come back, it wasn't while he was it wasn't at a time that he was relapsing. Every time he would come back, it was already when he was ready to get clean. So I'm not sure if that would be considered enabling his addiction. I mean, I would understand because I was always there. You know, he always had somebody there to come back to. But I don't think so. I don't think I could say that.
I wonder if there's any data when it comes to dating. There probably isn't. Who's more likely to date drug addict?
Well, women.
I think in general,
women.
men use drugs more than women do.
Do they?
No.
I don't know the statistics.
Women just use more legal drugs.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to. When it comes to illegal drugs, especially like in dealings and stuff, it's a very dangerous atmosphere in general. So you find more men doing that than women anyway. And the women who do it, it's because they have a boyfriend, a brother, a family member, or a best friend who's into that, who gets the women into it generally.
So men are to blame. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, also it's just like women are attracted to bad boys. Women are attracted to bad boys. And I mean, it sounded like you said he was also involved in some, I might have stepped away, some criminal activity or something. So yeah, women just seem to be attracted to what I view as character defects and flaws in men.
Not all women. Not
all women, but for example, hybristophilia, I don't know if we even brought that up when you were on the show last, and I've mentioned it quite frequently a lot of people are tuning out for this particular conversation, but
sorry.
No, it's okay. So hybristophilia, women are attracted to men who are, they're attracted to criminality. And this is almost exclusively something that you see in women as compared to men. It's very rare in men, but much more common in women. I think it's not common in women in general, but it's more.
That is true.
I think it has to do capacity for violence. So someone who's a criminal may very well have more capacity for violence, or to do things that could, in some like dire situation, if they're more drawn to criminality, they could conceivably better provide for children if they're willing to steal or cheat or lie. Maybe that's a stretch, but
I don't agree with that at all. Like
it makes sense in my head.
I know women, I've known women in my life who have dated criminals, and I've never understood the appeal, or like specifically.
That's you, though.
Yeah, that's me.
Anyways, let's get these chats out because there's quite a few. Maddie, if you can read.
There's no way the chick who looks like she blows the horn of Gondor says she's a 7. No effing way.
That's okay. My boyfriend thinks I'm hot.
Okay. Maddie?
From left to right. Madison 8. Heroin chick 5. Java 2. Redheaded Watto 3. Joker knockoff 4. Blue shirt chick 5. Multicolored weirdo 4. Renaissance fair chick 9.
Who's the
not my words, guys. I just have to read this.
Who's the Renaissance?
Get it. That's Kirby. Mm-hmm. She's the Renaissance fair chick.
Is this one of your viewers or something?
Better check those DMs. I'm gonna have to give surfing a pass. More of a cliff jumping guy. It's that or spreading some good old freedom in Helldivers. Has anyone given it a try? And as far as rates go, that one on the far end is a smoke show, and light blue is kind of a champ.
Who's on the far end?
You.
It's you.
Yeah, it's you, Ryan.
It's always been
all right. We have this one.
My dad was a hero addy. I know how she feels. Beat the out of me for not knowing math. But to the appy biot, being a weed dealer prior to legalize is about the coolest dudes out there. 24 body count for age 21. They just didn't want to date because of height.
What? You have a 24 body count, but they didn't want to date you? So you're saying the girls would smash, but they wouldn't date you? Is that what you're saying?
Interesting.
Okay. Thank you, the official prince. Merci beaucoup for the Canadian 50. All right, let me get into some other notes. Oh, okay, we're going to do a segment here. Going around the table, does you consider yourself traditional, correct?
Yes.
Traditional. Going around the table, who else here considers themselves traditional? Not traditional?
Not specifically.
You gotta speak into the mic.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Not traditionally.
Oh, sorry. Spaced out. I think I am traditional when it comes to relationships. Like, my end goal is to be a stay-at-home mom. I would prefer my husband provide, but I do have quite a potty mouth and a dark sense of humor, so maybe in some aspects a little bit more modern.
Do you consider yourself a traditional woman overall?
I think it's on a spectrum, so maybe not fully, but I think maybe more traditional than some.
I would say I'm completely traditional when it comes to relationships, but as far as lifestyle, I want to work. I want to be always providing for myself in addition to being with someone who's providing for my family. But In a relationship sense, I'm traditional, but in lifestyle, I guess not.
Wait,
really.
you always want to be working for yourself?
Yes.
Even if you meet a really wealthy guy who's like, nah, just stay home, pump out babies, take care of the kids.
I would work for fun. Like, if I didn't get paid, I would still work.
What about if you have like 7 sons?
I will take care of my children. That'll be my priority.
And work?
And I will work in my free time
What are you
instead
gonna
of.
do?
I don't watch movies and TV shows. I work.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to work. I'm doing real estate right now. I'm in school for real estate.
So as let's say in this scenario, your husband's like, well, no, you don't need to be doing real estate. I'm good. I can provide.
Oh, he can provide then. I'm still going to work because I enjoy
No,
working.
he says, no, I don't want you to work.
Then I'm washing the dishes twice daily. I'm going to be
so
busy. I have to be busy.
But you would accept, like, if a guy's...
Oh, fuck yeah.
And he says, hey, I don't want you to...
You don't want me working. I'll just work around the house, I guess.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'll deep clean the house every day instead of once
Cool.
a week, I guess.
I'd
you
say, like in most aspects, yeah.
Traditional?
80% traditional.
Okay.
Yeah, same. But
Traditional?
Yeah. But I want to be fully trad wife.
Fully trad wife.
Yeah.
So we're going to do a segment called Traditional or Not Traditional. What this is going to require is us pulling up all the girls' Instagrams, Nick. If you can, I should have maybe had you do that before. We're going to pull up all their Instagrams, and we're going to, those of them who said traditional, we're going to see, judging off of their Instagram, are they traditional?
I've got no ass on my Insta.
Keep in mind, I said 80% traditional. Not
By the way,
100.
this is a squeaker over here. We should have swapped it out, but the chair, your chair is a squeaker.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not. It's not.
I had an energy drink. I have a lot of energy. I want to run.
So while Nick is doing that, let me see. Okay, on chats we're good. Let me just clear these out.
Did you want to do the other 1 to 10 one or just the first one? I don't know. It's right.
Malik,
Oh no.
when you say that you always want to work, Malik, are you on some kind of like legal type of Adderall?
No, everyone thinks I'm either on Adderall or cocaine or
whatever
caffeine.
it's called.
No. I don't. I have water and I have a lot of vegetables and fruit. I have caffeine like once a month, just like on days like this where I want more energy. I never do drugs. I drink alcohol like on occasions, like birthdays and stuff, but like that's it.
Well, I mean, the only reason I ask is because I remember distinctly the last time you were on the show, you began to eat a banana with a peel on it.
Oh,
and so it made me
that's just
question
something
your
I do. Would
sanity
you
a
like
little
me?
bit.
Would you like me to eat my banana again?
Oh God.
I do carry a banana with me because I do like eating bananas.
She
and yes,
has
I
a
eat the
banana
peel.
purse too.
Yes, I do. I got this because it carries my bananas better.
Show us your banana thing.
And this is not something.
Ooh, that one doesn't look right.
But I just prefer bananas.
You should wash those.
What a weirdo.
I always wash it first.
But it's in your purse.
I want to
But
switch
I-
seats.
Oh, God.
How much bacteria is in your purse?
Do I want to bite?
She's eating it like
He's like, what?
that's so gross.
I'm kind of tempted to try it, but
That's
I'm gonna
so
pass.
gross.
I will buy you a drink tonight if you take a bite.
Also, that's a like soft ass banana.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's probably really sweet.
Brown.
Those are
right.
the kind of bananas
Fruits at
you use
all.
to make banana bread.
Yeah, yeah, that's banana
to,
bread.
like,
Put in the
banana.
freezer. Yeah.
Are you okay?
Wait, do it in the mic for ASMR sound effects.
This is like the most disturbing thing I've seen on the podcast.
Okay. Yes, I'm okay. Yes, I also do have brain damage.
From
Superior genetics.
I've had 12
I believe
concussions.
you. I
What? You
believe
had
you.
12 concussions?
I've had 12 concussions.
How?
Due to what?
Did you play sports or something?
No, I didn't play sports. I was just
How
a dumb.
did-
I was
what?
just a dumb kid. The first concussion I got was from a 2x4 and a sledgehammer. Me and my brother, I was about 8 years old and he was like, I think 5. We wanted to catapult like rocks into the air. So, do you mind if I set this down here?
No, you have to eat the whole thing.
I'll hold it. I was just
Yeah,
gonna
just
like
hold it the rest
use
of
my
the
hands
show.
to describe. So, we wanted to catapult rocks into the air. So we went and found a bunch of rocks like the size of our heads, and we took a stump, like a log, like maybe this big, and we cut it in
Do you want
half.
it? Can you show Andrew? Go ahead.
Oh,
Continue.
like you know, like a log, like a stump.
Oh,
right?
I see what you mean.
And
I
we
see
cut
what
in
you mean.
half, so it was like a semicircle, and we took a 2x4 and we nailed it to it, and then we stole our dad's sledgehammer and we were catapulting rocks into the air, and we're like taking turns, like hitting the sledgehammer and like loading rocks. But I was a little kid. I was 8 years old, and it was my turn to like load the sledgehammer or load the rock onto the catapult so my brother could launch it into the air. And when I bent over to pick up a rock, he like got trigger happy and he hit the little like
Oh my God,
seesaw.
who the hell cares?
Bro,
You asked, and he
this is like-
catapulted me.
You've had 12 This is 12 concussions. It's taken you 45 seconds to. We don't need the.
You asked me.
Yeah, I know, but like, I don't need the fucking.
Okay, I've just got a lot of concussions from being
Hallmark
a dumb
movie.
kid.
All from being a kid.
Do you eat the stem?
It's wood.
Eat it.
Eat it. Yeah. You have to.
Eat it.
It's
Commit.
like a piece of
Who do you
wood.
think is more
Eat it.
qualified to make decisions, an 18-year-old or someone who has had 12 concussions?
I want the girl eating the banana like that. That's for sure.
Okay, she's had a bunch of.
As someone who was once 18, I'm more qualified now.
Really?
Okay.
Yeah, the concussions
How did we
before.
get there? Wait,
No, I actually got concussions.
Nick,
after
do you
I
have
was
the
18.
Instagrams ready? Yeah, let's start with.
Stop eating that fucking banana. Stop it.
Foul.
It's got the peel on it. Stop doing that.
Oh,
now.
should I just eat the peel?
Let's start with Celeste.
Peels are good for you, but you have to wash it.
I washed it.
I don't really.
So this is we're asking the chat here too, traditional or not?
Like, it's not rotten.
Traditional
I'm gonna take a guess and say that it's
or not?
a no from the chat.
Celeste right here.
I'm gonna go put down this banana.
Please.
I just feel like it's distracting. I would finish it. I'll finish it after.
All right. Okay. Can you put this on the other side?
Is the third video her drinking
No,
alcohol?
just do left. Yeah. No. Left small.
Celeste knows how to party.
All right. Oh, play the video in the top right corner. Play that video. This is her 2023 recap. Yeah. I mean, just play it. You can turn it on if you want, I guess. Actually, get rid of it. Good. Yeah. Okay, drinking, partying at the bar, at the club, at the festival, rave, making out with the dog, Halloween party, bars, drinking, more drinking, making out with the dog, drinking, partying, making out with neck tattoo guy, making out with the dog, partying, rave, festival, tattoos, bar, and then is that okay? And then go back to the IG. Let's look at the rest of the IG. You know, okay. So you at parties, music festivals. That maybe looks like a rave. Alcohol, titties out, dog love. The dog is good. Like the dog. A lot of making out with dog. A lot of dog making out. I'm a little concerned. A lot of partying, bars, festivals, bikini photo, tattoo.
Whoa.
Titties out. Another tattoo. More titties.
Damn, how far are you scrolling?
Fake titties? The titties are they the fake?
No.
No.
Thank you though.
Whoa. Hold on. Wait. I have reason to believe that they're fake.
They look real.
Hold on.
What's your reason?
Thank you.
I'm looking at the photos. They look fake.
They look real. They're real.
Push-ups.
Wait,
baby.
scroll up. Scroll up.
Exist.
Have I failed with my fake? Hold on.
Those work.
Scroll up.
Also, you scroll down to the point where people were using.
Whoa. Wait. Hold on. Scroll down a
Okay,
bit.
once you
Scroll down.
down.
Yeah. that's
Click the one
Let's analyze her
The
tits.
right.
on the right. Middle
Wait
right.
a second.
Yeah.
They're real.
Yeah, they're so real.
That doesn't look.
Scroll back up.
It's like a teardrop. It's real. I feel like teardrops always look real.
Wait, show the bikini one.
They look real.
They look good.
Are those real?
Yeah, real.
What? Really? You're a little high.
Wait,
They're
chat.
really real.
Nick, show us the chat. I don't know. I'm gonna have to do like a deep dive on this
Oh
later.
my god.
I think they might be fake, son.
No,
Deep
they're
dive
real.
of her boobs? Is that what I have to understand?
I'm gonna go scan them tomorrow.
If they were fake, there would be more up.
Yeah,
like they're-
they'd have a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I don't know.
this is like a bad angle
I
to even
don't-
analyze
Wait,
that out.
X out.
Is the
X
chat
out.
all saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
They're saying that they're fake.
Thank you.
Teardrop
all.
Scroll up.
They don't know. They don't have boobs.
Scroll up.
Actually, scroll down.
Don't listen to her. Wait. Scroll down.
See that one with that
Wait,
blue top?
The blue
That's-
top. Let's see the blue top.
That's a real.
Those are real.
Those are hella real.
could just
Wait,
be
put
the
us on
top
the
or
other
good
side.
bra.
Put us on
have
the
a
other
line
side.
on top.
Put us on the other side.
Got to see the other tit.
Well, that's
Bro,
what-
That's
in,
natural.
in one of the pictures, you can see one is like way more defined than the other, just based on how she was.
I
laying
don't
down.
know, my
And
little
that's-
friend. I think
Standing up, she doesn't got that little table.
They're real.
Yeah.
She doesn't
You
have that
know?
like
Those are
ridge on
real.
top.
Yeah.
Are they real
They're
or are
real.
they fake?
I love
She
where
told
this
you
is
they're
derailed
real.
to.
I don't
They're
know why
really
it's
nice.
debating.
And I feel like you
Well,
can tell by the cleavage.
You're
All right.
blessed.
Yeah.
Getting back, regardless of the fake titties or real titties,
Sorry, we're all talking about your boobs.
traditional or not traditional? Is she said she in her messages to us she claimed traditional.
I'm gonna put a big no on that. A big no.
I
No
have to,
fucking way.
I think
Hot take.
Hot take.
not traditional.
That's all.
I'm thinking not traditional. Do you want to walk back the whole being traditional thing?
Walk back.
Well, you said
Well, okay.
that you consider yourself traditional.
Yes,
Are you?
I would lean more traditional.
Are you, though?
But I guess if you're talking in that sense,
What sense? Of being traditional?
of how I present myself, then probably not.
Mm.
I guess if you're speaking in that sense.
I'm a traditional man, but I take photos with half-naked women, but I'm a traditional man, and
As far as my
here's my
relationship-
bong, and I'm partying, and I'm going to clubs, and
I didn't post any. You know,
Huh?
I don't post
You
stuff
don't what?
like that.
You don't what?
Bong. Is that what you were like trying?
oh
to...
no, I mean I don't know if you were posting anything like that, but
No.
there's a lot of alcohol use.
There is a lot of
alcohol. You're wearing kind of revealing outfits. You're going to
You're
raves.
absolutely correct. I'm not objecting to
Oh,
what you're
okay.
trying to
All right.
your point that you're trying to make. But as far as I think my relationship views, I would say they might be a little bit more traditional.
Your relationship views.
Yes.
Does that mean when it comes to like, you know, a man paying for everything? Is that what you
Not
mean by
necess-
that?
Yeah, like I said, I would lean more traditional in that sense. Not necessarily paying
Yeah.
for everything, where someone needs to like take care of me, because I would most likely work if I didn't have to, as well. But to
Well, then what does
have-
that mean, traditional inside of a relationship?
Man, I guess if you, where the man is the head of the household and the provider. So, like I said, I lean more towards that, but I'm saying that I would work if I didn't have to.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I get this right. So when you're saying traditional inside of a relationship, you just mean you stay at home, he pays for everything.
Oh, yeah, if you're defining that, yes. That's why I said I lean a little bit more towards that, but if I didn't have to, I would still.
Okay.
But I
gotcha.
wouldn't
So-
want to be completely taken care of. I would just rather have my significant other be someone who is a little bit more of a provider.
Who else is traditional? You?
Yes.
You guys? We could do Malik's. Let's see her Instagram.
I don't
Let's
think
see.
mine's as bad.
Let's find out.
Let's see here.
We'll be the judge of that.
All right.
Whoa, that selfie is really exposed.
Real fake.
Yeah.
Real fake, yeah.
Are they real or are they fake?
Yeah.
We'll find
Scroll down.
out.
Back to Pat.
On the next episode.
Showing the gat.
Okay. All right. Yep. Looks fine. Looks okay so far. All right. Okay, that's not that. I think that's
I don't think that's bad.
based off your
Yeah,
Instagram. I
it's
think you might pass.
You might.
Ish.
Ish?
Ish.
What percentage?
Could
based
clean
on
it up
your
a little
Instagram?
Ish.
Yeah, what's up with the top right photo, Malik?
The top right photo? I don't see anything. I don't see anything wrong with that. That dress goes almost to my knees. I don't think it's that low cut. It's a straight across top.
Yeah.
I went to an event.
Isn't it a thirst trap, Malik? You posted thirst traps?
I'm thirsty.
Andrew, the entire reason of posting to Instagram or any social media is to get attention. So by definition, every post is a thirst trap. Yes, I think I looked good in that picture.
What do you mean by
That's why I
definition?
posted.
No, I don't think so. I think that a thirst trap is a woman posing sexually provocatively in order to get attention.
I don't think that was a provocative.
For instance,
I
a
do
picture
not think
of
that
you
was
drinking
provocative.
orange juice is a thirst trap, Malik. I think that there's a distinction, right?
I do not think any of my photos were sexual. I don't think I was sexualizing myself in any photos. They were pictures of myself.
Yeah, but you would agree with me then.
No, I wouldn't.
Malik, let me finish what I said, or what I'm trying to say. So you would agree with me, though, that a thirst trap is a woman who is posting in a sexually provocative way in order to get male attention, right?
Yes, that's the definition of a thirst trap. It's
Yeah.
you
I'm
want
just
guys
saying
to
that
thirst
top right
over
one
you.
looked a little bit like that's what you were trying to do, Malik. That's all
No,
I'm
I
saying.
don't. I don't have any pictures in bikinis. I have no pictures of my ass at all. If anything,
No,
it's
look,
like,
you passed the muster. I pointed out one pic. That's all.
and I don't see anything wrong with that picture. But thank you for pointing it out.
Beautiful.
You're welcome.
Maddie, could you read this?
Bro, that story gave me CTE. I want to smell the Renaissance Fair chick's chair once she leaves.
Whoa.
What?
Which
And that's for.
I think
just
me
the
telling
same
how
one.
I got CTE.
Oh, I see.
That was just one of the 12, but
All right,
I'll save y'all the
Renaissance.
additional CTE.
Thank you for the 69 message, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Let's move on. Was there somebody else? Were you traditional?
I
Are
said
you trad?
Yeah, low key. I mean, I'm.
Let's just do her IG and then we'll move on.
Malia's also Chad.
Oh, okay. We'll do her and then we'll just move. We don't have enough time.
I mean, there's parts of mine where I'm like, but
Mike.
I'm trad at home.
Would you say your outfit
Trad
today
where
is
it
traditional?
counts.
Try to be.
There's
Yeah.
a difference between claiming traditional.
Yo, thank you,
and
AB Check, for the gifted 20
valuing
memberships.
tradition.
I
Thank you.
value tradition for sure.
What's up? Yeah, let's do Bella.
Whoa. That's not me. That's not me. That's
Boom.
not me.
That's not you?
No, that's not me.
Wait.
Whoa. No, I'm in.
That's
I was
not
with,
you?
No, that's not me.
That's not your Instagram?
That is my Instagram, but that
Pull
video
it
is
back
not
up.
me.
Okay.
Yeah. That middle video
Loose
is not
Pussy
me.
Energy donated $100. First
I
of
didn't
all,
post it.
she
Oh,
ain't
got it.
traditional. Typical modern day 304s. Second, fake T-gold bitties. If it's real, take off the shirt and prove it. Number 304's love chat crackheads. Hashtag get the rocks. Number 8 at 18. Hashtag grand thrust.
Get the rocks. Yeah. Abdul? Yeah. Get the rocks.
Half
Get the
of this
rocks.
panel is celibate. What do you mean ran through?
I appreciate the compliment. I've gotten that in the past, but I can, 100% claim that they are not. And I'm also scared of surgeries in general, so I don't think even if I wanted to, I wouldn't.
Surgeries can kill you.
We've had girls come on the show
Sorry.
before claiming they don't have fake titties.
Well, I'm not one
But
of
they
them.
got fake titties. Actually, Andrew was on that show. Andrew, do you remember that Twitch girl who she was Russian or some shit? I think it was
Yeah. Yep.
What's
I
her?
remember her, the
Farah's
weirdo
friend.
chick.
Yeah, who's kind of just. I forgot her name. What, Mira?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
She
she
bad faith.
she had fake titties, and she's like, no, I don't.
Yeah, totally lying through her.
Totally
lied her
lying.
ass off that
Totally
whole show.
lying. Yo, Flan Life, thanks for the gifted 10 memberships. I appreciate it. But
And I will say, I understand a reason for her to lie. She has no reason to lie about it. She doesn't do OF content. She doesn't.
what?
I said thank you.
No, I think.
What do you mean she doesn't have a reason to lie? Plenty of people.
You're accusing her of having fake tits, but she would have no reason. Versus a Twitch streamer who presents herself and
As
her
natural.
her tits
Yeah.
says her thumbnail almost every day. I can understand her wanting to protect her own online image and saying, "Hey, they're real," but she has no reason to lie.
well, I could probably think of reasons why she could have reasons to lie.
Such as?
I could be wrong, though. I mean, I don't know. I haven't done a thorough enough investigation.
A lot of people also.
Can we not focus too much on the titties? I feel look. I'm not 100% set. I have questions.
I feel like you're focused on the titty.
I'm not focused on the titties. You guys keep talking about the titties.
Like, zoom into that.
Solid like 30 seconds.
I was responding to the donation.
I have doubts, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. I like to think I have a good fake titty radar, but maybe in this one time in my whole life, I've been wrong once when it came to the fake titties.
Once?
I don't know. And if that's true, then it's probably a compliment to her, I guess.
Win
I
streak
don't know.
over.
Anyways, let's read this. Madison,
I'll
can you read
shut
it?
the F up. Being 5 foot tall is my fault. I'll just grow taller if I want to be with a woman. This last $50 is for the Chilean general to invade Canada to save me of the communist
my bad.
Trudeau tyranny. $200
Canadian.
Is it Canadian? Yeah. Is like
I can
$350
confirm
US under
that the non-speaking soldier in the background, I have talked with him, and he is a hater of the Trudeau. I can confirm that that's true.
Do you want? Can you? I know it's. Do you want to respond in Spanish? Un poquito español, por favor.
Sí.
That's what he's a man of few words. You know, he's a stoic. He's a soldier. Okay, all right. Thank you there, the official prince. Where were we? Oh, we did. We'll do your Instagram really quick, then we'll move on. Senor Nick, por favor, pull up the L Instagram.
The L
Oh, we were still on this. Okay. Scroll down. Okay. Oh, yep. Okay. There's that. Okay. Okay. You know, there's a little iffy, maybe.
She said those are
Traditional. So for the chat, traditional or not traditional?
Because the bikini one isn't me.
Okay, so fine.
Yeah, that bikini one is not me.
The third one, though, is check out my ass. The
Renaissance donated $100.
Oh my god.
BRO, I will legit marry the Renaissance fair chick. I'll smell her chair as consolation if I am turned down.
Whoa.
So I have to accept her. He smells my chair, it sounds like.
Someone
Win-win.
smell your chair.
Yeah.
Got me in a trap right there.
You might be dating sooner than you think.
Yeah. You're screwed, bud.
if you do a champagne pop, Maddie will smell it on your behalf.
That's wild, yeah.
I'll smell it. Whoa. Please.
Yeah, she's her friend. Let her.
Okay. Her
Please.
Instagram, please. Who's that? Lil Mole?
Yeah. Sorry.
Lil Mole.
Molia.
Molia.
It's really not worth looking at.
While we're waiting on that, you said you think a lot of people end up going through an unhealthy attachment and one detrimental relationship. Oh, no, this is back to you. In order to get to a point to understand how to be okay as a single individual.
No, I think okay, my wording on that, I feel like I wish I would have reworded that because I don't feel like it's necessary to be okay as a single individual, but I feel like the majority of the people that you speak to probably and most likely have gone through one unhealthy attachment in some kind of relationship. And it kind of goes back to, not that I believe in like the 3 loves of your life, but that second one that everybody goes through that's, toxic and unhealthy, and you learn who you are and what you want. That's what I kind of mean. I feel like there's a healthy amount of people out there that go through some kind of unhealthy attachment.
Audio's muted.
Word. Yeah, I wasn't trying to chime in. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Instagram, Nick. All right, this is
I haven't
Malia.
posted in like 2 years.
This is our friend Malia.
I'm not much of a poster.
All right.
Wait, show them the last picture though. I think they'll like it. No, the first, most recent one. Scroll through it.
It's her with a gun.
It's me with a gun.
Yeah, she wants to show off the gun.
Okay. Cool. So traditional or not traditional? Traditional or not traditional? So moving on, we have Drax.
Drax on fire.
Drax on fire. You said you don't know how to date after divorce. Dating scene is weird now. Online dating sucks. Everything seems to be transactional and disposable. Meeting people who know what their dating style is. I feel like everyone is always looking for the greener grass, swiping left and right.
Yep. Yeah.
You want to expand a little bit?
I mean, like I had said earlier, it's kind of tough to date after marriage. Although my situation with that partner was tough in general, now dating, like, people don't really meet in person anymore. And so this online dating concept it's difficult because, like we had mentioned earlier, the conversations die down so freaking fast. It's one, most people only want to be on those dating apps to sleep with people. And if you're one of those individuals that don't partake in hookup culture, you start with that conversation, and then within like the first couple sentences, they realize that you're not really about it, and it just like either dies down, or they try to play it off like, oh yeah, it's no big deal, I'm not trying to sleep with you, but in reality they are. And I mean, I know what I'm looking for, but then you find a lot of people that are like, oh well, I'm still trying to figure out my dating goals, and you're in your like mid-30s trying to figure out what it is that you want in a partner. So I don't know. It's just like, it's weird overall. Most of the people that I meet,
scoot your mic this way?
Most of the people that I meet only want to hook up, or they want to hook up and then see where that leads. And I'm just like not about it. It's tough. It's difficult. Part of it is my fault. I don't really put a lot of effort into meeting people in person. So maybe that's part of it. But I also don't want to like go out and meet people at the bar or the club.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
You go to a lot of music festivals, right?
I do.
Have you ever had any luck meeting anybody in person there?
So, yes, but they're like, what do people call them? Rave bays, right? You go, you meet, and they're like, wow, they're having such a good time, and you're partying or whatever. But afterwards, a lot of them live like out of the state, out of the country, or you kind of just like, I don't know, within the whole having fun, you don't get their number. Maybe, I don't know, the following day they just don't message you back, and it's just like a while you're there type situation.
This is totally unrelated, but when you were, during your introduction, you said that with some of these hookups, they'd be like, try to kick you out after having sex. You felt it was impersonal.
Yeah. So during the time that I separated, I wasn't sleeping or like seeing anybody. I ended up kind of sort of dating one of people that were like in our friend group or whatever, and never really led anywhere. But it always felt to me like you sleep with that person.
I'm so glad I'm not dating. Donated $100. Brian, what makes you traditional besides just words? Andrew, I understand. But what makes you any different than them? Sex before marriage? Wow, gamer, podcaster. The structure to the pedestal, please.
Well, the difference is I don't overtly claim that I'm traditional. I don't think I've ever claimed that. So it's like, you know, these OF girls who come on the show, or these porn stars. Well, I'm traditional. Well, no, it's actually you're not. Whereas if they just claimed, oh yeah, I'm a modern woman, I wouldn't really like, there's nothing to push back on there. So I don't really make claims that I'm like this paragon of tradition. There are some components of me that I think are traditional. But yeah, I don't believe in waiting until marriage. I don't play video games, actually. I used to play video games, but I haven't played video games since 2020. But I mean, I have a knowledge of it because I used to play, so I'll make video game references.
Does playing video games make you not traditional?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know where video games really come into that, but I don't really make it a habit to be like, oh, again, I don't proclaim myself to be like some paragon of tradition.
Would you consider yourself traditional then? Yes or no?
In some ways, yes, but again, I'm not out here being like, yeah, trying to claim being traditional. Perhaps in some ways I am, in other ways I'm not. Like, I'm not waiting till marriage.
I'm not
to
really
have
trying
sex
to.
and
Don't even marry.
but yeah.
I'm not really trying to defend, but it's because you ask all of the girls on the panel, do you consider yourself traditional? Yes or no?
Yeah.
And they're not going out and like on their socials and stuff claiming like, oh, I'm a traditional woman, subscribe to my OnlyFans. It's just you ask a yes or no question and then like, you're not traditional.
Well, in the pre-show casting questions, we ask, do you consider yourself feminist or traditional? So usually I'll only give pushback if a girl who she's outwardly does not appear to be traditional, or she's involved in sex work and claims to be traditional. That's usually where my pushback stems from.
And I understand that, but feminist and traditional are not opposites. They're two separate things.
Yeah, no, they're opposites.
They're opposites.
So you said you wouldn't fully consider yourself traditional, so that means you're feminist?
No.
Because you just said they're opposites.
Is that the only two options?
Well, so just because two things are opposite of each other doesn't mean if you're not one of those things that it would immediately make you the other. That would be illogical, Malik.
Isn't that the definition? I'm
Well,
not
feminism is, in its most generous sense, is advocating for women.
Yes.
So.
Well, no, feminist is that men and women are equal.
Yes, in my questionnaire, I'm like, do you consider yourself traditional or more feminist?
I see what you're coming
But
from.
as far as me, no, I'm not feminist at all. I might actually lean more egalitarian, which I prefer over feminism.
But egalitarian is feminist.
No, it's not.
A matriarchy,
It's not.
I think, is what you're thinking, but matriarchy is not feminist because in a matriarchy, the woman versus like a patriarchy.
Well,
and
we
then
have a
egalitarian.
gynocentric society.
Yes, but in a feminist society or an egalitarian society, men and women are equal. I
Okay.
believe it.
And
in
but that's not what
patriarchy
feminism is.
Feminism is that men and women are equal.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's about securing rights.
It's not that women are better.
It's securing privileges for women.
So that they're equal to men.
No, actually, because, for example, in a scenario where feminists are seeking equality, they will only seek that equality if it somehow stands to benefit women. If seeking some form of equality would actually come to the detriment of women, feminists will not seek it. So it's not equality between men and women, because feminists would be in the streets fighting for equalization of selective service and the draft.
But you're using
It's supremacy. It's female supremacy is the ultimate goal of feminism.
Is it though?
Now it
Yeah,
is.
it is. It is, though. Yeah.
It's about
That's why not a single one of you at the
My
table is
understanding
going to
of feminism
identify. I
is
can prove it to you right now. Right?
equality.
It can't. Is anybody at this table going to identify as a fourth wave feminist? Yeah, that's what I thought, and that's because they're all female supremacists. But how many of you would identify as a first wave or second wave feminist?
It's like original feminist.
Yeah. Like basically all of you, right? So that's the distinction,
I'm
right?
not
So you move
feminist at
on
all.
the pathway. Well, maybe not you, Malik, but almost every other woman here does. And the reason for this is because, yes, feminism becomes about female supremacy. That's actually what was in the doctrine originally for feminism, was a move towards female supremacy. It wasn't enough that they were equal with men, because men are a bunch of violent predators, Malik, who are always after young women and things like this. So they absolutely had to get these evil men who were just ultra-violent lunatics under control. This is on all of the feminist doctrine, and you know this, by the way.
I will fact check you after the show because I doubt Brian is going to want to pull up the definitions now. But
What do you mean?
I disagree.
What definitions of
That
feminism?
That feminism is for female supremacy.
Well, let's look at what's actually in practice.
Okay, but I'm not talking about Twitter warriors. I'm
What
not
do you mean,
talking about
Twitter
people who
warriors?
live on Twitter and type, "Oh, women should control this" and all that, or like the online representation.
So what-
Like feminism? I am not a feminist. I'm against feminism, for the record. But
Do you think
the
the
core
do you
feminism
think the
is equality, not female supremacy?
Well, hold on. Do you think that the feminism that they teach in universities, for example, and mind you, in every single institution of higher education, there's some sort of women's studies or feminist studies course, or even majors, right? Every single institution in this country, there's no corresponding men's studies or, whatever. There's not really a men's rights courses, whatever it might be. What do you think they are teaching women in these courses?
I don't know.
Let me
nor
ask you a
do I-
question. Do you think they're teaching patriarchy theory in these
Of course
courses?
not, because patriarchy.
Of course not?
Because
That's a core
patriarchy is not
tenet.
equivalent.
You can,
Feminism would be an
Patriarchy is
egalitarian
like-
society where it's equal.
patriarchy theory
is
is a core
misunderstanding what he's
tenet
saying.
of patriarchy theory is a core tenet of feminist ideology, and it's taught in
It's not that
universities.
it's wrong, and it should be egalitarian, not that it should be a matriarchy where
What?
it's a matriarchy would be if females.
No, you're talking, Malik, you're confusing classic liberalism with feminism. When you're talking about egalitarianism, you're talking about like John Locke style egalitarian doctrine, like traditional liberalism is what you're pointing at, not feminism. Feminism does teach patriarchy theory, and it teaches it from standpoint theory. It's saying that men are evil, ultra-violent lunatics and have to be brought under control. That is what it teaches, and that's
Okay.
what its original founders pushed. You can, I can give you a massive list, or you can just buy Cult Feminism and read it for yourself, Malik.
Read it for yourself.
For sake of
Mel.
argument, then
For the sake of
I said
argument.
I would fact check later, but can we just pull up the definition of feminism?
It doesn't matter really
Well,
what
which
the,
definition?
Because that's
but-
what I'm
no,
referring
but-
to.
But okay,
I don't
so
care what
if-
they teach,
if
and I don't know
all
what they teach.
institutions of higher education, which by the way, I think it's 60% of college students are women now. So more women are getting fed these lies in these institutions. If they're teaching patriarchy theory, which basically states that men as a class, as a gender, are oppressors and women are oppressed, that's a really hateful thing to teach swaths of women. Go ahead.
Here you go. Fourth wave feminism. Fourth wave feminism
I said
is a
feminism,
feminist
not
movement
fourth
that
wave.
began in the 2010s, and it's characterized by a focus on the empowerment of women and the use of intersectionality and internet tools seeking greater gender equality.
Equality.
Now, intersectionality, as you might note, Malik, is what? What is intersectionality?
Yeah, Malik.
So, I believe that intersex is both sex.
What?
No,
Is that, I don't know what I'm referring to
intersectionality.
on that level. But
Not intersex, intersectionality.
intersectionality. Okay.
Rough.
I am not a feminist. I have no knowledge on feminism other than the bare minimum.
Well, then why are you trying to tell us what the fuck it is, Malik?
Because he's saying you guys are telling me that you're either feminist or traditional, and Brian just said he's neither.
No, it didn't say either or, didn't say you're feminist or traditional, but that if you identify as being traditional and you're not identifying as being a feminist, it's very easy for us to make a determination if you're traditional or not. That's it. It's not,
Checkmate.
if you're not one, you're the other. That wouldn't even follow. That makes no sense.
I do not see either of you correct in this manner, but you guys are going to keep framing this. Play louder, play louder. You are wrong.
You're wrong.
Wait, going around the table really quick. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
Well, if you describe it as supremacy, no. I think it's
Well, your sense of the word feminist.
equity is fairness. So yes,
Equity or equality?
equity.
Equity.
Yes. I don't think we are completely the same and completely equal. I think you can acknowledge the differences in
Isn't equity worse than equality?
fairness. Equity is the idea of fairness.
Is it?
Yeah, to a certain extent.
Okay. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
Not what feminists stand for now.
Okay. What about you?
Definitely not a fourth wave feminist. I'm not
What
sure.
about just in general? Are you a feminist in general?
I don't feel oppressed now.
Oh, okay.
No. No.
Not then, not now.
Okay, so feminist, not a
No.
feminist, but feminist. So let's bring it to you really quick. Going around the table, actually, are women oppressed?
I think yes.
Okay. Malia, don't laugh at your friend
Sorry,
here.
we had this
We've
debate
had
already.
this a whole.
Okay. Are women oppressed?
Not in the U.S.
Yeah, not in the U.S.
No, not in the U.S.
Not in the U.S.
Not in the U.S.
What did I miss?
Are women oppressed?
No.
No.
So, you think women are oppressed in the U.S.?
I think they can be, yeah.
How?
Well, I'm glad you brought this up.
Yep.
A big one
Me too.
is
I'm super
She did
glad you brought it
research.
up.
a big one is the whole Blizzard case with the lawsuit with California. You're a big Blizzard fan, World of Warcraft.
Okay.
The state of California sued Blizzard, right, because of the unequal treatment of women in the workplace. Same exact jobs, same exact positions, and they were getting paid way less than the men.
Has that been settled yet? That case?
I have not been keeping up with it, but the original filing of it, I
No,
read the whole thing.
so I mean, you can't just put forward a complaint and say that because a complaint was made, that means that therefore complaint was true. That would be absurd, right? You would never do that. That would be absurd to do.
Can I also
It's
ask
the
a-
state of California.
Do
You don't think they would have like?
Whoa, wait, hold on. So, if the state of California files a criminal complaint against you, and they've alleged that you've murdered somebody, but you know you didn't, but because it's the state of California, surely why would they proceed with a prosecution unless they knew you were guilty? So do you not believe in innocent until proven guilty?
Okay, on a corporation level though, this is not like a one person like he said, she said. This is a huge corporation where you would think, again, I guess I'm assuming, but you would think they have a little more evidence than like one whistleblower.
Well, so what specific? Because I've heard some stuff about Blizzard. Is it related to pay? Is it related? I think there was
a few.
some sexual harassment allegations. Andrew asked you though, has it been settled? Because this sounds like a civil case that's been brought against Blizzard. It's not clear to me if
So just so you know, the
I
background
think
in it is it was settled.
I think it was, yeah.
But the determination here really, though, is not whether or not it was, but why in the world you would use that as evidence for discrimination if you didn't even know that it was.
Well, I was about to say, I remember, I think, reading a headline that they settled with a huge, like...
But so how is this?
Oh, now suddenly you remember that they settled
this a
after
good
I told
argument?
you that they
Like,
settled. Isn't that convenient?
But is that a good argument for the, like...
It's not a good argument to say, I remember that a complaint was brought up, and so therefore I think that women are oppressed. That seems absurd.
Can I actually ask a question too? Because it was the topic of, are women oppressed? Is it more so that it's just inequity, or would you genuinely consider something like that as oppression? Because there is a big difference between oppression and just inequity.
Well, I think in the general sense, I think inequity, it can be oppression, depending on...
I guess to make it more specific, is unequal pay...
Octopus Tetro donated $100. Miss Jojo, whom I find so attractive, the fact that a legal complaint is filed doesn't mean that the opponent is guilty. We have the right of innocence until proven guilty. So let the file conclude.
Not only that, but
The file did
as
conclude.
I'm
You, like,
going
backed up
through
my
the
point.
Hang on, I'm going through the complaint here as well, and this was actually a direct settlement. So they settled with them because they didn't want to go through the court costs, according to the Activision, of trying to take on the state in this massive court case, but they admitted no wrongdoing, according to this settlement. So the question again becomes, even if you settle because of court costs, that still is not necessarily an indication of wrongdoing. So what Brian is asking you specifically here is, what are the things that you would point to that would show that women are not equal to men inside of American society?
Oh my God. And you don't like the World of Warcraft Blizzard?
It's not clear if that's evidence of widespread oppression, because like you
Not even clear that it's oppression in this case.
Right,
It's not even
exactly.
clear. In this case, it's oppression. So any examples that you could give that that we
Besides
could
that
dive into, I'm literally happy to entertain any of them.
besides that one.
Well, you can do...
Let me ask you one question before you give an example. Are you oppressed?
I'm not saying me personally.
Well, you said women.
I think
you're a woman,
there
right?
are cases of women being oppressed.
There
That's what I
are-
said.
Well, the question was sort of a general one.
Yeah.
Are women oppressed?
I'm not saying every woman's oppressed.
Okay, so which ones?
Who at this table's oppressed?
Which
Depends
ones?
if that's how you feel.
Okay, so which ones and how?
Which ones and how? Like in the cases of corporate's a big one.
Let me ask you a question. So, actually, speaking of tech companies, well, I guess Blizzard's a video game company, but
You
kind
can
of similar.
bring up tech.
Google actually tried to do a review of their, their payroll, and they actually found, and you can Google this, and maybe Andrew, you could just make sure I'm getting this right. Google did an internal review and found that they were actually overpaying women compared to their male counterparts. Is that evidence of men being oppressed, that Google was overpaying the women for the same work, the same job?
Because of probably overcompensation of what they thought.
Is that evidence of oppression, though? That the women were getting paid more than the men?
Well, I don't think just payment is like the one example of oppression.
I mean, that's what you cited too with the Blizzard case.
Well, there was other things with the Blizzard case. It wasn't just the payment inequality.
And
There
yes,
was also
Brian,
treatment in the office. There was also.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but Brian is correct. This was a Silicon Valley internal audit that Google did, and they found that they were overpaying their female staff in order to compensate for some social justice bullshit, right? That's essentially what happened in that case.
Well, that's why sometimes it's hard. I'm not going to say I'm a full liberal, full socialist, because I do think there are a lot of mistakes like that. The overcompensation for women, that's why it's more about equity and not necessarily equality, because I think the argument that we're completely equal is BS. We're completely different.
Wait, but when it happens to women, it's oppression, but
No.
when it happens to men, it's just
SOL.
not oppression?
No, I was
Okay, so-
using the example of Blizzard because there was a lot of things in that working environment. In
Are
the
you
corporate world.
oppressed?
I said no.
Okay, how are women oppressed?
Like in the example of
Besides the Blizzard
a
example.
corporate office, a lot of times there are women who aren't listened to as much. There's studies showed by like Harvard did a bunch of studies on.
Is that oppression though? I don't know if that would constitute oppression. It could be unfair treatment, but depends.
Oppression, like not listening to women's voices or like ideas in the workplace. Isn't that kind of along the lines
What
of
evidence do you have that actually occurs?
Well, there are studies that show, like, for example, Harvard case study is, you guys probably know of this one where they give two, like, descriptions of someone.
Is this the resume one? Like the resumes?
One. Yeah, and they thought the woman was
Let's get
bossy.
into this
and
one. Go ahead.
Andrew has something for this.
Oh, gosh.
But okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so they showed a room full of students. They thought the woman was bossy, blah, blah, and then they thought the man was a great leader, took good initiative, etc.
Wait, which thing are you referencing here? Which study?
It was a Harvard case study based off of, they were giving the qualifications of a candidate, and the woman, the classroom deemed that she seemed bossy, she seemed arrogant, and then they gave it with a man's name, and they were like, oh, he seems like a good leader, I would follow him, confident.
Now, this is off the top of your head, so I don't actually expect you to know this. But do you have any idea what the study might have been called or what the methodology was that was used in it?
No, there a lot of my classes go over that study, though. I wouldn't be able to tell you the name.
Well, it sounds like you're paying a lot for classes where you don't even remember what it is that you read inside the
Harvard
class,
case
right?
study? Do you remember every Harvard case studies you read?
If I cite them, I do.
I didn't know what topics of conversation were going to come up on this podcast.
Do you know what I find?
Well, I mean, if let's just assume for a second it was a topic of conversation I didn't think would come up on the podcast, then I probably wouldn't cite something if I didn't know anything about the thing I was citing. That seems, again, to me, to be absurd.
I read it. Well, it's the same. It's the same thing in the earlier arguments. Like, what are the statistics you're citing based off in like
which statistics?
What time period and things like that. You randomly would give like information that it's based off what, and you would say, things I've read.
Okay, which reference are you referencing?
Like you were talking about divorce because of unhappiness.
Yeah,
General.
this is all stats you can find from divorce.com. Not kidding. And you can also find the other stats that I cited to you from Pew Research.
Okay.
I've noticed a common trend. I'm not trying to attack you, Kirby, but almost every liberal woman I've met who, especially those who are studying college, whether they're getting their bachelor's, master's, whatever it is, they're very liberal leaning. And
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. Anytime wife is feeling oppressed, or I'm feeling ungrateful, we take a dump in the toilet, flush it, and watch it get carried out of our home into the septic tank. Instant gratefulness. Try it.
Interesting.
so
You just flush the shit right out of your household.
a lot of liberal leaning women, especially who are feminist leaning, often state that I think it should be this way, or this person's oppressed and I'm going to college for it, and I've been in college for 8 years and I've learned all this and I've taken all these classes, but then you don't state anything. It's just all opinions.
Well, I'm stating actual studies. I mean, of course, I guess it's a terrible example if I don't remember the actual case study, but
there's no reasoning why. It's just, oh, this person this one day got oppressed by this person, but a man had a similar scenario happen, but that wasn't oppression. That was just a mere coincidence that day.
To back up Malik's point here, and let me mansplain a little bit. It's good for Malik to hear this. So, even if the study is true, whatever it is that you're referencing, and that there was a similar set of qualifications between a male and a female, and pictures shown to a class, and the class thought that the woman was a boss bitch and the man was sophisticated, or some variation thereof, that still wouldn't actually indicate that women were oppressed. That would just be a moderate sociological study of which you still could not draw any apt conclusions of oppression from such a study.
well, I think there's a general opinion based off of that it's like, it's harder for women to get promoted, for example, because their
right,
initiative,
so what
their
Malik
action.
just said is right then. An opinion.
Based off the
Not
psychological.
anything which is really tangible nor scientifically demonstrated, but an opinion. So what Malik is saying, because she deals with Twitch lunatics all the time, she knows this as well as any of us do, which is that oftentimes people will characterize sociological studies as being backups for their opinion. They've never even read the studies, they don't know anything about the studies, and then they cite them as some form of evidence for their opinion. And so the distinction here that I'm looking for is I want to determine if this is just your opinion, or if you think that there's any actual scientific validity to the fact that in a sociological study that there was a variance of opinions given, and that means we can draw some kind of conclusion from that.
How do you scientifically prove?
Can I?
Sure.
Wait. Just finish your...
Oppression?
Yeah, oppression.
Okay. Great. So I'm part Persian. I'm Middle Eastern. Okay. In Iran, women will get arrested, killed, attacked, beat just for showing their hair. To me, that is oppression.
That's not scientific evidence of oppression. The scientific evidence,
that's factual evidence.
It's factual.
You don't need to have any scientific study. If a woman shows her hair in public in Iran, there's a high probability that a violent hate crime is going to be committed against her just for showing her hair, because in Iran and the Middle East specifically, there's a lot of oppression against women, and women are not treated.
Well, now, but hang on, Malik. Nobody went there with a clipboard and a pen and determined scientifically whether or not beating the shit out of a woman was oppression or not, Malik. So you calm down.
It's a
over
statistic,
there.
yes.
You're out of control again.
It's not a statistic, it's a fact.
It's a fact.
It's a statistic.
You don't need science. You don't need
it's a fact. It
statistics.
happens.
Yeah, it's fact.
Well, it's a fact. It's facts that add into statistics.
But you don't need to do any scientific study to know that if you go to the Middle East, you may not even live a day just dressed how you are right now. In America, you can walk to a bar alone at night, get drunk, and get home safe. Yes, that's not the safest thing to do, but even the fact that you have the capability of doing that shows that women are free and not oppressed. And you can get jobs. You want to be a full-time worker your entire life, work a 9 to 5. You're going to college, you're studying. There's some countries that still women don't even have those rights fully where they can get an education and work.
Yeah.
They're just forced to live a life that they just have to, or they're dead.
Yeah, I agree with you. I've never said women are not oppressed everywhere else in the world. I just think there's examples and cases of
to me,
oppression here.
That's what oppression is. In America, women do not face any of that.
I don't, it's a little extreme to say any of that. There are cases.
There are outliers, but generally, the laws in the United States of America do not allow women to be oppressed.
Yeah,
Here's
but
a
also,
question.
on top of that, if you're going to point to outliers, then each outlier you can point to, I can point to a similar outlier for why men are oppressed inside of this great country as well. So anytime you decide to indicate one of these outliers, I'm happy to match you one for one for why it is that men can go in.
Do you think men are
these
oppressed?
Wonderful qualifications that they have, and due to some type of, I don't know, California statute that says you have to have X amount of women who are CEOs in your fucking companies, that suddenly these men get outplaced by these women. That sounds like a lot of fucking oppression to me, I gotta tell you.
Do you think men are oppressed?
I think they can. I think anyone can really be oppressed.
Then you're destroying the meaning of the word. If anyone can be oppressed, then no one's oppressed.
I think it goes case by
if
case.
anyone can be oppressed, then there is no oppression.
Cook, Malik.
This whole thing is oppressive.
You're contradicting
out.
almost every statement you make, because you're making statements of facts based on your personal opinions, on your personal life, and your life choices and how you were raised.
Okay.
Here's a question.
You ride home tonight.
Yeah,
It'll be a long drive.
That's
It'll be
gonna
a long drive.
They drove together, so that's going to be an awkward ride home.
Lucky
Are
me.
there any rights that men have that women don't?
Off the top of my head.
No, you can think about it for a while.
Take your time.
Oh man. In the U.S. though, of course.
In the U.S., yeah.
I mean, I already know the argument for this one if I say it, but it's just like
Say it.
the topic
No,
of
say it.
the topic of abortion. I already know like the counter points to that.
Okay. Well,
That's true. Men don't have the right to get abortions.
Exactly. It's like that's gonna be like.
yeah, it's kind of unfair for men.
Yeah, there you go.
Inequality.
They don't have a say in if you can abort it. That's an argument I've heard.
Okay. Anything besides that?
So men would be oppressed in your example.
Yeah, are you saying men are oppressed?
Well, I said you guys said I can't say that, so yeah.
You can say it.
No, you can say
There's
it.
a case by case.
You're just wrong, but
I never said anything about
It's
not
okay
being
to say
oppressed
I'm wrong.
outside of the U.S. too. I
no.
think there
stay-
is oppression in the U.S. as well.
Well, yeah, let's talk about the U.S.
I think, for example, police and women. There's cases where, like, let's say in New York City, and you're gonna play a noise. And I think it was the 1970s. There was a lot of.
Octopus Tetro donated $100. Jojo, I am happy that you can take the side of the unpopular opinion on this podcast. It takes guts and takes knowledge. I'm literally spending $300 to say this now. You're just wrong. Praise Jesus.
Praise the Lord.
You were about to say something about cops in the 1970s?
In the 1970s, women who were prostitutes in the 1970s were getting arrested and thrown in jail, and the pimps, because of being men, were a lot of times not persecuted.
Okay, and gay marriage wasn't legal until 2012. How is that relevant?
You guys want to? I'm just citing general knowledge.
In the
of oppression.
1970s, in the 1970s, prostitutes
women
were getting
oppressed
rounded up, and they just were.
Yeah.
They were just a little nice to
Like,
the pimps.
2010 forward. At least in the 2020s
wait, so that-
Where they were forced
now.
into sex work by like these men, these pimps, and it was just a general. Again, another. I know you guys love it. Another study that I read about, and it's
What right does a man have in this country that a woman does not?
Today.
How many years ago was 1970, by the way?
Quick.
1970.
How many?
Almost 40 years.
Yeah, just 1970. How many years
50
ago?
years
is it?
ago. Is that what you wanted?
54, but
Yeah.
Oh, I said 70s. I don't know what year of it. Oh.
Okay.
Actually, it's 54. 50-ish.
I mean, truthfully, the only thing that I can think of when we're talking about rights, the only thing I can think of is, and this isn't the case, there's some jurisdictions where this is allowed, but men can go topless. They can,
Oh, that's a good
without
one.
a shirt. It really isn't though, because that's like,
Yeah.
even women don't want to walk around topless. And there's some jurisdictions where you can go topless. But like, is that like,
Oppressive.
look, I'm all for free the titties. Sign me up.
all men are for it. It's the women who don't want to. Like, I personally would never want to do that. I don't feel oppressed by having to dress properly.
Are you sure?
How about this? Men are more oppressed than women.
Yeah, I don't agree with
wanna,
that.
You want to bite on that one?
You're really trying to
You're in the hot
cast a
seat.
line here, huh? Oh, man. I feel like there's... Yeah, okay. Sure. Well, why do you say that?
Well, I mean, you're talking about like rights and stuff, So I can think of 3 examples of things that strictly impact men that don't really impact women. So first off, and this is immediately upon birth, why I would think men are more oppressed than women. So upon birth, the vast majority of men in this country are get circumcised, which I view as child genital mutilation. It's done without their consent. I am against it. Women are not having their lady bits circumcised in this country on birth. So that's a pretty major issue that I view that impacts, that's immediately upon birth, men are treated unequally to women. The next is forced military conscription. And I've said this before, I'll say it again. If we were to combine and add up all of women's collective grievances throughout all time, all the grievances, no right to vote, apparently you couldn't, there's something about bank accounts, couldn't have a bank account, inequality in the workplace, et cetera, unfair gender expectations, whatever. Put them all together, compare them to forced military conscription. I would argue that is a bigger grievance than all of women's collective grievances combined.
So circumcisions and draft.
No, just forced military conscription.
And then,
That's a bigger grievance, a bigger gender grievance than all of women's collective grievances.
and then what's your third?
No, I'm kind of veering off here and just
Okay.
saying like whatever the feminists want to say is a terrible grievance upon women. I'm coming and saying, well, actually, this one sole grievance experienced nearly exclusively by men is worse than all of your grievances combined together.
No, it's experienced just exclusively by men.
I mean, they're going to argue, well, in World War II, there was a Soviet sniper force of 1,000 women.
Yeah, no,
but
that would be the
Yeah.
Soviet, though. So here in the United States, totally agree.
Well,
with
I was even just arguing like worldwide when it came to military conscription, almost all battles dating back thousands of years, it's men have been forced to go to war and die and women haven't. And that is a bigger grievance. And you know what? I'll even say just World War I and World War II, the suffering that men exclusively endured in warfare is a bigger grievance than all of women's historical collective grievances combined.
That's crazy.
How's that crazy?
Damn, that's crazy.
What, give me an example. I'll allow you to give me one example that's worse than forced military conscription. That women
In World War II?
give me just
general.
military
In
conscription.
general.
Give me one example.
Octopus Tetro donated $100. Brian, look to the scriptures of Christ and you will see the need of circumcision. When we look at what God himself wants from us, it's necessary. Malek, you're from a Muslim culture, but look to Jesus.
I mean,
Malek came from Orthodox
saying
Christianity, if I
circumcision is
remember
mandatory?
correctly.
Yes, I'm mixed. I'm also Armenian, and I grew up with Armenian culture, and Armenia was the first Christian nation, so I'm Christian.
I mean, I don't actually know what the Christian position is on circumcision. I don't know, Andrew, if you're able to weigh in on this, but
it's mixed. There's been a big fight about it, especially over the last 100 years. So I'm not gonna dive too much into that. You would need somebody who had more nuance of church affairs than me when it comes to circumcision. But yeah, there's a big fight about it even now.
Yeah, I mean, it occurs to me though, if you take a secular look at circumcision, you remove the religious component. I mean, on its own, it occurs to me that it's a rather barbaric practice.
I don't know.
But bringing it back to you, okay, state one gendered grievance that women have experienced that's worse than forced military conscription.
I mean, I guess the outcomes of going to war, the outcomes of like what happens with women and like cities that are invaded.
So Hillary Clinton in the 90s said something along the lines of, women are the primary I think she said women and children are the primary victims of war. Do you agree or disagree with that?
I think everyone's a victim of war, so no.
But everyone's a victim. But do you agree that women are the primary victims of war?
No.
Who are the primary victims of war?
I think all of the human species is.
No, who are the primary victims of war?
I have to name a man or a woman. That's my two options.
No,
like a group.
Well, so let me try to frame it better, make it a little easier. If you had to choose which
there you go.
sex,
that's what I just
if
asked.
you had to choose which sex, would you say is men or women who are primarily affected by warfare?
This is crazy.
It's not crazy. You
Wait,
just
wait,
don't.
no, let her answer. Go ahead.
I'll say women.
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 Wait, so
And why would you say that?
put women are what? Put it in your own words. Women are what?
The main victim of war.
Wait,
Oh my
what?
God,
You
this
didn't
is
get
so-
what, Nick? You didn't.
That women are the main victim of war.
Why?
Okay.
How?
This is why people shouldn't go to get a master's degree. After the first
So
4 years.
why? I think Andrew was asking, why are women the primary victims of war?
Well, in the case I'm thinking of, World War II, and
Yeah, World War II. Sure. Let's use World War II. Okay.
like in Asia, for example, you have men who can fight. They have weapons. They're able to protect themselves. Let's say, yes, outcome of war, a lot of people die on both sides. There's a lot of cases where nothing can happen, like a nuke, for example, or a bomb. There's a lot of cases where I'm not saying this is generalized for everything, but they had competitions where they would go into villages and R-word the women, kill them after. This happened to like children in front of the mothers, things like that, which is
Okay, so let's assume that's true, right?
It is
let's-
true.
Yeah, you're
Sure.
talking
No,
about
but-
you're talking about Nanking.
well, it didn't
Yeah,
just happen
it occurred
there.
to. Yeah, I thought she was talking about Vietnam, but
It happened in the
she's talking
Philippines
about-
too.
Sure,
look,
World War
yes,
II,
but
Nanking.
in war, yes, okay. Let's say let's just agree with you. Yes, in war, rape occurs. Rape is terrible. It occurs. So your position is because rape occurs in war, women are the primary victims of war.
Well, I'm not saying that is like the only.
Let's say 100,000 women. I'm making up a number here. I don't know what the truth is. Let's say during World War II, 100,000 women were raped and 20 million men were killed in World War II. Who's the primary victim of war
But it's
in
not
World War
just
II?
men dying in World War II. It's also women dying. They aren't just
The
getting
men are
R-worded.
forced to put
Wait.
their life on the line.
What You mean are you talking about civilian casualties
Yeah,
or
civilians, of course.
Okay, but now let's add on the 20 million military deaths. I might have my numbers wrong a little bit here, but so let's assume military deaths are like nearly exclusively male, like 99.99% male.
Okay.
Okay. So you have 20 million male military deaths versus let's exclude civilian populations because there's
Okay.
male civilian populations too. let's just say only women are getting raped, right? 100,000 women get essayed. Who is the primary victim of war?
In the case you just described?
So let's say there's 20 million male deaths, military deaths, and then there's 100,000 women who are essayed, civilians.
Okay.
Who's the primary victim of war?
In that case, men.
Okay, so you've just made a case for
If you're cutting
war.
out civilian casualties to prove this point,
Okay.
Yeah, well,
Then men.
but he can, especially since you're specifically looking at the United States. So, for instance, of the 292,000 members of the U.S. military who were killed by enemy fire, 16 of them total were female. 16.
of the
From the
United States. Yep.
Total. 16 from the United States for all of World War II. All of it.
Yep.
So who would you say then was the worst victim of war for, at least for the United States, if you just like had to choose?
The men.
The men. Now, if we were to go stat by stat, nation by nation, you're going to find something very similar to this. Because women, you may not know this, are actually usually protected in warfare conditions. Now, it is true that the communists did horrible things to their own population, the populations that they conquered. That is true. They did. The Russians especially. I mean, they went through Berlin, did horrific things to the women, but still predominantly the ones who suffered the most in even the European nations were men. I mean, just the casualty rates alone, as Brian is indicating, were overwhelmingly disproportionate. So knowing this new information, did you maybe want to change your answer?
What's the casualty rates on both?
On which, well,
On
I mean,
female and
we've
male.
already
Did you pull it up?
Female and you mean female soldiers?
No,
Or
I'm saying female civilians, anything.
civilians.
Yeah, if you want to know the disproportionate rate between the two, we can look those stats up for you as well. But under the assumption for a second that it is true that they were disproportionately male, because they were, would you then still concede? Or would you say, no, women are still the victims, the primary victims?
I never even agreed with that original point. You said you have to choose one. I said I think all humans are victims of war.
No, but
And then when you modified your answer, you said women, though.
You said
no,
women.
I modified it because you made me modify it. You said choose men or women.
But what I did was I said if you had to choose between one sex or the other,
Yes.
which would you choose? You said women. So we're obviously asking that question so we can test your logic as to why you would pick women.
I chose that answer, and I said this is because of what goes on in war, the invasion of cities and things like that, where women will get attacked, SA,
And
the
what
ARD.
happens to the men?
They will get SA'd, but sometimes up to 1/3 to 2/3 of the entire civilian population of men are put to the sword. And women usually don't have to deal with that problem. They get carried off as basically trophies, and they get to live. And the men
Not
get put on
necessarily.
spikes. That's what happens.
They don't allow them to live sometimes.
Sometimes that's true, but most of the time it's not true. Most of the time, when you're looking at the disproportionate rate of men versus women who are butchered in these massacres, it's still generally men. And the reason for that is because they don't want to leave an enemy at their back of possibly capable, able-bodied soldiers who could come after them. That's why that occurs that way.
I am saying in war, I think that what goes on with when they invade certain cities and villages, things like that, I think not being able to defend yourself is very scary, right? I think that makes them
Can't
victims.
defend themselves either, if it's a civilian population.
Yeah, of course, but
Good thing we're in the U.S.
And yet, so the men are the ones, though, that are usually gathered up and systematically exterminated first. It is true that women do have to experience things like SA and things like this, but generally, many times more of them are allowed to live.
Also, you brought up defending yourself, but earlier you said you're against guns.
Wait,
We're talking about
don't
war.
derail. Don't derail. Wait, so Who's the primary victim of war?
Oh my gosh. Can I say all humans again?
No, you have to. You have to pick.
I guess we'll pick women.
We haven't made a convincing enough case to change your mind at all on this. I have a video. Let's pull up a video really quick. Nick, can you go to the private chat? Before you pull it up, let me just read 2 chats here. Maddie, can you read this one? Get it pulled up though if you can. It's in the private chat.
I definitely want to smell the chair now, but I know she's not down. I will offer a ring, land with the house, and bearing my seed. Any thoughts on Patrice O'Neill saying men are better than women?
I didn't say that. That was Patrice O'Neill who said that. I think we're all special.
Yeah.
We're all special.
We all have our strengths.
Patrice O'Neill had some hot takes. We have this one.
Celeste had an OnlyFans as vanity at its peak. Tits peak. She was conservative, but doesn't seem very conservative to me. Does she have natural tits though?
Wow.
Celeste,
Did you have
an
an
OnlyFans?
OF?
No. That's.
This is a guy. Okay.
Who is that?
Not sure. Okay, last one, Maddie. Read this one.
Make women register for draft. Just because you are drafted does not mean frontline service. There is more support roles than combat roles.
I'd agree to that.
Nick, why don't you pull up the video? This is super related. You can go ahead and play it. We'll only watch a little bit of it.
World War II.
Oh my God.
The average lifespan of an American is 80 years. And an 80-year-old today
Nick, can
was
you put us
10
in the corner?
when World
right
War II
corner?
ended, 4 when it began. A soldier who saw battle would have to be in his late 80s, at least today. Generals, political leaders, the decision makers of the war, few are still
A little
with us.
louder.
And over the past few decades, we've seen authors and filmmakers rush to capture stories from survivors
A little louder.
before this connection of memory is lost.
Oh.
This project is not about individual war stories, and it's not about survivors. We're going to tally up the tens of millions of people whose lives are cut short by the war, and see how these numbers stack up to other wars in history, including trends in recent conflicts. We'll be counting soldiers and civilians separately. Each of these figures represents 1,000 people who died. Civilians were of
Nick,
all
sorry,
walks
could
of
you
life,
lower it a little? 70.
whereas military deaths were almost entirely men.
Almost
The
entirely
average
men?
age was about 23. In most battles, for every 1,000 soldiers killed, there are more than 1,000 who are injured.
Hide
The
us,
word
Nick,
casualty
hide
can
us.
be confusing because in military speak, it often includes both deaths and injuries, and anything else that takes a soldier out of service.
Can you
Here, we're just
write
counting
small?
the deaths. And we'll begin with American soldiers.
One of those
Over
is
400,000 died.
all men. All men.
Most of the deaths occurred in the European theater, fighting the Nazis.
Oh.
And about a quarter were in the Pacific, fighting the Japanese. When you put them on the timeline, you see that casualties were the heaviest at the end of the war. The war began on September 1st, 1939. But the U.S. wasn't willing to join the fight until Pearl Harbor,
Other side.
2 years in.
Hide us.
The deaths increased drastically on D-Day, when the Allies invaded Normandy. One of the most tragic moments of the war was on D-Day at Omaha Beach, where 2,500 Americans fell.
Male privilege, by the way.
So about the same number of U.S. soldiers died on this single beach landing as the entire
women storming
13
the
years of the recent war in Afghanistan. The bloodiest battle in the Pacific was Okinawa, which lasted 82 days, during which 12,500 Americans died. About 5,000 of these deaths were at sea from kamikaze attacks. Now let's look at some other countries, starting with Europe. Germany started World War II when it invaded Poland. Poland ultimately lost 200,000 soldiers in the war. Most died after the invasion while the country was occupied by Germany and the Soviet Union. Germany, meanwhile, lost just 16,000 in the invasion of Poland. The Nazis went on to invade and conquer other countries, including Denmark, Belgium, the Netherlands, France, Greece, and Yugoslavia. France surrendered, but after losing 92,000 soldiers in the Battle of France. Over 200,000 ultimately fell, which includes deaths in POW camps, French colonies, and other fighting. Yugoslavia suffered almost 500,000 military deaths. The initial invasion brought relatively few casualties on both sides, but the deaths mounted under Nazi occupation due to guerrilla fighting, civil conflict, and mass executions. The Nazi invasions were swift, with relatively few German losses. Even the Nazi commanders expressed surprise at their success. And then we have the United Kingdom and the United States, who were not invaded but took the fight to the Nazis. Britain lost about the same number of soldiers as the US, which includes the British colonies. Germany lost about 500,000 soldiers fighting the US and Britain in what is known as the Western Front, which took place in France and Belgium.
Other side.
But most Nazi soldiers died in the Eastern Front, Germany's unsuccessful invasion of the Soviet Union. The numbers are staggering.
Each one of those is
the most famous battle of the Eastern Front, and perhaps the turning point of the European war, was Stalingrad. The German 6th Army successfully took Stalingrad, but then got surrounded by the Soviets and cut off from food and ammunition. 500,000 Nazis would ultimately die in Stalingrad. Another 100,000 were taken prisoner, of which 6,000 would ever return. POWs had a low survival rate throughout World War II, and it was particularly grim in the East.
You can pause it.
When you include these POWs...
All right. You want to revise your answer, maybe?
It cut out the civilians immediately, though, talking about civilians.
But, okay, it also said all those military casualties were almost exclusively men.
Yes, in soldiers, yeah. I never said it's not.
So men are disposable is what you're saying?
No. Why would I say that?
Okay, so what if I told you there were... I don't know how to explain this. I thought that would have been helpful to show you the scale of the military deaths that were experienced exclusively by men, as it stated in the video. That was not convincing to you at all. So your position is still women are the primary victims of war?
I thought you pulled up the video so you can show me how many civilian deaths there are as well. I thought was the point of the video.
Okay, here. I'll Google it. So, let's see.
Brian Gone Full Coop donated $100. You filter this, you're fake. Being essays is way worse. Often women raise Theoretika's child. A constant reminder. Brian, would you rather be Australian dollars or die?
B.
S.
Oh, yeah. I would rather, I mean, this is a...
well, come on.
I would rather live. No, I'd rather live.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, there are some people, it's hard for them to live after it.
Sure. I'm not saying it's... Being essayed is a terrible thing.
Women can be victims.
Being essayed is a terrible thing. But I would rather... I'm curious what the chat thinks. Nick, can you pull up the chat?
Oh, I don't want to see the chat.
Chat. The same scenario as you can...
Oh, it's moving.
Would you rather be... So your choice is live or be essayed. Live or be essayed. I'd rather live and be essayed than just... Or have the choice of death.
Live.
I'd rather live.
Yeah.
Like... It would obviously suck. I would maybe have trauma, but I would I would try to move on with my life.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, I'm not saying, look, essay's terrible, but so your argument.
Well, wait, hang on. What if it was essayed by a woman though?
That's actually does add an interesting. Well, I mean, I would still rather live.
Why is that interesting?
I would still no, but it's interesting because his thing was, well, you're essayed by someone of your same sex.
Mm-hmm.
So that kind of, but.
So that changes the spectrum around, doesn't it? So like I would take death before I took the essay by a male, but would not take death before I took the essay by the female, right?
Damn, this is getting deep.
Really deep.
Well, I think.
Wait, so Andrew, you would rather die?
Yes.
I mean, look, it ain't ideal, but I want to keep on living.
No, I get it. I understand. You know what I mean?
Wait,
but
Andrew,
there's no right answer to the question.
But Andrew, you have
It's
kids.
just a
Wouldn't?
preference.
But Andrew, you have kids. So like, is that your genuine answer?
It's sad that they're going to have to be orphans. You know.
What the fuck?
I'm sorry. If I had to choose,
really dark.
that's it. But the thing is, though, is that if you add in the dynamic of if it's essay by a woman, wouldn't that be far more preferable? And so then you add in
This is like no one's
getting
getting between these cheeks.
Well, okay, so wait, Andrew, let me double down on this. Okay, so Hulk Hogan as a woman, or like trans Megan Fox.
I think I could deal with the whatever female. It doesn't matter as long as it's an actual female. I think I could deal with it. But no, I don't.
Hulk Hogan female.
Yeah, I think if it's the question of give me penis or give me death, it's I'm taking the death note on this one. I'm sorry.
I'm still living. I'm living in either. So okay, your position is what again?
You want me to repeat it for like?
Yeah, why not?
Women were the primary.
Are women the primary victims
primary
of war?
Victims. I don't agree with that wording, but yes.
Anybody agree? Are women the primary victims?
No, they're not
going
to agree.
No, they might. You never know.
Oh, I could hear.
I'd like our Chilean. Do you want to weigh in on this?
No.
No.
C. Okay. All right. Oh, you had something?
No.
Malik?
Malik.
Oh, my
no,
bad.
I don't.
Okay. Let's do a couple chats then. I don't know if we're going to be able to convince her. Andrew, I don't know if you had any further back and forth on the war thing. Women are the primary victims of war, according to her.
Yeah.
So crazy to me.
She's kind of revised her answers a little bit. So let's try to take the charitable approach instead.
Hold on.
Sisyphus donated $100. Listen, Brian, I get your point about battlefield deaths, but to some extent you are still expressing some agency in the whole ordeal. Men wake up every day to protect and provide for their family.
I'm not really sure I understand the argument.
I think he's saying it's like, if that's the argument, it's like the duty, right?
The duty?
If you're on the side of traditional and...
Brian Fulcook donated $100. Brian, essayed by man. It's such an intrusion for a woman by a man. And you must raise the attacker's child.
Yeah, living is still preferable over... living is always going to be more preferable.
What about if they attacked your children and did stuff to your children and then let you live?
What?
What? So confused.
It's like...
Well, I mean, but they're also doing that to a man's child. And then let them live, right? So what? I don't understand the argument. The argument is, well, what if they did this to our kids? It's like, well, it's our kids, right? My kids too. So then wouldn't the man also have to deal with the same trauma?
He wouldn't be able to witness it in person.
Really quick, I just want to address Sisyphus really quick. I think just because men have an instinct to provide and protect for their family doesn't mean, like, for example, Vietnam is not viewed as like a righteous war historically or in current day. So a man who got drafted to, for example, Vietnam, you can perhaps make the case that World War II was a bit more righteous, but a man who was drafted to go to Vietnam, what were we doing in Vietnam? I don't know. Like,
Can I?
Well, we were busy getting netted in by the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which turned out to be a complete and total fraud. But anyway, that aside.
But there was no. When it came to Vietnam, it's like, what are we doing there?
Yeah.
It's
I
their,
get it, but,
it's their internal conflict. I don't know.
But this moves it back to the point though here. So I'm going to try to do the most charitable thing that I can do.
Let's go.
And try to see it from your perspective. So if the perspective is that women are more oppressed during war than men are, you would agree with me that women are not going to be the ones fighting the actual war. So the ramifications of this are going to be situational. They're going to be based on things like food, possibilities of SA, things like this, not direct death, generally.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah, generally. So then the question does come down to what Brian is asking, which is it preferable for a woman or a man to be SA'd or for the life to be taken? This does become then the pertinent question in the hypothetical. So the question to you is, which one do you think is preferable for most people?
No idea.
None? You think that if most people had to choose between SA or death, that they would choose death?
Your entire point is based on SA being worse than death.
Right.
Well, I wasn't saying, no, that's not my point at all. I think SA is a part of war and part of what happens to women, but there's other things that also happen to women.
I also
what are worse? What are worse things that happen to women than that?
Witnessing sometimes the mental, witnessing some things like that happen to your family members as well.
How would that be worse than men who are witnessing their best friends getting their faces blown off in a war?
They're getting drafted with their best friends?
Oh my God.
Sometimes, yes. And if they're not,
no, like they're going on the battlefield with their buddies. They're choosing.
They might become friends.
Yeah,
A lot of people join the military together.
In the field with. So the question is how is that less traumatic than watching the men around you getting mowed down by machine guns?
I mean, and you also have to understand too, like, because you made the counter argument of, if it was your child.
Chris donated $100. Andrew, why would you mention the Gulf of Tonkin? I guarantee you that the girls think that the Gulf of Tonkin is a cocktail.
Oh, also last thing.
I don't think so. I think Malik knows what it is. You know what it is, right, Malik?
Sure.
Oh, just last thing.
You have
really
no
quick.
fucking idea, do you, Malik?
No,
I was going to give you credit, and then you ruined everything.
I believe I do, but I don't want to guess for sake of sounding like an idiot if I'm wrong.
All right,
also, just really quick, just on the Sisyphus thing, him saying men wake up every day to protect and provide. Again, like I mentioned, Vietnam War, also the Iraq War. You've got the military-industrial complex.
Big Sass Energy donated $100. Civilian men are the primary targets from an invading army. The first and most likely to be dispatched because they are most capable of violent resistance. SA happens, but is minuscule in comparison.
That is correct. Mm-hmm. So this is an overarching historical theme as well, that generally occupied nations, the first thing that is done is either the young men are compressed into service of the occupier, enslaved in service of the occupier, or outright exterminated. The reason for this is because it eliminates resistance of the people who can resist. Generally, women are not exterminated, but are carried off instead as trophies, or some other thing happens. But generally, they're not taken out. It's usually young men who are taken out.
Okay.
Here, in this scenario, let's say that in a military conflict, not using any specific one, in a military conflict, 20 million men die in the conflict and 1 million women are SA'd. Which is worse?
20 million dying.
Okay, so let's just assume that that's the case for all World War I and World War II. Those are the stats.
We're assuming, yes.
You think it's higher?
I don't know, but I'm not talking about SA and just SA. I'm talking about death as well. I'm talking about all of that. Well, it's all captured in.
So all of these conditions, though, are shared, except this one condition generally. So almost every condition that you're talking about is a shared condition. Starvation would be a shared condition of the populace. If you're talking about watching loved ones die, that would be a shared condition of the populace. All of these would be shared conditions with the exception of this one thing, which is SA. That's why we're narrowing in on it. Because anything that you would attribute to a thing bad happening to a female population would be the same exact bad thing that would be happening to the men of that population as well.
I mean, but wouldn't it kind of somewhat be considered shared? Because it's like the point I was trying to make is that in her argument, she was saying that in the sense of children being a part of that group, the men wouldn't be there to witness it, so it wouldn't be as harsh on them as it would be for the women and the children.
Witness.
Well, it could be worse,
The
actually.
SA.
Imagine
that
if
was
you're
the
in
point.
combat. Imagine if you're in combat and you get a letter that says, "Hey, your children were slaughtered by the enemy." And you're not
Yes.
even there because you were in the front lines. I think that in some ways that might even be worse.
That was the point I was trying to make, is that, you know, coming home, and it's like, if you get the chance to come home to find out, you know, your family's gone, whether it be mother, wife, sister, children, whoever, you know, would that entail a worse response and make that more of a reasonable victimhood than the SA itself? That's just hot take.
Well, I don't know. There's not, with what you're talking about here, there's not a right or a wrong answer.
There isn't.
Right.
You know what I mean? At least in this particular instance. But there is a right answer, I think, when it comes to death versus SA and warfare and who's targeted and who's affected more. And it's very clear that men are affected far more by warfare between nations than women are. Women are the protected class, and so are children. That's why men go to do the fighting, and that's why generally they do it away from their homelands, because they want to protect the women. If their homeland is occupied, it's usually the young men who get put to the sword and not the women, who instead are considered trophies. There's a reason why when Vikings conquered different areas, they put the men to the sword and took the women with them. The women got to live.
Are women the primary victims of war?
Forcibly, they got to live under the capture of new people in that case scenario.
Yeah, but wouldn't that
Okay,
be
but-
better than the alternative of death? That's the question.
That's more of, again, that would depend on your own mentality of like what you define living is.
Let's remove all hypothetical scenarios. Let's just look at World War II. I don't know the extent of your knowledge on World War II, but whatever you know that there's been significant military casualties, and it's over 20 million. They're all men. Given that you know that, in World War II, who would you say was the primary victim of war, men or women?
Of the U.S. men.
No. Just globally.
Based off of what I know from World War II.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I can't. It's just I don't know any of the statistics around it. I said women initially,
women are
so I'm
more
going to say women.
oppressed.
Okay. What about World War I? Who's the primary victim of war in World War I?
I'll just stick with women.
Women? How about just all war? If we just add up all the wars together, who's the primary victim of war in general?
I don't think either gender should be who's more victimized. I think in war everyone's a victim. So I don't even.
But
Someone has it worse.
who is the primary victim
That was the question.
of war? That's the question.
Can I ask?
Hold on, no. Hold on. Go ahead.
Think of it from your progressive values of intersectionality during warfare. Right? Just think of it as intersectionality during warfare, and then you can determine who's the most oppressed based on all sorts of contributing factors which we
off
can make
warfare?
up to find
Knowing-
which sex is the most oppressed during war.
during war.
Who is the primary victim?
I said women.
of
I'm gonna stick with women.
globally throughout all time? Who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
I'm going to say women,
Why?
and it's based off all the points I already made.
So let's say if I mean I don't even know.
Can I bring up a similar example? So if there's a murder case, okay, forget about war. If someone's murdered, all right, and just say the same person who murdered that man, he had a girlfriend and a kid back at home, and now they're single, and she's
Hide
the
that
single
neck for a
mom
bit.
because her boyfriend or husband was just murdered. Who's the victim in that
I don't know.
scenario?
In the scenario of
That someone got murdered, and now there's a single mom raising a kid alone.
That's actually good.
and I can't say
Who's
both
the,
are the victim.
Who's the victim?
I think they're both victims.
Well,
of it.
no. Hold on. Okay. So if I have this right, your
Both
question to
victims.
her is, okay, do you have a brother?
Yes.
Okay. Your brother gets murdered.
Wow.
Who's the primary victim of him being murdered?
My brother.
Is that your
Yes.
answer, or are you asking a question?
My brother is
Your
the
brother's
victim.
the primary victim. It's not your.
But you're also a victim.
But you're, yeah.
Right?
I think my family members are also victims.
What if you?
yes.
Let me ask you a question.
But the primary victim is your brother. Why would your brother be the primary victim?
Let's say you even witnessed the murder. Who is the primary victim?
I'm confused about this point, how it correlates to the last
It's
point.
kind of related, but hold on. So, okay. You witness your brother being murdered. Who's the primary victim?
My brother. He's, yeah.
But you witnessed it. I assume it was traumatic.
Of course it was. And I'm a victim, and I have to live on being a victim.
But you had.
Well, which was preferable? Like, from the standpoint of you?
If
That
me
you're still
witnessing
alive?
or...
Isn't
is
it
more
preferable that you're
victimized?
still alive in this instance?
So which one's more preferred? Witnessing, I guess. Depends.
Yes.
Depends if I can.
Natalia, thank you for that. That was actually a very good.
Yeah.
That was a very good way to frame
multiply
it.
that by like a couple million.
Look, I don't know if we're gonna be able to convince her, boys.
Yeah, I think we're.
She's
we
a tough
tried.
one.
Yeah.
I want you. Who's driving back? Because I know it's you.
Her. We're not gonna make it.
Done for.
Wait, you.
I
We all
I
flew
drove.
all
driving together.
Oh, you guys all drove
I'm
together?
driving by myself.
I don't know her.
Oh no, I'm.
You can come if you
No,
want.
it's you guys are friends, right? You all who's driving? Oh, her.
JoJo is.
I was gonna say maybe one of you drive, and then I think this is on Netflix. Have her watch All Quiet on the Western Front while driving back, and then she can, after seeing the barbarism and brutality of war, maybe you might think, oh, maybe it was the men who had it a little rougher. Saving Private
be a
Ryan.
long
Watch the
night.
first scene of Saving Private Ryan. That's a good one. But the whole All Quiet on the Western Front movie on Netflix, very good.
Yeah, Saving
Oh,
Private
Yeah,
Ryan.
but you have to
do a new
understand
age.
that women were riveting screws into pieces of sheet
Oh,
metal,
yeah,
and
yeah.
so it's equal. It's, I mean, you can see that riveting screws into sheet metal and dealing with bloody wounds is the same as storming the beaches of Normandy. Now that might seem absurd to the average man who's out there listening, but who cares? It's really it's how we feel. It's, and the things that give you the ick. Ultimately. That's the ick is how we feel. That's how we're going to do society.
I'm shocked this is coming from you as well, because you said you rather die than be R-worded.
Yeah, by my own sex.
Yeah, so
He prefer nice beefy
Because
women.
he finds he does
Yeah,
he would
there's
rather
a
die than be
distinction,
violated.
I think, between men in SA and women in SA.
So you think
there's
it's-
a distinction to be made under preference. And in this particular condition, I'm not even sure most men would agree with me. It's just my preference is that I would rather take the bullet than that.
All right.
Let's take a woman's bullet than a man's bullet.
I have a question for you. How do you say your name again? What's your first name?
Jojo.
Jojo. How many women do you think have had trench foot?
Oh my god.
I know this, trench foot. What about like mustard gas? World War I. Just a little, 9 months in the trenches. A little 9 months, just a little casual 9 months in the trenches. A little mustard gas. A little trench foot.
How many women did you say died in World War II? Like
None,
15?
No, there were no. I feel like I read there was some Russian or Soviet or no. Wait, there was. Well, I know in World War II there was like a small group of Soviet female soldiers, but There might have been a really small something in World War I, but
That amount.
She's like, that one. Jojo, all of your points are, but the women were sad, but how'd the women feel? The men are dead. They don't even get the right to feel. They're dead.
dead.
Yes, the woman felt.
They're dead.
The woman felt immense trauma.
Get some help.
Oh my God. The woman felt immense trauma watching horrible things happening to their children or themselves. But the men are dead. They don't even get the opportunity to have an opinion on it.
Or imagine
Jojo.
This is a matter of opinion, and if you can live with that kind of
her opinion.
Jojo, you have to promise me you're gonna go watch Saving Private Ryan and All Quiet on the Western Front. I think that one's available on Netflix. If you haven't, you have to promise me you're gonna watch it after the show. The last thing on the war thing, and then we're gonna move on.
Have you seen Tales of a Geisha?
Let me. Bro, what? Okay.
Also,
are you familiar with the current conflict in Ukraine?
It's also about World War II, but it's about women. The women's side.
The women were sad that their husbands died.
Sad.
Yeah, they were sad. At home.
Are you familiar with the Ukraine conflict?
Yes.
Were they putting screws in sheet metal in the movie?
I mean, you guys could watch it.
Okay. So if
You
I
give
were
me
to
homework, I'll give you
hang on.
homework.
Did you actually watch the movie?
What? The Tales of a Geisha? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what was it about?
Just the war stories of
Yeah.
4 different women, and then
Name a single female character from the movie.
I haven't seen it in years. I saw it when I was young.
A single character, just one.
I don't remember.
Don't remember?
Oh my God.
All right.
Okay.
Does a scene stand out? Is there a scene you can give me from the movie that stands out to you?
Of Tales of a Geisha, yeah. She was protecting her children in it with.
Who
they
was?
had a travel. I don't remember the character names. I don't remember.
Oh, okay. All right. Go ahead.
They had to travel a long distance to avoid the soldiers who were raiding the villages in our wording.
Many miles.
Is this where you got your knowledge on the war about from that movie?
That is a diabolical
You should be
laugh.
wearing this shit, not me.
Did they manage to escape?
I deadass feel like all of your knowledge on the war was from that movie now. That you just mentioned that.
This is gonna be the craziest drive home ever.
Speaking about drive home, it's a little bit late.
Okay. Let me read here, Madison. Can I have you read this chat? And I have one last thing, and then.
In relation to oppression, a new take is poor men shouldn't be allowed to date, marry, have kids. If you can't afford a date, stay single and work on yourself. What does the table think about
Going around the
this?
table on this, and then I'll come back really quick on one thing. Go ahead.
I think that's crazy, but I kind of said that earlier.
Saying poor men should not be allowed to date. Agree, disagree?
I disagree.
I say that if you're not financially stable, one, you probably shouldn't be having kids. But I mean, you should be able to date as long as you're working on yourself.
Okay.
You can definitely date, yeah.
Wait, your mic needs to be tilted up.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine. Go ahead.
I mean, obviously you can date, but I don't think you should if you don't have anything in your life established. You should work on yourself before looking for a partner.
Sure.
I think it's not just specific to men, but yeah, if you can't afford anything, dates probably wouldn't be fun, and you probably should work on yourself.
I disagree.
Okay.
I believe that they should be able to date still. Maybe not have a family, maybe be a little bit more established.
Yeah, not heroin addicts.
Exactly. Thank you for that.
I heavily disagree. I don't think you have to have your life established before you get into a relationship. I think you could get into a relationship and establish.
Well, it specifically said about having children too.
Oh, yeah, you shouldn't have children.
Like you should get your life sorted or have a partner that has their life sorted at least.
But so if
I think
it's
you can get your life
fair,
sorted together.
if it's fair for a woman to say that poor men shouldn't be allowed to date, then is it okay for men to say that women who weigh over 150 pounds shouldn't date?
Whoa, 150. How much do you think I weigh? I am in very good shape.
Look, I mean, that's
Superior
actually
genes, bro.
That's being pretty generous too.
150.
That's being really generous.
Is-
Fine, more than 130, you shouldn't be allowed to date.
Okay, then
You could say whatever
I guess
you
I'm
want.
undateable. I weigh more than 130.
Yeah.
And I am very fit. So
You can literally see
Hot
my
take.
ribs through my shirt.
I'm not saying that's
and you're
my.
saying
I'm not saying
fat.
that's my position. I'm just saying, if it's okay for women to say it, is it okay for men to say that?
I think the weight is both ways, though. If you say,
Oh, there you go. All right.
men shouldn't date fat women, then women shouldn't date fat men.
Yeah, there you go. Cool.
Okay.
Or they can date each other.
Yeah.
So, really quick, what's going on in Ukraine? Okay. So all the Ukrainian women, get this right, all the Ukrainian women could leave the country. This was when, shit hit the fan. All the men from, it was like 18 to 60, maybe 65, I forgot exactly what. They had to stay in the country. A lot of them got drafted. They had to stay.
Okay.
In Ukraine, this current conflict, who would you say is the primary victim of the Ukrainian war? Men or women? Knowing that I just told you that all the women could leave the country and all the men had to stay. And the vast majority of the military casualties are men in the current conflict.
Men.
Who's the prime? Oh, there we go. A little progress here. I had to use something modern, something recent. Okay. And you know what's funny about the Ukrainian war? While the Ukrainian men were being killed.
Malik, do you have any more of those bananas so we can give her a treat? Good behavior.
I'll get it from when we leave.
It's a joke. Calm down. I'm kidding.
That's a crazy joke, dude.
Oh my God. So, now does it change?
Now you can go tell your feminist friends about it, and they can all be upset. Put it in their standpoint theory books.
Does it change anything?
I never said women are better. My total point, my opinion is about fairness, right? You go draft women, go draft men. Like both are on the same level.
Wait, hold on.
I've always said that.
Hold on. So, what if I told you that all the women, a lot of women, Ukrainian women, they went off to Stockholm and Sweden and the UK, France, wherever. They were up on Tinder and up in the club while the males in Ukraine were getting decimated, destroyed. Is that evidence of female privilege?
If in a case scenario, you're saying every woman from Ukraine is partying it up in the
Boneman
club.
538 donated $100. Sober from heroin since March 2016. For the one leaving a relationship with an addict, they have non-AA/non-NA meetings in California called ACA, and for some that is a helpful transition onward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations
Oh, man.
on being sober.
Your point you're saying about
In the case where every woman is partying it up in all these other countries.
not every
and
woman, but
that's what you said. And the men are fighting in the war, in the trenches. Yes. I agree.
okay.
In that case.
Woke.
Yep.
I don't think you've still stated a bigger female grievance compared to, because my original point where this all stemmed from was that forced military conscription, the sort of gendered participation of men in the military, is a bigger grievance, forced military conscription, bigger grievance than all of women's collective grievances combined.
A bigger grievance than like war?
Yeah.
And men getting drafted in war?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I don't really have a bigger grievance.
Okay,
than-
so men are more oppressed than women. Checkmate.
No.
Pond.
You need like a chessboard.
No.
It's just like
But you failed to state a grievance that is worse than forced military conscription.
But like
so you seem
percentage wise, how many statistically, how many times have men been drafted to go to war?
Forever.
You realize that this
Every war, that's
Forever.
how it happened.
So,
Men
like,
have been
in the
drafted
history
while
of
women get
ever.
to stay home.
In the case of the U.S.
In the history of ever.
It is literally a war crime to attack women while men get shot.
I've never gotten a letter to be drafted.
Yeah.
Well, no, I meant actual.
The only thing women get forced to do is jury duty.
every single war almost, and men have been forced to go to war.
So,
Yeah.
my point is, time-wise, right? It doesn't happen
Go ahead.
on a daily basis. This.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It happens when it's really, really, really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
and
agree.
then women are not forced to get sent off to war for various reasons.
Well, my point is, with this, is there's daily things that happen, right? To women.
Okay.
Now, I'm not
let me
saying
ask
all
you.
women.
Let me ask you.
I never
no,
said that.
Okay, hold on. Let me engage with you on this. Okay, so catcalling is bad, and that almost exclusively is targeted towards women, correct?
care if you
That's
Let's
like
call.
war, though. That's like war, though, Brian.
Yeah.
I don't
That's
care.
like sending
I
so
don't
let's
say
say
catcalling
let's
bad.
say
on the beaches of
catcalling.
Normandy. That's like catcalling.
Let's say catcalling happens to thousands of women a day, every single day.
Okay.
But men only get drafted sometime. Which is worse?
The catcalling or drafting?
Yeah, no, I'm asking you a question.
No, a serious question.
No,
too,
which
huh?
one's worse?
I'm gonna have to say definitely the catcalling. As a joke, yes, I know. Obviously, I can make jokes. Not good ones. Drafting, yes.
All right.
Yeah, not good ones.
Yeah, not good ones.
All right.
It's tough.
All right, let's read a couple chats. Let's read some chats. Did we read this one?
No.
Maddie?
F, yeah, when a Mexican general is invited to invade a country and his only answer is C, holy F. I feel like a naked man at the wall of the Alamo. Please invade this country. I don't know what that means.
Holy.
I don't know. Well, if we can. Thank you, the official prince.
To the 5-foot guy, forget these delusional, westernized female standards. You build and protect the world they live in, and that makes you better than them. None of these girls deserve what they asked for. Leave America so your height and money won't matter.
Period.
Thank you, Jazz.
Money will still
Short
probably matter,
king.
not gonna lie.
The official prince, thank you.
She's wrong. She's unbelievably wrong. Entire provinces and cities in Iran, fumbled that, have zero law against women. She is talking about essentially the DC, Washington areas. Most of Iran has lots of respect for female autonomy. Iran is deeply misrepresented.
I was saying the Middle East in general. I just used Iran as an example because you do see this happening a lot in Iran. But it's the Middle East in general.
What do you see happening a lot in Iran?
Women being oppressed.
How?
How? By not having nearly as many rights as men. In a lot of the countries,
Yeah,
predominant.
but you don't believe in egalitarianism. What do you care?
I was using that as an example that Jojo said she felt oppressed. That women
I
are
never
oppressed
said I felt
in the U.S.
oppressed in
Women,
my life.
you felt that women are oppressed in the U.S. And I said actual women being oppressed you would see in the Middle East, especially like more Arabic countries.
Oh, you mean by her
Yeah.
standard, not by your standard?
No, by the standard, like by oppression in general. Like in the Middle East, women are oppressed.
Yeah, but is that good or bad?
That's
Malik?
bad. Oppression's bad. Like what?
So so you do want egalitarianism?
No, I don't think men and women should be equal, but they should have equal rights.
Okay, so how's that not egalitarianism?
Honestly, I don't know the exact definition of egalitarianism.
Well, it's really
Educate
strange
me.
because
Educate
earlier
me,
you
I'm
said
sure.
that feminism, from your purview, was egalitarianism, and here you are saying that you're not a feminist but want egalitarianism. So now I'm confused, Malik.
You're putting words in my mouth.
Nope.
First of all,
I'm not. I'm specifically not. Did you not define feminism as being egalitarianism?
I was asking if Brian would consider it egalitarianism. I didn't.
What
say
do
it
you
was.
consider it to be if it's not egalitarianism then?
I think feminism is the idea that men and women should be equal. I do not believe in.
No, that's
feminism.
how's that not egalitarianism?
Being equal and having equal rights are not the same thing.
What does egalitarianism mean? Here, let's pull up a definition now of egalitarianism. What if you had to guess, what would you say that it meant?
Equality.
Equality. Would that include equal rights?
Yes, that would include equal rights.
So the doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights, that is the definition of egalitarianism that you believe in, and you said that egalitarianism was feminism. Yes? And you believe in egalitarianism? Yes. Therefore, you would be what?
I do not have feminist views. I think that men and women should have equal rights.
By your definition earlier.
No.
said-
If you can throw in other words, I can too, Andrew. Shut up. So,
Okay. Well, then define what egalitarianism means.
I just
and how
said
it's not. It doesn't mean feminism.
So you just read the definition that egalitarianism means equality. So I guess.
Nope. I'll read it again. It's the doctrine that all people are equal and deserve equal rights.
Okay, I agree with half of that. I think all people should have equal rights, but I do not think men and women are equal. For instance, with
Good.
the war
How are they not
example
equal?
that we've been arguing about for the past hour or so, men getting drafted into war should never be something women do not belong on the war field. I don't think they should be completely equal in every right.
Well, that doesn't sound like.
I think-
all that sounds like is a pushback against equal rights.
What is the point you're trying to make, Andrew?
My point is that if you define egalitarianism as feminism and you believe
I
in
did not say
egalitarianism,
that.
which is broadly defined not as equity, but is defined specifically as
Feminism
equal
is
rights, then
extreme
it sounds like,
equality.
Malik, you're a feminist. By your logic, that's all. I'm just pointing this
No,
out.
you're twisting
Checkmate.
No, it's not again, it's not a checkmate. Feminism, my understanding of it, which you said I'm incorrect on, by the way, but feminism, to my
Yes,
understanding
I
of
was
it, is
right about that too,
extreme-
but
is
I'm just saying
extreme
by your
equality.
standards,
But you
you
have
are.
educated me that feminism means a female supremacy. So
Yes.
equality is not female supremacy, Andrew. Checkmate.
That's right. So then, if that's true, then your earlier definition of egalitarianism being feminism was incorrect.
I never
when
said
Brian
that. I
told you it was
asked
incorrect, and you were arguing with him about it being correct, right, Malik?
You can watch the video back. I asked
will.
Brian if he would consider that the same. I never, to my memory, stated feminism is
Oh
egalitarian.
no, the reason you were in the argument is because you stated emphatically that that's what
Well, if I
feminism
stated that, I
was, and
missed-
Brian said, pushed back and said, no, that's not feminism. It doesn't just mean egalitarianism. And you were like, no, it does.
So-
I have to argue with you now, right? I take notes through this whole thing so that I have good timestamps for my
Like
show. That's how I know what you said when you
Lawyered.
Like I just stated,
Lawyered. Take the L.
my
Take the L.
understanding of feminism was extreme
Take the L.
equality on both rights.
Take the L.
On both rights
Take the
and
L.
gender roles, more specifically the gender
Malik,
roles.
Take the L.
I'm not taking the L because I'm not wrong, Brian.
She's not taking the L.
I'm not taking the L.
Just
Just for
fight
the
about
sake-
this for hours. I'll just let it go so we can move on.
Just for the sake of time, I do have to move on here. Maddie, can you read this chat?
To change the subject, let's talk about how men's mental health isn't talked about, nor is it an issue. How a man can be falsely accused of SA, and the only thing that happens is a man's life ruined.
A lot of false accusations. A lot of men having their lives ruined over a lie. What's that lyric from a Tupac song? A lot of real G's doing time because a groupie bit the truth and told a lie. Bent the truth and told a lie. My dear R.I.P. Tupac. Okay. Yeah, it's no, but false accusations, absolutely terrible, ruin men's lives. And certain types of accusations seem to be, just by mere virtue of the accusations being made, are even without any proof, just ruin men's life. Okay. How many great men have had? Okay. Anyways, can you read this one?
Shout out from Tuscaloosa, Alabama. The primary victims of war are men, but girl in red hair is an ideologue, is that a word? Who is more emotional than rational. You would pass any communications class in American college with A+. Retired, #USN, #Roll Tide, #End Feminism.
Hashtag. Do you want to respond to this? They're calling you an ideologue. Perhaps you're even a zealot. Are you a zealot? Confirm or deny. Zealot, not zealot. One in the chat for zealot, two in the chat for not zealot.
Don't even know what that is.
Should we Google what zealot is?
You can give me
Let's
a
do a
definition
little-
based off your brain.
Let's do a little Google of the zealot.
Give me a
Zealotry.
general definition.
You have a zealot is someone who has special zeal.
Oh,
without
great.
there being any actual. Now I'm just bullshitting.
Yeah. I know.
A zealot. What? Okay. How would I define a zealot? Somebody who
Zealous.
strongly believes something whether it's true or not. Oh God, I'm using a word I can't precisely define. But why don't we have Nick
That's crazy.
Google it?
That's kind of crazy, huh?
Wait, hold on. Zealot. You got it. A person who is fanatical and uncompromising in pursuit of their religious, political, or other ideals. I'm going to be
Like
generous here. I'm going to be generous here and say that I actually was not too far off the mark.
Oh, saying
I think it was
it's someone who has a little bit of zeal, whatever, zeal.
They've got zeal.
I don't know.
What is a woman?
God.
Starting with you, go ahead. We'll actually do this around the table.
Anyone who wants to identify themselves as a woman.
Huh. Okay, we'll come back to that. What about?
Someone who was born biologically a woman.
Oh man. Anyone who wants to identify as a woman.
Is a woman?
Sure.
So what is a woman? So a woman is somebody who identifies as a woman. So
yeah, that's circular logic. Yeah. No,
and
I know.
I guess I'd bring it back to you on that too.
Man, you're honed in on her. I think that's a good one.
No, well, you gave this pretty much the same answer.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
We generally agree.
So you're.
So speak.
So what?
Speak,
so
woman.
your answer was a woman is anybody who identifies as a woman.
Yeah. I just don't think like I'm in a position to dictate how others feel. So that's my kind of mental.
Okay, Malik.
A woman is an adult human female.
A woman is a biological female.
A woman is a biological female or someone who completely transitions into a woman. Not through just identification.
Wait.
Like,
okay.
like they
So
don't
you're
just go to the.
So they could be male, but if so long as they fully transition,
Yes.
they can be a woman.
Like,
okay.
I guess
Like surgery and hormones.
I wouldn't necessarily say like bottom surgery for sure, but like
So they
you
can
know.
still have a penis.
Yeah, I mean I'll say that, but like you know
Alright.
at least
2024.
getting into passability.
Okay. What about you?
Biological female, but I also agree because there's women, but there's also trans women, which you're asking what is a woman. So my answer would be a biological female, but there is the other side of it.
A woman is an adult human biological female.
Okay, so let me relate this a little bit to dating. So,
I didn't get a definition.
oh,
What's a woman?
all right, go ahead.
A woman is an individual whose sex corresponds with that of the only sex which can produce offspring.
So female.
Wait, what?
Biological female.
So if you can't produce
No,
offspring, you're not a
there's
female?
There's some females who can't produce offspring, right?
Are they not considered women?
So you have to be cautious. So the definition is the sex which is associated with the sex which can reproduce and have offspring. That is a woman.
But men can have offspring.
Huh?
No, they can't carry offspring.
Oh, I missed the carry part. I'm sorry.
Malik.
They can conceive young. Just do it. We'll do it that way if you want to
So,
be pedantic about
let's
the sex that which can conceive young and is associated with that which can conceive young.
Let's relate this to dating. So, are trans women women?
No.
So they're feminine, but not women.
Trans women are trans women.
But you two were kind of saying, well, if they've gone through the transition, then they can.
Because I feel like there's, especially nowadays, there's a lot of people who will they will claim trans but not transition, and there's
Let's say they did though.
Like full transition.
Sure.
I would not I wouldn't sit there and be like, you're a real woman, but I wouldn't sit there and call you a man.
So related to dating. So a man, how do I want to frame this? Is it straight as a heterosexual man to date a trans woman?
No.
Well, hold on. Starting with you.
Yeah.
yes, you're straight.
And to date a trans man, I think so. Or
So
a trans,
me, if I'm as a heterosexual man, if I were to date a trans woman, is that straight?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I'll come back to that. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
I wouldn't. I mean, if you consider yourself straight and you're dating a biological man, then no.
They're fully female presenting. You're attracted to the female presence, so I think so.
What if they have a penis?
I might say that that's not totally straight.
Okay.
There's different definitions.
Okay, so it's obviously not straight if you're having sex with anything. If you're having sex in any other circumstance than heterosexual sex with two opposite genders. Using logic of certain people, could present myself as a feminine presenting gay trans man. What is stopping me from presenting myself and identifying as a feminine presenting gay trans man? Because if I'm a gay trans man, it means I'm still attracted to men, but I'm feminine presenting.
Do it. No one's stopping you. Go do it.
And then if I have sex with a man as a feminine presenting gay trans man, that is not gay sex. That's straight sex.
Why even waste your time? This is super simple. Okay? You just go around the table and ask a single question. Just a single question.
Let's just continue going around the table.
Yeah.
So, I'm confused
A gay trans man would be a biological
female.
woman.
Exactly.
So female who wants to have sex with men.
But wants to be a man.
Yes.
So
and
what's
gay.
your point? What's your point?
The only straight sex is man, woman having sex. Trans woman is a trans woman.
Male, female.
Everyone can have their own opinion on it. To me personally, I don't consider that straight sex.
Okay.
I think anything outside of heterosexual sex I would consider pansexual. So where you accept everything or anything as it is.
Well, okay. So perhaps the better question is, a male who is having sex with a trans woman. Is there any scenario where that man can claim to be straight?
No.
Socially, I think so. I think the disconnect a lot of times is that if you ask a trans woman or a trans man, are you a woman or are you a man? Socially, I think they can be. If you're presenting fully, it doesn't matter what's down there, that's, I guess, you and your partner's business. But if you're presenting fully, then... if you're presenting...
Well, let me just ask you a simple question. Can you be a black man?
Can I?
Yeah.
No.
Can you center up a little?
Why not?
Because I'm not.
What if you present yourself as being one?
I mean, if I fully committed...
That would just be blackface.
Yeah, like if I literally could become one, sure. Like all I'm saying is that if.
What do you mean become one?
Okay, wait. What I'm saying is that if there is a person or a trans woman just going about their day, whatever, and you didn't know that they were a trans woman, I would say socially that they could be considered a woman just for the sake of just having it easy. I'm not gonna.
So if I showed up at a party and I pulled a rabbit out of a hat, does that mean that socially I could do magic, or would I just be presenting an illusion?
I think a little bit of both. If you could trick people, I'm not saying that it's not an illusion.
If you can trick people, right? If you can trick them, so it wouldn't change the fact of the matter. It would be a trick.
No, correct.
So if you presented yourself as a black man, would that be the fact of the matter, or would it be a trick?
It would, I guess, be a trick. So I guess maybe I miscommunicated of like, you cannot physically I can't physically become a black man.
Oh, then how come a man can physically become a woman ever, or a woman physically become a man?
I think surface level they can. Like they can.
Well, what does that mean though? That just means that they're tricking you, right?
Yes, definitely. Just tricking
so
you.
What you're saying is that there are some people out there who can trick you into believing a thing which is not true.
Yes.
Okay. Well, then if that's the case, then I agree.
Okay.
What do you think?
No, I don't think that it would be considered heterosexual.
Okay. What about you?
It's a hard question. I mean, if they were fully transitioned, if they were fully transitioned, that would be a hard question.
Fully transitioned.
Fully transitioned.
Bottom surgery, even.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'd say yes or, I mean, I guess no. They can't, no, they wouldn't be. If they knew the fact that they were like fully transitioned and they knew that they were trans, then no.
Okay. Wait, so you said it would
How does one not know that? Like, I'm actually confused now.
What was that?
How would they
How
not
would
know that?
one
Like
not
if they didn't
know
communicate that? I don't know. If you're fully transitioned organs and everything and you didn't communicate, I mean.
Well, I mean, there's an example of that though. There's a clip of a, I wouldn't say well-known trans woman, but I'm not too big in the community, so I'm not too sure. But she actually said she, didn't tell a man for about 2 months, and he had no idea.
Is that makeup chick? Is it the makeup chick?
Dragon, right?
No, it's somebody completely different. But she had bottom surgery, and they were sexual with each other, and she didn't tell him for about 2 months.
So
That's
it was
SA,
trick.
bro.
Yeah.
Well,
That's
that was essentially the debate on that too. But yeah, he had no idea for about 2 months.
They should have said something.
Wait, so okay, you said, going back to you said that it would be straight
Yeah, I think so.
for a male to date, have sex with a trans woman. Is that correct? Did you agree on that or no? I forgot.
I think it depends on the surgery, post-op, after-op.
Okay, well, let me start here. So let's say they still have a peen.
That is slightly less straight to me, yeah.
It's slightly
Not super
straight
to me.
What about you?
I agree.
Oh, well, because you said it was just if you're a male dating a trans woman, that's straight.
Yeah, I think so. But
I mean, a trans woman could still have a peen.
yeah,
So still straight?
I still think it could be straight. Yeah,
Could be straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why is
So
it
do you
could?
think-
So then
what
what
if
is
they're-
straight? So in this concept, when we say homosexual, we mean same-sex relationship.
Yep.
You would agree that these people have not changed their sex, correct?
Wait, sorry. Reiterate your point.
Homosexual means same sex.
Yeah.
Same-sex relationship. You would agree that these people have not changed their sex, correct?
Yeah.
You can argue they've changed their gender, but you would never argue they changed their sex, would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then they would be in a homosexual relationship. Straight is a short form slang for heterosexual. So how could this ever be a heterosexual relationship if they're the same sex?
I just want to respect people, and if a man
they
is
feel.
dating someone who is a trans woman, I think if they identify as straight, why would I dictate it otherwise? Like, why does it matter to me?
Well,
just
because
reality.
because you can have words which operate only under two modes, really. You can have an empty label, for instance, that would be Brian's name. His name is Brian, but there's many, many, many Brians, right? It's an empty label. It's not particularly, the name itself is not pointing at anything. Now, himself as an identifier can point to him specifically. But if you say homosexual, that is a label which has meaning. It's pointing to something. Same sex. Heterosexual is pointing to something else, right? Which is opposite sex. So the question then becomes, if you conflate and make a category error out of this and say people who are the same sex are actually people who are opposite sex, now we have a word concept fallacy. So I need to understand why it is that out of respect you're going to yield to them that this thing is true, which is categorically false.
Well, the reason I do that is because I think it's easier for me to just change my language or change how.
You don't think it's easier?
So it's easier for you to lie.
No, just to respect what they want to be called. If Brian wanted to go by the name Paul,
wasn't the
I would call him
question.
Paul.
Yes, but I already explained to you the distinction in names. Names are empty labels.
But
Words have specific labels, and it's because words are designed to convey information. Here's an example. When I say the word cat to you, does the word cat point to something? Can you tell me what it's pointing at?
Words also transform over time.
Can you tell me what
Big
the word
Sat
cat
Energy
is pointing
donated $100. No amount of data, reasoning, or logic will change leftist women's mind. They appeal to emotion and feelings only. They are truly the scourge of the earth. They are being rejected en masse, thank God.
Yeah, well, I couldn't agree with the
Thank
super
you,
chatter
makes sense.
more that leftist women are the scourge of the earth. But back to this, when I say the word cat, what am I pointing at?
The animal? You want me to say the animal?
Yeah, describe it for me.
I don't know how to describe a cat. Feline with little pointy ears most of the time.
It's got fur, it's got 4 legs usually, right? It's got a tail, it's got all that. So I've conveyed all of that information to you with a single word, haven't I?
Yeah.
Okay, so how come when I say the word homosexual, there's suddenly confusion?
There's no confusion.
Okay, if there's no confusion, then why is it, other than if you know what the word means and you know what it's pointing to, and somebody says, I'm not that thing, how are they not lying?
But it's funny that you think they're lying. What if they, like, how
I
do
just
you don't know what
demonstrated
goes
how
on
they're
in
lying.
like their bedroom life? What if they don't even?
Why
is
aren't
that
you
your
a
issue?
black woman?
What?
Why aren't you a black woman?
Are you gonna do the born this way?
No,
The
I'm
argument?
asking you a specific question. Are you a black woman?
No.
If you
Wait, you're
claimed that
not?
you were a black woman, would you be telling the truth or would you be lying?
I would be lying.
Okay, well then why wouldn't the same exact thing be true in the case of homo versus heterosexual, knowing that these categories are also indicating the same thing, which is a biological reality which is associated with those words?
I don't know why I would care about this. Like, I rather just,
You don't
like
know
I
why you would
said,
care about lying?
Like
That's weird.
Truth.
I don't
kinda?
care about if someone tells
You
me a
don't care-
lie. No.
You don't care about truth.
You don't
in
care
general?
if people lie to you?
Aren't you getting a master's?
Yeah.
Hang on, I just want to make sure I'm clear on this. I just want to make sure I'm clear. You don't care if people lie to you?
I don't care if like someone wants to identify as trans. Again, what if you deem it as a lie?
Yeah, so you just tried to duck the question. It was cleverly done, but I caught on to it quickly.
Okay.
You don't care if
Shout out to
people
you.
lie to you? Is that yes or no?
The general public, if a random person says lies to me, no, I don't care. Why
You
would I
don't care. So if you have a friend who is a friend of yours, do you care if they lie to you?
I would care more. But it depends
What
what
about
it
a
is.
family member?
I would care more, but it depends what it is.
So if your family member came to you and lied about being black, would you care?
It would be a little concerning why they randomly started saying
Why would that be concerning? Would it be concerning because they're suffering clearly from something which is a delusion?
I mean, I'm not going to air that.
I think there's a difference between.
What do you mean
like,
you're not going to answer that? Why would it be concerning if one of your family members came to you and said that they were a black man if they were a white woman? Why would that be concerning to you?
I don't know why this is such a honed-in conversation. I really just, to be nice, I don't like saying a crazy opinion on this because
Yeah,
I think
already know what your feelings are in the matter. I asked you a question. Why would it be concerning to you if a family member came to you and misidentified their race? Why would that be of concern?
I think race and gender are different.
Yeah, I agree that they're different, but I'm going to ask you one more time. Why would it be of concern to you?
Because they are not that race.
Right, they are not that thing. So you would think what? Why would them not being that thing be of concern to you?
Why would it be a concern to me? It's not because...
Why would it be of concern to you that somebody came to you and said this thing to you? Why would that be concerning?
That's a good question. I don't know why it would be concerning.
But then why did you just say you would be concerned by it?
I would be concerned because they are identifying as a race that they're not.
Right, so they're lying to you. That's what the concern
lie
is.
isn't-
You know that they're lying to you, so that would spring delusion inside of your brain. You would say they were delusional. There's no other reason you could possibly give for why that would be concerning, and if you can, I'd love to hear it.
But delusion and a lie is a little bit different, don't you think? A liar, a good liar is whatever, but someone who's actually delusional and is having a mental crisis is very different.
What do you consider it to be delusional if one of your family members who was a white woman came over to you and said that they were a black man?
Yeah, I think it's delusional at that point.
Yes, exactly. It's delusional because
don't
they're lying
think-
to you and telling you that there's something that they are not.
What
Why
if
would
they
the same
believe
thing
it?
not apply to sex? I'm so confused.
It's still delusional.
Delusion is believing your own lie.
Yes. So it's still a lie.
Here, let me ask you a question. Is it, okay, let's say me. I would not want to date a trans woman. Is that transphobic?
I think that's your preference.
Okay.
So I have no quarrels with that. That's fine.
Okay.
Where is your line though? Because you're like, hey, you just want to respect them. I personally believe you can respect and not accept delusion. So would you accept any person who identifies as, no matter what severity of their transition they are?
Yeah.
So
Again,
if a guy has a beard, if Brian threw out a wig, you would accept him if he wanted to be identified as a woman.
why not? I don't see a problem with it.
What makes it more acceptable for someone to change their gender, I'm not going to say sex, rather than their race?
If we want to do the gender argument, people argue gender is like a construct, right? Of
Yeah, but race is a construct from your worldview too.
race is a construct.
Yes.
Gotcha, bitch.
How?
What do you mean, how? You don't believe that race is a construct? You think that it's a biological truth?
Well, like your skin tone is a construct.
No, I didn't say skin tone. I said race is a construct.
Race is not color.
I'm just asking what makes it more acceptable.
From your worldview, and there's nothing here that's TOS, Brian, I promise. From your worldview, race is a construct.
Not
Yes?
Not necessarily, no, because it's dependent on locationally a lot. There's a lot of background.
Well, those are called clines. From your worldview, that's called a cline. So that would be a cline cluster. It has nothing to do with race. You're just talking about demographic areas. So yes, I'll concede to the cline clusters, but race, from the worldview of you, the leftist, does not exist. It is not a biological reality. So if that is true, and it's not a biological reality, it's just a social construction, just like gender is, you would have to explain why in the world it is that you would be willing to concede to one of these delusions but not the other.
I think it's because with a race, there's a lot more behind it than just wanting to identify as a different gender.
Why? It's just a social construct, right?
No, because there's things that go along with race in general. Like there is like racism, the idea of racism. You aren't going to...
Yeah, but like the idea of transphobia, it would be the same exact thing, right? You can have a social construction and then you can have a bias against the social construction. Doesn't make it any less of a social construction.
I have a question.
Wait, no, hold on. Just for the sake of time here, I'm trying to get a little... Oh, okay.
Big Sass Energy donated $100. At what point is respecting the person actually calling out their delusion or lie? Is it really respect to play along with their mental illness? Is that really compassion? Or is it just lazy apathy?
Okay. Thank you, Big Sass Energy. Okay, just really quick. So, a male S-ing the D of a trans woman, is that heterosexual? No. That's not... It's not heterosexual.
If you suck lady dick, are you gay? Okay? It's simple. If you suck lady dick, are you gay?
I want that.
This seems like such an easy question.
I said no, it's not heterosexual.
Yes, you're gay. You suck lady dick.
No, because earlier I asked if it's straight as a heterosexual man to date a trans woman, and you said
yes,
it is straight.
So dating is straight, but
well, some people don't even have sex before marriage, right? That's a big one.
But
okay, fine. Let's talk just sex. Let's talk just sex. Okay.
Okay.
Wait,
is there any scenario?
It's a little late. I gotta get going.
Before you leave, let me see if I can actually very quickly. I know we had some pre-show notes that. Hold on. Tracks, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we hit it. I think we
Yeah.
hit all your notes, so I know it's late. If you do got to excuse yourself,
I do.
totally fine. Well, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah,
thank you for
thanks
staying.
for having
Appreciate
me.
it.
It was really nice to meet you
Um,
guys.
I'm going to have you
Nice
take
to
your
meet
seat.
you. Have a great night.
Bye. It was nice to meet you.
And we are going to try to
You
wrap
weren't
up
as
here.
scary as I thought you were going to
there
be.
it is.
He's a big old teddy bear.
What's
Oh,
that?
I said you weren't as scary as I thought you were going to be.
Oh, wait, before you
Oh,
leave.
where the hell does this idea come from?
You
know,
use a
just
lot of big
because you have
words.
blue hair
Wait,
doesn't mean
as a
you're
plug,
feminist.
whatever
You know, I
clips,
just
that's where it
assume
comes from.
You
All
just
his
use
videos
a
on
lot of
whatever
big
clip.
words. You're
Okay.
very well articulated with your words, and I'm not.
Really
so
quick,
you're kind of intimidating.
Before you leave, last little thing. Does body count matter?
I don't care, personally.
No.
I don't really care about my
Wait,
partner.
you're gonna leave, wait, hang on. You're gonna
Wait,
leave
Maddie, can you
on
come
the
back real
answer
quick?
of no?
Can you come back?
Really? Like you're just gonna
What?
drop that and then you're gonna leave? No way. You gotta stay at least for another 15 minutes.
Bro, I have like 3-hour drive.
Wait, going around the table?
Yes, body count matters.
To a certain extent, yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
No.
Doesn't matter.
No.
Yes.
Okay, so going around the table, what's your body count?
Starting with me, guys. 8.
Going over here.
Oh, 7.
5.
7.
Stop the cap.
Okay, I was.
On all of
1.
you? 1.
10.
I'd prefer not to answer.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
Wait, I thought you said it doesn't matter.
I know.
Range?
I know.
Range.
Range. Above 30.
Range?
Less than
That's all I'm giving
above.
you.
Is it above 40?
That's all I'm giving you.
Because above 30 could mean $1 million.
No, it's not that much.
Okay, above 30. Okay, all right. All right, that was it.
Below 40?
Okay.
Below 40?
All right, thank you.
Ray Strater donated $100. Race is a construct in reality.
Here we go.
There was no concept of race prior to the advent of the American racial construct. People were separated by cultural, tribal, and linguistic boundaries.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Race Trader.
this was an example which was used to point out absurdity, not an example which was used to make a claim either way.
Got it. All right, well, thank you for coming.
Yeah.
Here,
And
Spencer, can you take...
To answer this guy's question
Oh,
first,
what question?
body count does not matter. 2 reasons. Maybe for women it does because you get emotionally attached to somebody, right?
Okay.
But in general, I don't think it matters because that doesn't play a part as to like who that person is or how they are in a relationship. But
Wait, hold on. Now we got to tackle that.
Yeah, I
a little
told you. I
Feel
told you. You
free.
can't drop that and just walk. It's no good.
I'm out.
Wait. So, okay, you're saying that has no bearing on how they're going to behave in a relationship or...
I don't. What do you mean, behave in a relationship?
Well, your point was that...
I meant that if somebody has a high body count, that doesn't mean that they're like, it's going to make them be a certain type of person in a relationship.
Not sure about that one.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So let me ask you a question. If you're currently, any dating?
Like boyfriends?
Okay, you meet a guy and you find out that he cheated on his past 3 girlfriends.
Mm-hmm.
It's in his past, right? Does his past behavior make you take pause on potentially partnering with him?
It would make me question it, yeah.
But wouldn't that be the cheating, not the amount of body count?
Correct. That would be like
Right.
the action of cheating, not
Right,
the
and there's also
amount
the
of body
action
count.
of being promiscuous.
I
And-
think that somebody that's genuinely promiscuous might be more prone to said actions. But again, it just really depends. I don't think that
Well,
that has anything
but-
to do with the amount of people that you sleep with because
Well-
there's also a notion that like, okay, what if I have 20 boyfriends and I sleep with those 20 boyfriends and my body count is 20? They were still my partner.
fucking disgusting.
Yeah, I get
Wait,
it.
can you tell
I
your mic down?
understand, but let's ask this a slightly different way. Let me just ask you if there was a woman. There's 2 women that you know, they're both friends of yours. One has been with the same man for 19 years, and one has been with 19 men every year. Which one would you think would be more likely if they got together with a new partner, to be loyal to them?
To be loyal? Wait, what do you mean? If somebody were to sleep with
not step out of
19
their
men
partnership.
and then one woman sleeping.
No. Let me rephrase it again.
Thank you.
A woman has been with the same partner for 19 years,
Okay.
and now she's no longer with that partner.
Mhm.
Another woman that you know has been with 19 partners every year. Okay?
Mhm.
Same amount of time over 19 years. They both end up with new partners. Which one would you? If you had to gamble, if you had to roll all of your dice on one, which one would you say would be more likely to be more promiscuous and step out of the relationship?
Well, I know the answer that you want me to give, but if somebody who is sleeping with multiple people and they have not been in a relationship and then they finally decide to be in a relationship, I would say that that's for a reason. Now, if you have one person that has slept with one man several times and they get into another relationship, they might be equally loyal to that person, or they might also want to have...
Which one would you roll the dice on is the question.
Well, I mean, I would roll the dice with the person that was in the longest relationship because they become accustomed to being in a long relationship.
Right. So then
Yeah.
this would conclude for this then
Mhm.
that body count must at least matter to some degree to you.
It does.
Because, and the alternative, but you just said it didn't, I thought.
I don't think it matters, yes, but it doesn't matter in choosing a partner. Like, if I sleep with an X amount of people,
partner, if you're saying that the traits of the body count itself, if you had to gamble,
Mhm.
would indicate more loyalty, that seems like that would be something that would be very keyed in if you were choosing a partner.
if I were to look at a man and know that that man has slept with several women, I wouldn't solely base it off of the body count.
Yeah, but how come when the gamble was on women
Mhm.
that you indicated that you thought that the loyalty would be higher for the woman with a lesser body count? That's the question.
My answer would be the same if you put that scenario as a man.
Sure, but even then, the question still stands, which is, why is it if this thing doesn't matter?
Mhm.
Do you indicate loyalty with the thing?
Well, it's like the comment that I said, people are usually looking for something greener, like the greener grass on the other side of the fence or whatever.
Well, that would be a loyalty problem,
once you've been with more people, you tend to have more like people that you compare your partners with, right? But as an individual, that can always vary. I wouldn't
I'm not saying individually it can't vary. I'm not saying you're an evil person because you had a high body count. I'm not saying anything of the sort. I'm definitely saying that it's not a monolith. I'm just saying that you yourself associate loyalty with a low body count.
Okay. I still wouldn't
if
use.
that's true,
I
then
still wouldn't use
loyalty-
body count and base it
but
to
hang
choose
on,
a
hang
partner.
on. But if that's true that you associate loyalty with a lower body count,
Mhm.
then don't you think it is pertinent for partner choosing if they're looking for the quality of loyalty?
I mean, it's possible, or I can also associate it to somebody wanting to possibly be more prone to wanting to get other partners if they've only been with one person.
You could, but if you had to gamble, you wouldn't.
But, you know, in life, it's sometimes a bad idea to gamble, and you want to, like, take all
But
the
every
facts into
relationship's a
consideration.
gamble, isn't it?
It could be,
And
as
if
long
you
as
have
both
to roll
parties
the
are
hard six-
actively
if you
choosing
have
to be
roll-
together,
if you have to
regardless
roll
of
the
body
hard
count.
six, if you have to roll the hard six, you're going to roll it on the person with the least body count, which tells me that it matters, and every relationship is a gamble. You conceded that that's also true. So it sounds like if loyalty is the issue here, and it is a big issue in relationships,
Mhm.
that you yourself would associate body count with loyalty.
But it wouldn't be I wouldn't solely base my
Not saying
choosing
solely,
of that
I'm just saying
person
as-
based off of body
I'm
count.
just saying it matters.
To some degree, yeah.
My advice to men is don't date women with high body counts.
That's okay.
I don't really think body count has
So-
to do with loyalty, though. You can have been promiscuous in the past and still know how to be loyal, but you
Mhm.
could also have like a really low body count and have not been loyal and able to commit in any of those.
Yeah. But I mean, the more that you have, the more partners that you have, the more you have to like compare other people with. And I think that's one of the really like one of the biggest problems that there is now is that you can pick up your phone and swipe right or swipe left and have all of these different different options. And so you've been with 20, 30 people, but you're with your partner and you're constantly nitpicking as to, oh, well, he doesn't do what, I don't know, this other guy that I dated with, and he doesn't look like this other guy that I dated looks like. So there's always going to be like
Comparison.
there's always going to be some type of comparison. So
Well, can I follow
they're not going to
up
be
with,
happy.
With this, I'm just curious. This was a good exchange. I enjoyed it. Would you say that promiscuity itself is a character flaw?
I wouldn't say that. Well, it's weird. I would say for women, yes. One, I'm just taking myself into consideration here. If I were to sleep with multiple people, I would be attached to those people. I would like emotionally be. I'm a very emotional person, so I feel like I would be emotionally attached to those people. Sex means different to me than what I believe sex means to a man.
No, okay, so I understand that you would drive the distinction between the sexes. So then would you consider it a character flaw in women?
A character flaw in what? I'm sorry, can you elaborate?
Promiscuity. Would you consider promiscuity to be a character flaw in a woman?
In a character flaw in what way?
That it would in some way encroach upon the character of the woman that they were engaging in promiscuity. Do you consider that to be a flaw of character, or do you consider it to not be a flaw of character?
I think it speaks on their character. That's one of the reasons why I'm not really.
Do you think it speaks poorly on their character?
No.
No. So then promiscuity to you would not be a character flaw.
So I think again, for me, I don't engage in the hookup culture, but I'm also not going to sit here and tell the woman in front of me that does engage in hookup culture that she's flawed or like shame her for it. I think all of that is personal choice. A lot of it has to do with like religious standpoints, political standpoints, or maybe it's like maybe you believe that, I don't know, there's energy in having sex, like all those people that are like super like spiritual or whatever. So it just really depends on the person. I'm not going to shame somebody for it, but I'm not going to engage.
Bring back shaming.
I'm not going to engage it in myself.
We're going to bring back shaming. We got to start shaming people. Oh, you slept with 5 guys this week? Shame.
Why are you sleeping with 5 guys, Brian?
I'm talking about like a woman.
In 1 week? That's crazy.
Nice. Okay, body count bad. Women
good.
Don't date women with a high body count.
Women don't date women with a high.
Don't date anybody with a high body count. How about that one? Okay. Here, I'm gonna try to. I know if you got to peace out. I know you got to.
I do. Thank you. Nice meeting you.
We had some notes on you. Bella, you said your last relationship is a good insight to young girls trying to find the modern bad boy.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, if you got a dip, I guess you got a dip. Got the dip. I'm going to try to wrap in a shorter period, but.
Bye.
Oh, it was nice meeting you too.
Poor Andrew.
She didn't give you as many compliments.
Go ahead, tell your story.
Yeah, it was just.
You think calling me scary is a compliment?
No, she was. Well, she was not just scary.
Hold on, I'm really trying to wrap the show up soon. So go ahead.
Yeah. It's kind of. I'll keep it short and sweet. So basically, it was just young high school sweetheart love. I was about 16. He was actually. We were the same age at the time, but he had just turned 17, and he actually ended up doing some illegal stuff, getting caught up, and I decided I was going to be, Captain Save-A-Ho and do a whole bunch of stuff to try to get him out of trouble, which was really bad because I'm 16, don't know what I'm doing when it comes to the law. And it kind of just turned into a downward spiral of 4.5 years of just back and forth, mental drain, emotional drain. And there was a lot of infidelity that was tied into it, and there was a lot of like back and forth, and it just was what everybody had made seem so good on like Instagram, TikTok, whatever, like, oh, get you a thug because they'll protect you, blah 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 blah, but they don't really talk about like the downside of what that does to, you know, a partner. If they're not raised correctly, or if they're not considerate, or things along those lines. And it really took a toll on me as a young woman, and it kind of changed my outlook. That's why when I was younger, I don't consider myself traditional at all. I actually was quite promiscuous. I liked to party a lot. I did a lot of stuff that I definitely shouldn't have done, especially at such a young age. And now that I'm older, I look back and I change a lot of my views. That's why, like, I think body count does matter, because, you know, your past will come back to haunt you. And I've had that conversation with my boyfriend before, you know, like, hey, you know, if I had a different body count, would you look at me differently? And we've been honest and said yes, of course. And it just, there's a lot of things that I look back and I regret, especially in regards to that relationship.
Do you regret, like, things you did?
Yeah, I don't regret him or meeting him, because I feel like it was definitely a good lesson.
Was he involved in crime?
Yeah.
You said he was a thug, your words?
Yeah, so
stealing, what was he doing?
Yeah, before me he was dealing, and then when he was with me he was stealing, doing house invasions. If you want to get really specific.
He was doing home invasions?
Yeah. Yeah, so he was doing that, and it did get to a point where it just came to a head, and he got caught up. And he did go away for 8 months. Yeah, 8 months.
You said he'd put you in bad situations?
Yeah, so he, when it all happened, I was actually in summer school before my senior year of high school, and he was supposed to come pick me up from summer school, and I ended up having to get a ride because he had lied and said he was doing something else. And when I had finally gotten home, he actually called me to basically write his report to the police, to try to, you know, con them out of knowing it was him. And it was a whole big thing, and I eventually got dragged into it, obviously, because I filed a false police report, which is against law. So there was a whole lot that went into it, but I learned my lesson very quickly in about 48 hours after talking to detectives, and they're like, hey, this isn't really a good idea since we know where you were and everything that was going on. So it was just it was a whole at 16, it definitely was a very big eye-opening experience of what type of life I was going into, and it just wasn't it wasn't portrayed to me the same way that it was portrayed to me prior. Like, it wasn't happening the same way that it was portrayed to me, if that makes sense.
Advice to the women: don't date men who are involved in criminal activity. No. That's my recommendation.
Especially young girls.
You know, just like kind of seems like it's self-evident, but
no heroin addicts, no criminals, right?
Yeah, that you know, just given like the real, you know, nuanced takes here on dating. Bringing it over to Michaela, you said something about the not knowing thing.
Oh God. Not to disparage this person that I dated, but basically I was dating this guy for
almost done.
Basically for like 6 months, and we have had we've had sex before, whatever, and like 1 week goes by after, and basically, I don't know how to say this PG, but finishes within me and didn't tell me until 1 week later. So I guess when
and you were on birth control, correct?
Correct.
You told him you were on birth control, and
yes, and then his excuse, like, and this is the first time I ever saw this man like sob, and he was like, I didn't know, like, my previous girlfriend said that she was on the IUD, so when you said you were on the pill, I thought it was fine. And I guess in the pre-show notes, it was a joke of the question, like, malicious act or whatever. But yeah, I guess I just brought it up because it was just baffling that, again, if he was a complete asshole and was like, yeah, I did that, whatever, but he was very remorseful for it, it seemed, but seemed like he just did not know this info. So from a man's perspective.
My point of view on this is that both parties should be checking in on this. Like, so as a guy, if you're inclined to do that, you know, you should, assuming, you know, you're in your situation, you said you were on birth control, so there's a mitigated risk of very small risk of pregnancy. But I do think on the guy's end, it's quite polite to perhaps ask.
Yeah.
But also, I think as the woman, you should, if you don't want the guy to come inside you, you should probably overtly state, if you've communicated to him that you're on birth control, I do think you should also, as the woman, also perhaps make a statement of, hey, I don't want you to come inside me. I think both the men and the women should both make a communication on that front.
So the women that you have dated, do you just automatically assume that if they're on birth control that you can?
I mean, I'm trying to remember here.
Like, is it like, okay, yes, there's always a risk of pregnancy with unprotected sex, and if you're on birth control, like the effectiveness, it varies by method, but is it...
I would typically ask.
Okay.
I think I would ask, yeah.
That's what I wanted to know, because...
I would ask. I would check. Wait, no? Madison,
I just don't think a man should be coming inside any woman unless they're trying to get them pregnant.
I agree, yeah.
I mean, if she's on... Hey, Spencer. What's up?
I mean, not that that's
Look, if she's on birth control...
Is that the automatic pass for yep, you don't have to tell me, you don't even have to tell me the next day?
No, I mean, some women can be on birth control and still don't want you to blast. So I would ask. But sometimes they'll be like, go for it.
Yeah, I feel like that's why I'd be on birth control, so that can happen.
Some people are on that for health condition. I think, like Madison said, just men should never assume that a woman's okay with him finishing inside her unless that's communicated. Mm-hmm. And if it's not communicated, it's generally safe on the man's behalf just to not do it.
I think the guy should probably do a check-in, but I also think as the woman, if you're having because I'm assuming there's a pre-conversation of we're not wearing protection too. Mm-hmm. So I do think women should, if you don't want the guy to come inside you, it doesn't hurt you to explicitly state that.
I agree. I think it's on both parties to communicate, but if it's not communicated prior, men should not just assume that it's okay to finish inside.
I agree. I think men ought to err on the side of caution and just should ask.
No. Or even not in the moment, just the morning after. If
just
you don't want to ruin the moment, hey,
I don't think it would ruin the moment.
I'm just saying that is an excuse I've heard before of that's...
I mean, you could probably even try to weave it into dirty talk or something.
Don't do it.
I'm gonna blast.
Do you want me? You could probably ask the question in a kind of organic, sexy way.
I see what you mean, yeah. Or I could do it, or I could filter it in. Hey, don't do this.
Well, that probably wouldn't be so sexy, but you should still do it.
Jordan Royale donated $100. Girls lie about being on birth control. It's very easy to just pull out and put it in her mouth. She will not fight you on it.
Oh my God.
Trust me, boys.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
So valid.
Crazy.
Andrew's losing it.
On the same topic, is it alright if I also ask? A lot of people see asking for consent as a turnoff, whether it's finishing inside, making out, whatever. I don't know the woman's takes on
Some
that.
girls will be like, just do it.
Yeah, it's also
it falls under the same category of
for example, with a first kiss, right?
Yeah.
You'll ask girls question, or you'll ask on the show, for example, you'll ask, well, would you prefer a guy to just go for the first kiss, or would you prefer him to ask for permission? Most women are a lot of women have said, no, he should just go for it. So that's a good point you bring up.
And I think
there's obviously extents to
there's extents, there's body language, there's how well you knew the person, but I think generally, unless you do it in such a nerdy, awkward way, asking for consent is never going to be a turnoff.
If we were hanging out, you're like, can I make out with you right now?
If you do it in a nerdy way, if you do it in a nerdy way.
Actually, that's
not
nerdy.
You gotta do it in it.
Well, I kind of have natural Rizz, so it works.
You have natural Rizz, okay. Haven't you been celibate for 2 years?
Yeah.
She's worked on it. She's worked up that Rizz.
Yeah, I didn't say it was good.
Perfecting it.
Okay.
So on the contrary, if you were hanging out with a guy that you had mentally friend-zoned, but you were hanging out, you were laughing there, you were having good vibes, he just went in for the kiss and kissed you.
I'd be like, please don't ever do that again. But I'm not I'm not gonna sue him.
No, obviously, but
okay.
In that instance, you would have preferred if he asked, so you could have, or you don't care.
Yeah.
Okay.
If the vibes are right.
I think that Yeah, you know, so both people should try to communicate. You know, the guy maybe check in. Cool if I blast. And then the girl could maybe be like, I am on birth control and I'm allowing you to hit it raw, but despite this, maybe you could not blast inside. You know.
Move along.
It's a little worry, but okay.
Pull it out and put it in your mouth.
I'll do better.
Yeah, you know.
Jordan made a good point though. Girls lie.
Yeah.
Lie about being on birth control. I could even see
Yep.
girls. I could even see girls lying about just like being okay with it too. So.
Word. Okay, Maddie, can you read this one?
No man has been drafted in the U.S. since Vietnam. Men are still made to sign up for the draft in case of World War III, where everyone dies. Hence, this does not support the argument that men are oppressed in the U.S.
Okay, well, I won't linger too long on this, but I've made this point plenty of times. But when it comes to Vietnam, there are men that would be alive today that aren't because they were drafted in Vietnam. And there are men who are alive today who were drafted in Vietnam who have injuries, who have of both body and mind. Now, when it comes to the selective service, when it comes to the selective service, there are still actual real tangible negative consequences that are exclusively upon men because, for example, there's $250,000 fine. You can be prosecuted. Are there prosecutions? No, but if you don't register for selective service, you are barred from receiving federal student loans. You're barred from certain federal programs. You're barred from certain federal benefits. There's, I think there's a couple other things that you can't vote if you don't register for the selective service. So if women say that in the 1910s that they were oppressed because they couldn't vote, well, if as a man you're forced to register for the selective service, otherwise you're not allowed to vote, I think that's evidence of oppression. So,
well, not only that, but notice how inside of that chat he drove kind of a straw man in as well, which is, well, no man has been drafted since Vietnam. That really has nothing to do with anything. And then he says, well, you know, if World War III happens, that just means everyone died. It's like, no, that's also not true. The truth is that the form of oppression here is that men can be pressed into selective service because nobody gives a shit about them, and women can't, and yet they gripe on the opposite side about things that they consider to be oppressive to them when they will never have to make that ultimate sacrifice. That's the point.
And Andrew, if I can ask you, his claim that in the case of World War III, that would, I mean, in the event of World War III, does that necessarily mean that it would be a nuclear apocalypse?
No, of course not.
So
that's the ridiculous, that's the second ridiculous part to the claim. It just makes no sense.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it could be because there's multiple countries that have nuclear weapons. Could World War III lead to a nuclear apocalypse? Possibly, but maybe it doesn't start that way. In any case, you know, the men would still be drafted.
During Vietnam, we've had nuclear weapons the entire time. We've been in conflicts across the world. So,
Maddie, can you read this one?
Text-to-speech program completed. DM the link. Brian, to get pardoned from prison, you have to choose 3-way with Layla and Nicolette on their OF or morbidly obese virgin. Looks like Jork,
yeah.
York.
Morbidly obese, bro. Bro.
Have to choose.
Well, okay, so you haven't added that maybe these women have STDs. I'm going to assume the virgin doesn't have STDs. So, okay, I get out of prison, I have to have a 3-way with these two women who've been on the show before, or a morbidly obese virgin. I'm just going to take the STD angle on this. I don't know what their situation is. I'm gonna have to just take one for the team. I got to go with the morbidly obese virgin.
Just stay in prison.
I just got to... No.
Or would you stay in prison?
I'll go with it, bro. The STD risk, I ain't about it. I'm going with the morbidly obese virgin. Sue me. Okay.
Same.
Thank you. Same over here. Dope. Okay. We have, can you read this one?
Hey Jojo, it's the beefy law dude. Ignore the haters. You're doing great tonight. I won't sniff your seat, but I will buy you sushi. Thank you for the kind words.
What the fuck?
Things are good with my baby's mom. I'll message you on IG to show pics of me.
You gotta show.
Screwdriver.
All right, we have this one.
I still want to tongue punch Jojo's fart box. Can we talk about the savior, Patrice O'Neill?
What?
Brixan's flannel donated $100. Brixan, I see you're back cheating on me the hoodie. Your credibility is 0. Why am I wadded up in the back of your Subaru?
What?
You know, I had to take it off during the show. I feel like this sweater, the hoodie is a little more comfortable. Thank you, though. And then Bro Naissance, Patrice O'Neill, R.I.P. Rest in peace, Patrice O'Neill, fucking legend. Unfortunately, we don't have time to react to the clip, but appreciate your patronage. Okay, we're going to wrap up there, guys. Long show. Okay, so let me just check a couple things. Oh, guys, last thing. Follow us on Twitch. If you got a Prime, drop us a Prime. Subscribe to our Clips channel. Subscribe to the Clips channel. Oh my God, geez, I'm fucking having a stroke here. It's late. Okay, I'm gonna do a raid over there on Twitch. Who do we have on Twitch that I can raid? We're gonna raid Bobka. He's playing Season of Discovery, World of Warcraft. So I'm gonna raid Bobka. He's playing. Oh, he's probably gonna log off any second now. Fuck it, but we're gonna raid him. Okay, those of you on Twitch who are tuning in, appreciate it. Thank you for tuning in on Twitch. I'll do my little outro here in just a sec. Okay, so one sec, guys. All right, last call, guys. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. What?
What?
Oh, nothing. Thank you to the panel. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Go subscribe to Andrew Wilson's The Crucible channel. I got to add. Sorry, I forgot to add you in the. I'll add you in the description right after the show, Andrew. Andrew, do you want to say goodbye to the people in the chat?
Yeah, I appreciate you all coming out tonight. It was nice meeting all of you who were on this panel. Thanks for letting me remotely tune in tonight. And to everybody in the whatever chat, it's nice to see all you guys again. We'll see you next time.
We love you,
So
Andrew.
great to meet you, Andrew. Big fan.
Nice to meet you.
All right, cool. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys. We'll see you next time.